Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hey, welcome to the Wednesday edition of High on Politics. How's everybody doing? Well, my audio is a little bit better than yesterday because I did a little playback looking for to cut up some clips, and I realized that my audio was not great. I was picking up a lot more nasal action than I was looking to do, but also, to be fair, I had a little bit of a situation going on where cool, awesome. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, Zach? I'm glad that you're back here, man. Hey, you know what, man? I'm glad that you kind of vibed. As I said, man, I know that we may not. Oh yeah, you're here to get down on the DBZ run. That cannot happen today, unfortunately. I have to do my normal show. And then Wednesdays is unfortunately booked up, so I am a pretty hard out right around 7 o'clock. But let's see. 4th of July is on Friday. Maybe, you know what? I got a little time on Friday. Not sure if you're probably doing some stuff then, but we'll get down, dude. Don't worry about it. Just don't forget to pick up a copy of it while it's on sale. Yeah, I should do that. I think there's another game that I had to get to, and then I have to download Smite 2. I wanna vibe with you guys when I'm off stream and stuff, but it is one of those situations where anytime I have been off stream, I have either been watching just Deep Space Nine and completely like zoning out and sleeping. So, and then, working. That's pretty, and then I come here and do this. I pretty much just broke down my entire life for you guys. And in between then, I spend a little time with my wife, and we eat meals. So, as I said yesterday, peaceful talks only, man. No need to spread hate while having different views. That is true, man. No, and that's, appreciate that. I appreciate the tone, and yeah, it was fun. But yeah, sorry about that, Bryant. Otherwise, I'd totally be down because, oh man, yeah, I could professional thing sayer pepper streamer guy. Yup. What up, Sean? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I gotta start thinking about this because, some people come here and they take me seriously for some politics, which I'm not sure if I'm exactly like fully comfortable with that. But that's kind of like, I gotta figure this out because I'm not sure if I can continue to market my show past a certain point if I continue to call it High on Politics, but I don't see really that much of a problem. But I don't know. I had one of those moments where I was just like, do I need to grow up a little? But I do market this as a comedy show, so maybe that's the difference, is like I'm kind of just like a actual, that I make that known where it's like, no, that's what I'm going for here. I want to go for jokes. I want to have some fun. But yeah, we'll see. Plus, somebody in chat had come up with a really kick-ass name, and I just have to say Pepaganda is that is something that kind of made me go, oh, and it is just like, it's unique enough to where I think that would help me, get searched out a little bit. But, guys, you know what to do. Hit that like button over on YouTube if you haven't already. I really appreciate if you have. I see that we got 2. And you guys have both hit that like button, so you guys rule. Oh, we got 3 now. Hey, you know what to do. Also, yeah, if you are over on Twitch, Zach, I'm not sure if you looked through any of the stuff on my channel, but yeah, you can definitely claim some channel points. And oh man, the Tim Pepper stuff. I actually think I might have a Tim Pool segment lined up. Oh no, I don't, because they never got to it today. Did they? Oh. You know what? You don't need to watch Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar is so stuck up. I mean, I kind of was really nice to the guy, and then I did this. I offered him the Emma special where it was sushi, poker with the boys. Oh shit, what was it? Damn it, hold on. Tim, what was it? What was the other one? A tour. I offered her a tour. She didn't want to see my cool skate park, guys. Kickflip. That was actually true. That was funny. Hold on. And I'm gonna kill you. All right. I hope I just killed this little fruit fly because, yeah, having those in the basement, not good. Tour, sushi, and poker with the boys. Yeah. Yeah, everybody turned it into twerk, though, which I can see it, especially with, like, the modulation that they use, but I'm dying nearly full 2 day of no smokes. Oh. Well, that's good for you. That is very good for you, but at the same time, if you need to, like, I don't know. I do know that, like, chewing on... I chewed on a lot of pens when I was quitting, so maybe that'll help. I do not know what your... if it was, like, more of an oral fixation kind of thing. I have, like, actually, like, this kind of stuff, like, little fidget stuff that really helped me. Funny enough, like, yeah, I think I had a fidget spinner, like, right around that time. Yeah, surprisingly, that stuff, it's underrated, but it really does go a long way, and it helps. Oh, by the way, guys, my poor buddy over here, he's got some really bad hives. I have to take him to the vet. I think he either rolled in something that he's super allergic to, or there's something in the air, but... yeah, I noticed it when he rolled over today. I was just like, oh no, like it's his entire like underside is just completely covered. And you guys might, if you think back to it, he was going pretty hard at himself yesterday. So I think that's what was going on. I might buy, yeah, those, yeah, they might work. I know that the fume thing, I actually ended up getting one of those just because, like, I wanted to cut back on another type of smokage, and yeah, it actually kind of helped. Yeah, I have that problem where, again, without smoking cigarettes, when I cut back on my other stuff, it kicks back. Or nicotine, like you said. Yeah, then I probably have tons of microplastic in my body because of this, but yeah, pens, man. I'm telling you, like Bic pens, just the ones that you would get at like your office, like, yeah. Those, yeah. I probably went through an entire pack of them, not being 21 until September. Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? I'm not sure if you, like, did the thing where you equated drinking with smoking. I never did that, and I can say that I'm glad that I never did. Because not having, like, I see that all the time with my friends that, you know, do both, where they're just like, oh man, yeah, you know, maybe just this one. It's like, okay. I keep forgetting that you're that young, man. I really am. I am, what, 18 years older than you? Holy shit. I've been with my wife 1 year longer than you've been alive. That's crazy. That is crazy. Although we dated for 8 years? Like 8 years before I finally did the... I'll never forget that. We were at a jewelry store, and we were looking for something else. And, you know, this woman who... I look back on it, it was kind of like, wow, that was like it crossed a line, but at the same time, it was one of those moments where like I couldn't be mad because I like my wife, who then became my fiance, very quickly after that was just like, yeah, what is going on with that? It was just like, oh. Also, I think we discussed this yesterday. My insurance was coming up, and it was one of those situations where she had it through her work. We were already pretty much married, and we had been discussing like whether or not we wanted to or not. I hate the fact that we did it so clinically, where it was just like, okay, let's weigh the pros and cons. We did a courthouse thing. We didn't do like a big thing at all. Like, highly recommend that if you ever are going to, be doing that kind of stuff. Brian, actually, if you're still here, bud, I did have a few questions about what's going on in the Tennessee legislature and also who your representative is, and if you have been, I mean, I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've been calling, so. But what are your thoughts about this bill going back to the House, and the Freedom Caucus is apparently being the ones that are going to hold it up again? Because the Freedom Caucus is always the ones that are always holding everything up. So it's kind of funny, I have to say. Let's see. Also, sorry guys, in advance. I am a little sleepy. I did not get a good rest at all last night. So, yeah. Might be a little slower today. I always buy cigs when I go to the bar. Wait, they sell smokes at the bar? Huh. Wait, really? That hasn't been a thing for us in... Shit. I mean, since before I could drink. That's wild. Yeah, because they did that first. They took the ability to sell smokes at bars, and then they did a hard smoking ban. That's crazy, dude. It's kind of funny. If Eunice was listening, I do not think she is. I'd be like, wait a minute, you're on break. But yeah, she would just be like, wait, what? Where's this? I want to go. It's a bad habit, but I also get it. Like, because I was, like, I had the habit. I get it. I get the need. Where it's just like, sometimes it's just, yeah. But the fact that you're already on your way out and you're, again, dude, you're not even 21. You're, like, I don't want to be condescending to you, but realistically, man, like, you still are just, you're a kid. Like, you're a fresh-faced, like, you just got pushed into the deep end type of situation. You do have more living experience, and you do have a better, as I said, you got a little bit of a better plan than most, so. No, I buy them on the way. Oh, I see what you do. You're going, got it. Yeah, I have a friend that does that, where he'll buy a pack, and it's, dude, it's so wasteful, because he doesn't, like, smoke the whole pack by any means. Like, he'll just leave it there, or he'll, like, give it to somebody. And I'm just like, interesting. I forgot who. I feel like this was a story I heard, like, on a radio show or something, but somebody had mentioned that, like, the way that they quit smoking... Oh, I think it was Andrew Santini mentioned it on Dan Soder's podcast. That's what it was. They were talking about their last ones and how he had just left it on a, like, he had gotten broken up with. He went to a park, smoked a few, left him on that park bench, and that was the last thing. That was the last time he ever touched him. Yeah, I had a similar situation. I had probably like a quarter pack left, and I just like crushed them, threw them away, never went back. So, but yeah, no, you got this, guys. You got this. I believe in anybody that has the will to quit. You guys can do it. Just again, this thing, do not get like bogged down in like, oh, I did it again, like, and like use the relapse as just a you don't want to. Oh, wait, do you have to be 21 to buy smokes? Wait a minute. Wait. I forgot. Did they change the laws on that? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, I was 18. Oh, wow. Keeping you guys healthy, I guess. Maybe. Who knows? Let's take a look at this bill. Is this thing going? Is it going down? What do we got? How many yays? 211. Nays, 212. Time remaining, 0. 9 no votes. Yep, the Freedom Caucus. Interesting. Once a week. Wow. Well, okay, so we used to do something similar, though, because, like, I shouldn't be saying this, but we did have, like, it was very significantly more expensive where we're at, so, like, every once in a while we go to Indiana. Right around this time, though, and if you were there, yo, it is time, let's do it. That's right. It is the, what, Mid-Atlantic time zone, I think. I don't know. Also, guys, go check out the channel Left of the Box. They are apparently about to hit like 8K over on YouTube. They are part of this space, even though I am not yet. I think that's why I kind of went into that diatribe about being a little more serious. Give me 1 sec. Oh, shit. That's right. I have a Pokemon pack I can open. Oh. Hello, Bloodstone. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad that you guys are here. These early shows, they they kind of take a little bit to like just ease on into because unfortunately the YouTube algorithm gets mad at you when you stream at a certain time and then you start breaking that time, man. Oh crap. Oh no, I forgot to load up I did it again. Yesterday I meant to have a video follow my stream. Well, nerds. Well, I guess I'll have to do that tomorrow. Oh well. Well. Oh, damn it. I just realized that I don't think he's still here. Because I wanted to ask asking our Tennessee rep what he thinks about this whole House business and what the Freedom Caucus is going to end up doing. How does this work? Okay, like, I actually don't know. So now that's back in the House, can they make any adjustments? Here, let's see. It's the #1 search right now. Wow, no AI, cool, I like that. Although it would be nice. Like, right now, that would be the one time to have an AI answer. Wait. Yes, the House can change a Senate bill and vice versa. When a bill passes both the House and Senate in different forms, if this happens, a confidence committee is formed, composed of members of both the House and Senate to reconcile the differences and create a compromised version. the different versions. After a bill is introduced, it's debated and amended in both the House and Senate. If these chambers make different changes, they will have two different versions of the bill. So does that mean that this goes back to the Senate, then back to the House again? Or, like, just through the Reconciliation Committee? Conference committee is formed to negotiate a compromise. Negotiation and compromise. The conference committee, composed of members from both the House and Senate, work to resolve the differences between the two versions. Conference report. Oh, approval by both chambers. Here we go. The compromise bill conference report must be approved by both the House and Senate for the bill to move forward. If no agreement, if the conference committee cannot agree, the legislation dies. Okay. A little bit more interesting there. Well, we'll see what happens. Let's take a look at the live tallies that are coming in. Oh, never mind. They took the tallies down, and now they're speaking again.
And that would be the limitation to the gentleman's ability on the floor.
I thank the Speaker.
Okay, so this is where we're at. Agree to the amendment. Okay. And it looks like it's going to stay there for a little bit, so. Hey, early stream. Yep. What up, Wheeling? Yeah, Wednesdays are my early stream. It's pretty consistent. Some days, I will, unfortunately, like, if my plans get changed, then I will stream at my normal time at 4. But yeah, for the most part, on Wednesdays, I stream at 2. Actually, I'm trying to keep that more consistent. Sorry again if, like, you guys can pick that up. I'm having a little bit of the allergy attack again, but all right. We gotta see a change. Oh, all right. So we are going to go into the Diddy verdict. I'm not sure if you guys heard, they did reach a verdict. I'm sure you guys have. I'm sure that you guys are like me. The second that, you know, you get like a ping on your phone or something, it's just like, oh, well, look at that. I got mine from AP. And they said the following. Let's go into it. Let's get some music for this because, I mean, it's a Diddy story. I mean, this is God. All right. Well, I think that somebody called this. I forgot who it was. Oh, crap. It was somebody, I think, was it Kirk? Shit. Somebody in our audience, they called it. They were just like, yeah, he's probably going to get acquitted, or found not fully acquitted, but they said he's going to be found not guilty on the main charges, and they said that the lesser charges were going to happen. And they also said that he's more than likely going to get a slap on the wrist because it carries a maximum of 10 years. He's probably going to get probation. All right. Sean Diddy Combs found not guilty of trafficking and racketeering, but guilty on lesser charges. On July 2nd, a New York City jury acquitted. All right. It is an acquittal. Sean Diddy Combs on charges including racketeering, conspiracy, and trafficking, but convicted him on counts related to transporting individuals for prostitution. Yeah, that's so effed up. The verdict followed a 7-week trial and 3 days of jury deliberations. Well, I mean, all right, 3 days of jury deliberations, so they were at least... they were definitely going through it. No, I'm not gonna say nothing about that kind of stuff. Combs was found guilty of transporting his girlfriend and compensated male escorts across state lines for the purpose of sexual activity, violating a federal Mann Act, while being found not guilty of charges related to coercing his girlfriend into... oh, really? Did anyone expect he was going to be found not guilty? Only one person. I'll be honest. Like, most of I fought against this. I was just like, no, there's no way. I mean, I thought that with all the federal evidence, there was just no way. But the jury of 8 men and 4 women reported unpersuadable options on both, or unpersuadable opinions on both sides prevented a unanimous racketeering verdict. Sorry, they saying that technically they should have just stuck to the facts instead of just being like, it is my opinion as... Because, like, they do that sometimes when they're doing their deliberations and or their little shtick, their little lawyer shtick. Anyone heard of Diddy parties before he got arrested? Yeah. No, that's the thing, and that's part of the problem. It's the same thing with the Epstein stuff. That's not picking that up. There we go. Mixed verdicts means Combs faces up to 10 years for the transportation, but is cleared of the more severe accusations. Blah, 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 blah. Well, yeah, I mean, now they're just saying, like, the court of public opinion is going to have the actual verdict on him, where it's like, yeah, he's going to be a pariah. He's never going to be able to really come back from this. Although, I don't know about that, man, because it just seems like he's still got a fan base. It's still, dude, it was the same thing that happened with R. Kelly, where I was just like, man. That's my multi-stream chat just turned off. I was like, why am I'm not seeing any chats. Oh, shit. Oh, OBS. Oh, there it goes. All right, so horrible things will continue to happen to kids with no accountability or real solutions to stop it again. Cool. Yeah. No, it's just, this is... And, you know, you would think that, you know, QAnon and all of them, they'd be going a little bit nuts about this. I think he's going to get probation. Probation, hefty fine. Although, they could sentence, like, if it's a 10-year sentence, I mean, he could get a 5-year, but... I mean, the fact that, I'm not sure, maybe it's because the media is doing that, but... Sorry about that. Oh, wait, here we go. So, I want to start the show with a little bit, something a little bit different, just because I was able to find this in the wild. I found a pack of Pokemon cards. So, I wanted to break this with you guys, see if we get anything good, and then we can go on with the show. If ballots don't work against against the cheating, what are you all willing to do? What do you mean? What do you mean the ballots? I'm a little Oh. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. It was kind of, it's a family member that usually calls me when there's something going on. So, was kind of like, you know what? Let's see. No, everything's fine. All right, so let's do this. This is why I can't take it seriously when people are so pro-life when they vote for Trump and are okay with people like Diddy being... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. With Diddy being free while also protecting PDF files in their own families. It makes me sick. Yep. Yep. All right. Let's see what we got. Ooh, we got a clink. And I hate this like glare here. I'll just do it like this. I take it the verdict was not good. Nope. The verdict was not guilty on the 2 serious counts, although he was found guilty on a trafficking, like a lower trafficking charge that carries up to 10 years, but like I was saying, I have a feeling it's... Ooh, hey, it's Brock. Check it out. All right. We got these 3. I hate this camera. I love this camera, but I hate it. Specifically when it's like, I want to show you guys this. Its focus is too damn good. It's fun. What the hell? Why is that turned off? Come on, man. You know, if he gets probation, he's gonna... Oh, I mean, it's just gonna turn into the dark, demented world. These people exist on a different plane. Like, they really do. I watched a video about the Jeff Bezos wedding that really brought it in, like, put it into perspective for me, where I was just like, oh, I get it now. Although I kind of already did get that, to be honest. I mean, when you see how the other side lives, like, really see it, it's something. It's something. Especially, like, I'm not sure if you guys have ever been, like, to a port where you see one of those super yachts and you're just like, what the... That's a privately owned vessel. It's a cruise ship. But yes, Robin, the verdict was not good. You see what's happening. Some forensic election investigation show 0 votes for... Yep. The conspiracy theorists were going pretty nuts on X yesterday, and Elon was entertaining some interesting reposts or some interesting likes. Retweets is what I meant to say. My bad. But yeah, it's it seems like he's insinuating some stuff. I think that's why Trump is freaking out. Like, Trump is already freaking out about the Epstein stuff, and then I think he threatened enough, but also, like, it was a honeypot situation where he did a poison honeypot. Let's say that. Ooh. Ooh, you okay? He's so uncomfortable right now, guys. I feel so bad for him. Not sure if you guys are aware, he has hives. He's allergic to... Oh, he might even have, like, allergies. Like, there's some stuff going on in the, like, air around us that is just... It's making it hard to actually function. Not sure if you guys have the same thing. It's just, like... It's literally snowing pollen. It's just insane. Ugh, I feel miserable, but... Oh, hey, look at that, Robin. I just realized that you got your gold star. Hell yeah. So you guys can get your gold star by becoming members of the channel. It really helps me out, and I have confirmed this, have one of the cheaper options as far as becoming a member of this channel. Now, here's the secret. I do have, I'm going to have straight up members only content, and then I'm going to have some members only content that will then go public. And that kind of stuff is for the mild squad. And if you guys are long-term members, then you have access to everything. So we're doing this, we're doing the thing. So I appreciate you guys supporting the channel, but you know how it goes. I just really appreciate you guys being here. So I worked for with executives at a point, and it made life altering amounts of money. They were so dense about things, like thinking if they said so, I could find a 9 to 5 time for a meeting in USA, Germany, and China. Oh, that is pretty dense. Okay, I was like, okay, so they don't comprehend time zones. That's fun. They also don't respect their clients. Also fun. That's insane. Ugh. A bunch of boneheads. Yeah. I mentioned it yesterday. I have also been in the realm of dealing with those types of idiots. Like, it's disgusting. When you see the amount of money that these people waste on just useless crap that they don't even know they have. Half the time, these people, they'll go buy something super expensive, right? Use it once and just store it and never see it again and just completely forget about it. And then these people, like, this is how much money some of these people have. They have people that work for them that will then auction that stuff just to make sure that it doesn't, like, you know, build up too much. So that's what I mean. Like, they will never know they even had it. And like the thing that I'm talking about is like worth the amount of your house kind of shit. So it's just we got, hold on, House meet to debate the bill. It's now tied 212. 8 no votes, so uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. As I said, guys, sorry. Let me get my bearings here. I also gotta do something here. I gotta go get some water. I forgot. Yep, I forgot. All right. So this is going to be. Hold on. Are they starting a new stream? Because it looks, they just retitled this and then they just did something weird. Like they backed out. 4th of July traded in for no kings. Are there protests going on? I've been looking at like my locality, and there doesn't seem to be anything really planned, and I don't know. The ones that are not exactly sanctioned are the ones that I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to go be part of that, because those are the ones that tend to blow up. But here, let's see. No Kings, Chicago. 4. Oh, no. Oh, damn it. Hold on. Saturday. Come on. Really? Hosted by Indivisible. Do I know that group? Hold on. Let's see. Handful of No King protests this Friday. Where? Nationwide. Okay, but where? Like, I'm not. The thing is, I'm looking at this and they're just saying like, oh, there's gonna be protests, but there isn't even a meetup. What's the donation goal for? Just to help me out. It's kind of just a little cheeky number right now. And it just goes a long way to helping stream. It goes right back in. Also, I'm trying to buy a new desk right now and get a replacement set of glasses. So those are the two things that I have kind of saved for stream because I kind of use the desk on stream. The glasses part, yeah, it's just more so. Yeah. They're expensive, so. It was going to be for tires, and not like for fun. I had a tire explode on a car that has 345? I think it's 345. 345,000 miles on it. I'm trying to drive that thing until it literally is just like falling apart, which it's kind of there. But yeah, I had like this one, no fault of the car. Giant chunk of metal just blew out the tire. So, and unfortunately, the only tire places around me right now will, they will not replace a single tire, like bought from somewhere else. So I have to like find a mechanic, which I don't really know many around me. So, that's kind of a problem. And yeah, they're like, you have to buy two. I'm like, oh, that's a scam, but all right. So yeah, but I decided, I was like, yeah, probably not the best thing to fundraise for on stream. No, I will say this much though. I'm very happy, and like I love my audience so much for the fact that they significantly helped me with my mom's memorial. It was a $3,700 goal. We met it a month early, and it was, you have no idea how much that helped. So again, cheers guys. This is my coffee because God, I'm turning into a coffee guy again. I need to be careful with that. I was enjoying tea, but unfortunately I've just been so tired lately, man. Like I've got to get some sleep. There's just one of these days I have to just like sleep for like 12 hours. Because I'm sleeping maybe 4 to 6 hours a night. Not good. And that the 6 is like if I'm lucky. I would assume protest organizers would avoid. Yeah, the thing is, that's what I'm kind of seeing here. There's one in a like suburb, but that doesn't seem well organized either. I don't know. I think I'm gonna hold off on that. It was hella good. I've been paying around 3.1, 11 in gas during the No Kings Day. I paid $2.11. I can tell you're wearing your backups. Try exercising your ocular orbit muscles. I haven't had new glasses. I haven't seen my my optometrist since 2020 or like 2019. It was like right when COVID was starting. And yeah, I haven't had a new prescription since, and I can definitely tell this ain't right. If you guys see me squinting like a lot, that's why. And dude, I have everything like an old man where all my that stuff is pretty my text is pretty large, unfortunately. Thank you for those kind words yesterday, Zach, because I'll be honest, man. I may look okay, but I feel like I'm 80. I really do. My back hurts, my knees are giving out, my ankle hurts, my eyes are giving out. But no, yeah, these are definitely my backup pair, and yeah, it sucks. It sucks. What are you gonna do, man? Glasses are expensive, and I dude, I have insurance that technically covers like the visit, but it doesn't like, it's so stupid. It's like, we won't cover the actual, like, you know, thing that you need to see. Drain up, left and right for about 2 minutes a day, see what happens. You're now 2020. What do you mean strain up? Because I also have to be very careful with this. I get ocular headaches, which are or ocular migraines. So, like, I have to be very careful. I get my glasses on Zenny for less than $100. I did the pair eyewear ones. They're not bad, but they also increased in price. So, even like the $150 ones I was looking at, they have now increased it almost double. I'm kind of mad that like I waited on stuff. Tires, that's another one. Tires increased in price like insanely. I was looking at these tires before, because I have a bad tire on my other car too. And I was just like, okay, let's see. It was about $150 for just the one tire, which again, you got to buy two. It's whatever. So I should have done that. Because now they're almost $240. So it's... All right, so close your eyes and strain up. Ever wonder what it's like not to need glasses? I mean, I haven't always had glasses. Like, I was in middle school when I got my glasses. Oh, right. They do have... Well, yeah, I can't use that because it's a thing. I have, like, an in-network, out-of-network whole thing, and... if you bought one tire and change it yourself, wouldn't it be cheaper? Yeah. Yeah, I can't change it myself. How am I supposed to, like, pry it out? Like, I don't have the tool to get the original tire off and then get it back on. Getting a tire on a rim is not as easy as you think. You actually need specialized tire, or, like, specialized tools for that. And you need to know what you're doing. Otherwise, you could kill yourself super easily. Like, never mess with, like, anything that's, like, highly pressurized. Seriously. Yeah, I gotta take it off the rim. Yeah. I can't just... Yeah. No, I'm riding on a donut. I did that myself. No, listen. It ain't like that. No, I do know how to change a tire. God. That's... honestly, like, something everybody should learn. Yeah, my dad had taught... Like, that was one of the first things he taught me how to do when I got my car. It was funny, though, the way that he did it. He just did it like a dad, where he's just like, I'm not helping you. Cool. Thanks, Dad. It worked out, though. 212, still. So time remaining, wait. Are they just waiting for the no votes to come in? God, I hate that I have to always, like, re-engage with this stuff and just be like, oh yeah, how does this work? My Costco was still cheaper than in network. Try calling and asking how much. Really? It was? Okay. I will try. All right. But I like my optometrist. No. Actually, I do. He's a really good guy. But yeah, dude. DSA has nothing going on the 4th. They actually said that they are not participating in the one that's happening in Daily Plaza. But the one in Daily Plaza has been happening since they started the ice raids. There's always a protest in Daily Plaza. I swear to God. It's like, if you guys just feel like protesting, just go to Daily Plaza on a random Thursday. There will be one. I just watched 28 Days Later, and the tires talks remind me of the scene in the movie when they had to change one quick. Yeah, so much anxiety. Yep. Look for the same. No, I know. Oh. You know what? Thank you for that recommendation. That one I didn't think about, because here. Wait. Up, you. It's a car. You pull it car? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you were talking to Junker. We just call them Junkers. Yeah, Junkyard. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. You know what? That's a good idea. I'll look into that one. Because yeah, shit. I just thought about this though. The make and model of my car is one of those ones that's like it's just old enough to where it would be phasing out, and like they might not even be seeing them. I'm 58, former corrective lens wearer, but not anymore. You didn't have LASIK? Are you dead serious? Like you just did eye exercises? Like what the hell? Like post what you did in the Discord if you're not you're there, right? I think you are. If you're not, then join the Discord so you can let me know that. Because I'll try it. I'll give anything a shot like that. Most junkyards have website. Unfortunately, the junkyard, it's actually a very famous junkyard in Chicago that I used to go to, is now closed. VictoryAutoWreckers.com. They're gone. Although I do have I have a t-shirt from them. It was one of the last things I was just like, I'm gonna make sure I get one of those. Not sure if you guys had ever seen that commercial. If you had WGN, you might have. Because, like, I know that WGN, like, the way that they worked with regional stuff, they would get our commercials. So, like, I remember talking to somebody that was just, like, from Missouri, and they were just like, yeah, I know the Luna song. I'm like, how? How do you know the Luna song? That's nuts. Are you going to see Jurassic World Rebirth? No, I haven't. I have not been interested in the Jurassic Park franchise since Jurassic World. That's the last one I saw. I don't care. They're beating that franchise into the ground. What do I think about Stop Killing Games? That was the whole thing. Like, wait, I'm kind of. I remember that I covered this the other day. That's the whole thing where it's like the legislation and then shit. Here, I gotta get refresh on this because I remember Some Ordinary Gamer was part of it, and a few of the other guys. Specifically, we seek to prevent the remote the remote disabling of games so you can keep the servers on. I'm all for that. I want them to keep these servers going, especially if you have communities that are willing to like commit to it. It's kind of how it worked when it was the 90s, so I don't understand, like, because I remember when Doom, like, when they started, like, switching Dooms, you still had, like, a contingent that didn't want to stop playing the first one, so they were just like, well, we'll keep the servers going. You just watch. Like, dude, I'm pretty sure that's how the entire Quake community, like, stayed together, so, yeah, but I remember, like, there was some drama behind it. There's a big creator that I'm not too aware of, having kind of a hot take on it. The EU petition is at... It is about to hit 1 million? Is there a US version of this? Because if there is, I could see Blizzard being a little nervous about that. God, speaking of Blizzard, there you go. Overwatch. Like, technically the server's open, like you're just playing Overwatch 2, which is the same damn game. It's the same damn game. You get all your stuff carries over. It's just new maps, new stuff, whatever. But no, they want the original experience. So, let's give them their damn servers. Then they'll stop bitching about it. Right? Right? Alright. Hold on, guys. I just counted some internet. Oh, there it goes. They're even trying to remake Concord. The game that failed? Why? I've never understood that. Especially, like, dude, when I saw the budget behind that game and how just bad it did, I was just... But we still can't get a Titanfall 3? Come on. Yeah, fans, I don't know. You gotta love these. You gotta love communities like that, though. Honestly, for all of, like, the memeing... the Snyderverse stuff, I am glad that we at least got the Snyder Cut. I left it there. I didn't need to reboot the Snyderverse the way that they were just like, bring it back! Because, guys, when I saw the scripts for Justice League 2, I was just like, I don't want to see that movie. I don't... What's this, like, obsession with evil Superman? Like, God, okay, we get it. But, like, James Gunn already made a movie about that called Brightburn, you know? Like, and now we actually get to see him, you know, do a superhero movie. And it's going to be... Or a Superman movie, and I can't wait. We had to go get tires for a 1998 car. Used had them. Ordering was insane. See... That's what I have a feeling I might run into, because even with these, like the one I'm looking at right now has the full rim. I'm better off just getting the tire. Oh my God, are these people really, like... Okay, so I found a junkyard near me, but it looks like they're offering parts, not the car. Yeah. And no, I mean, like, they're marked up. Like, there's... Jesus, dude. $600? Doesn't even say what the tread level is on the tire. Yeah, alright. Well, I'll look into that later, but... Yes, to answer your question, sorry, going all the way back to this. Yeah, if you guys want to help support the stream, it really does go a long way. I am very open about how I'm trying to do this full time. I'm getting closer and closer. I have to be completely real with y'all. It's pretty much there. Like, so if you guys can help a streamer grow, consider shooting a dono or doing a membership. So sorry guys, I am so fucking tired. All right, let's smoke. It's the hour marker of the stream. Let's do that, and then we will have some fun here. Oh, he's so cute when he sleeps, but man, I'm really worried about him. I don't like when my dogs are going through some stuff, you know? Ugh. Or 2018. Oh, come on. I did it again. Alright, well, fine, I'll just wait. Let's do it this way. Yeah, do this off cam. Alright. Never was the biggest fan of superhero movies. They all get the same after a while. Give me some magical girl superhero movies, K-pop demon hunters. Did you see the joke about that? Where the most unrealistic thing about that show is the fact that they get to eat as much as they want. Depressing, but funny. No, and I'm all for that. Like, listen, with like all the comic books that I do read, like I have a very mixed palette for that. Where I only like certain superhero books. Again, Spider-Man, yeah, it gets derivative. X-Men, same thing. Batman has been pretty consistently good lately, and it's also like been surprising. Like they actually killed Alfred. I'm not sure if you guys know that, but like he's like dead in the comics, so and he has not come back. He's been gone for damn near like 10 years almost. Shit. It is true. Holy crap. But yeah, you're not necessarily wrong. They all do get kind of the same, but that's why I'm excited for James Gunn to take over the DC universe and give us some actually like fun superhero movies that are kind of in the vein of the comic, like the actual comics. That's why Guardians of the Galaxy was really good. True, but realistically, it makes sense. Dancing, singing, fighting, lots of calories needed. Go. Man, that was one of the longest yawns I have had in a long time. I'm sorry about that. I don't think so, because from my understanding, I watched like a A&E thing with my wife about this, where like it was a big scandal on how they like control their diets. All right. 213, 212. Uh-oh. What do they need? Hey, Anna. How's it going? Welcome. Glad that you could join the show. Did you already pack your bags, or are you still waiting at the airport? You're grumpy. I am too. Okay, so like I had a little thing where I couldn't sleep, but yeah, I'm also like, yeah, I kind of was grumpy all day. Why are you grumpy? What's going on with what? Are you just like grumpy, like just feeling mood? Oh, really? Oh, well, that explains things. Sorry. Oh, Anna, damn. Well, what can we do to cheer you up? Is there anything you want to talk about that can relieve some of that stress, or just in general make you feel a little bit better? We can be a little goofy today. I mean, yes, we're watching the continuing resolution or whatever the hell this is. I should. This is why, right here. No, the House bill. Sorry. Look at the sea change here. Here's some good news, and this is coming from CNN. Look how panicked they are about this. Fasting for blood work. No flights to... Oh, family drama between a capricious mother and an immature brother. Oh. Family drama sucks. Especially when it's like between, a parent, like your parent and one of your siblings, and then they're trying to get you involved, and you're just like, I really don't want to be part of this. That was always my thing. My sister and my mom would do that occasionally. I'm like, I don't want to be in between this. You gotta pick us up. No, I don't. No, I do not. I gotta leave. The only one trying to make everyone get along. well, if I don't become a part of this, my mom will make my brother homeless. And then, yeah, that's pretty much just like a... I have seen too many families just completely never fix, fix things after something like that where they kick a kid out. I mean, it is the ultimate just like, all right, you just abandoned me. So why should I ever? Like, it's like you're dead to me at that point. Literally over some IKEA furniture? Oh, yeah. That's just silly. That's silly. Well, here's some actual good news coming again from CNN. I think that you will appreciate this story.
This morning, Zohran Mamdani is officially the Democratic nominee for New York City mayor. And he's
they're doing the shaky cam thing too,
like the little new attacks from President Trump. The president is now threatening to arrest Mamdani if he blocks immigration arrests in New York City, something that Mamdani has promised to do. But there is a lot more questions about, as he is now continuing to campaign, that Mamdani is also facing continued and serious questions about his stance on Israel. CNN's Harry Anton is joining me now and is running the numbers on this, taking this and looking also more broadly, because it speaks to the broader views in Democratic politics specifically, also speak to what's going on with Mamdani and this race for mayor in New York City.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, look,
all right, now, here's the thing. Will we get mad at CNN for just being as bad as they have been? I haven't actually seen, so
during the primary attack,
I did just see that this was good news as far as like shifting opinions.
Mamdani is being insufficiently pro-Israel. I'm not quite sure the former governor understood how much the politics have changed around this issue among Democrats. What are we talking about here? All right.
I'm just waiting for like one of the older dudes just be like, "Can you please stop?"
Who Democrats sympathize
like
more
Wolf Blitzer,
Israelis or Palestinians?
This
in 2017, the Democrats.
I'm getting a little bit seasick from this new camera movement. We need to stop it.
The party was a pro-Israeli party. Look at this. They sympathize with the Israelis by 13 points, more with the Israelis than the Palestinians. But look at this sea change. Now Democrats sympathize more with the Palestinians by 43 points. Oh my God, that is a change in the margin of 56 points over the course of just 8 years. So all of a sudden, it's
crazy what happens when you start polling people that are under the age of 80.
The pro-Palestinian position that actually reigns supreme in Democratic politics, not the Israeli position. And that is part of the reason why Mamdani was able to do so well in this primary, because those attacks over Israel, simply put, did not ring true for Democrats. They're now on the side of the Palestinians, not the Israelis.
I mean, this is
she's doing the I'm gonna APAC.
Much bigger issue, specifically with Mamdani, though. I mean, an outspoken critic of Israel. He's facing continued criticism, though, for not being outspoken enough against anti-Semitism.
This little graph is important. Why?
But on this,
it's Quinnipiac. Come on, guys. You don't know? Quinnipiac is like the be-all, end-all on polling.
Talk about Democrats and how broadly how this really is shifting.
Yeah, so you see this among Democrats overall, right? But we know that
skateboard balls
base was younger voters within the Democratic
sitting there balancing.
Party. So I want to break it down
with younger Democrats.
Correct. So take a look here. Who age 18 to 49 Democrats sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? Again, in 2017, younger Democrats sympathize more with the Israelis by 14 points. Look at this shift now. Palestinians, they sympathize more with the Palestinians by 57 points. That is an over 70-point shift in the margin in just a matter of 8 years. So the bottom line is, Mamdani's base within the Democratic Party and the base of the Democratic Party of younger voters, younger Democrats, have changed tremendously on this issue in 8 years' time. I rarely ever see shifts like this, Kate, in which you see one side of the equation leading by 14 points 8 years ago, and then all of a sudden the other side of the equation leading by 57 points. The bottom line is
keep moving. The kids love it.
Politics around the Israelis and the Palestinians have shifted tremendously among Democrats, and they've shifted specifically tremendously among Democrats who are under the age of 50, younger Democrats who are Mamdani's base, and also the base of Democratic socialists like himself, like Bernie
I want them to see how stupid it is to ask a mayor of a U.S. city to weigh in on Israel.
Sanders, like AOC. They have just shifted more so than I think that anyone could possibly have imagined, say, 8 years ago.
Yeah. Harry, thank you so much. Taking a real close.
She zoned the hell out there. I just watched her eyes glaze over from the side there. Just
politics and how you're
Well,
seeing
thank
that shift
you.
transition. It's good to see you. Thank you. John.
Right with us now, Axios senior contributor Margaret Talev and Spectrum News political anchor and host of the Big Deal podcast, Errol Lewis. I want to take a tangent to that discussion right there. I still want to talk about Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee to be mayor of New York City, but I want to focus on a little bit of an exchange he has had with President Trump, because President Trump yesterday was asked what would happen if Mamdani stood in the...
Well, did you know that he had a little bit of a tiff with President Trump? President Trump called him a communist. Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you know that? Why would he call him a communist? It's almost... I'm trying to do a wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Arresting undocumented immigrants or apprehending undocumented immigrants in New York City. I want you to hear what the president said and threatened, and then I want you to hear the response from the Democratic nominee for mayor.
We'll have to arrest him. A lot of people are saying he's here illegally. We're going to look at everything.
What we're seeing in President Trump's rhetoric is an attempt to focus on who I am, where I'm from, what I look like, how I sound, as opposed to what I'm actually fighting for. Because to do so would be to display the stark contrast in our sincerity and actually delivering for the very working people who've been left behind by our politics.
It just so happens that that interview that you saw with Zohran Mamdani was conducted by Errol Lewis, part of an extensive discussion last night. So, Errol, what do you make of the back and forth here and how each of those two gentlemen are positioning themselves?
Well, John, good morning. As is often the case, what we have is a Republican who wants to beat up on a Democrat and sort of demonize him and use it to rally the Republican base and raise money and do all kinds of things. And frankly, Zohran Mamdani can kind of do the same thing in the opposite direction. Donald Trump is very unpopular in New York City. He lost New York City twice when he ran for president, even though this is his hometown. And Zohran Mamdani is aware of that. And it never hurts a Democrat to bash Donald Trump. And so I think we're going to see a lot of that going back and forth.
It's his connection to
exploit the political
vulnerabilities. It's because they're using WebEx.
Of their adversary.
Margaret, it sounds like what Errol's saying is you have
it's 100%
a president who wants to bash a Democratic candidate and a Democratic candidate who wants to be bashed by the president, in a way.
In a way.
Yeah, and to Errol's point, they do both get something political out of it. There's another trend developing, too, where we're seeing the president talk more and more about this idea of forcing denaturalization, trying to really test the limits of what he can do as the executive in terms of the immigration status or the citizen status of people who were born in other countries, became U.S. citizens, did the things that are so often talked about as playing by the rules. You wait your turn, you study what it means to be an American, you take the citizenship test, you do all the right things, you become a citizen. And increasingly now, he and the Justice Department are talking about increasing denaturalization for naturalized citizens who in some ways are seen to have sort of betrayed U.S. ideals. And right now, this is to some extent rhetoric, but we have actually seen a huge uptick since the beginning of the first Trump administration, since 2017, in the number of cases being discussed for denaturalization. You saw him sort of float this as a threat against Elon Musk, who of course is originally from South Africa, when now that he is tangling again with the president. So I'd keep an eye on that also.
That's a really interesting point.
I mean, I'm interested to see what happens with that.
Comparison between Elon Musk and Zohran Mamdani and the mutual threats made against each of them there. Errol, just one more point on Mamdani. For all the differences between him and President Trump, there's also some really interesting similarities in the way that they campaign.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, both of them focused on affordability with an almost obsessive focus. And it's really very interesting. We're looking at the numbers. We just are getting preliminary numbers, but there are some Trump Mamdani voters out there. We've identified some areas of New York City where they went for Trump just a few months ago, and now they're voting for Zohran Mamdani. And it's a wake-up call, really, to both parties.
I love political pundits that can't wrap their heads around that because they're just like, oh, why are they? These people need to go to politicians. We're used to politicians.
That something that will go beyond any other kind of traditional political
And
consideration.
then when they get a Zoran Mondani, they're like, not that.
That gnawing feeling of not being able to pay your bills on a daily basis. The voters have signaled
This is
every
kind of
way
fun to
they
watch.
possibly could that will override almost every other consideration, and politicians ignore that reality at their peril.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
Margaret, I
no.
want you to weigh in on this, but also I want you
There are a lot of AOC Trump voters too.
to
Yep.
weigh in on this new social media post from President Trump on this huge bill that could get a vote in the House today. He talks about growth and everything else, but he also issues a little bit of a threat here. He said, Republicans, don't let the radical left Democrats push you around. We've got all the cards, he says. What jumps
Nova
out to you
Rider.
there?
What up? How you doing?
That line actually jumps out to me when I saw that.
Do you have an 87 Nova? That'd be crazy.
Tweet or whatever we're calling that, is the idea that this really goes to his state of mind. He's saying, I'm controlling the levers now. I'm the president. I'm in control of Congress. And right now, he's got a Supreme Court that's delivering several favorable 6-3 rulings in terms of both.
We've got all the cards, and we're going to use them. Last year, America was a dead nation with no hope for a future, and now it's the hottest nation in the world. Make America great again.
Bolstering his ability to use.
Does he not see how that last part?
Executive power and the federal district
no,
court
why?
judges
No.
constraints in,
Come on.
in being able to push back on it more broadly than case by case. But I think that this argument about growth is a bit of a preview for what we're going to see once the bill formally
Trump is a dictator, do you think? Start WW3?
known as the Big Beautiful Bill gets final passage. And this really turns into a
Things have calmed down, but we'll see how these ceasefires go.
2026 midterm messaging contest. You're going to see Democrats talk about the reality that over the next decade,
Israel's been very quiet, which could either be very good or very bad.
this is going to strip healthcare coverage for millions of underinsured people. But you're going to see President Trump try to make the case that overall this will fuel his growth plans. Never mind
There it is. All right.
debt. Don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain. So this is the messaging battle that's shaping up, and we're starting to see the contours of it today, even before the final passage.
Margaret Olivero, it's great to see you both this morning. Thank you so much.
All right. Sorry. I had to take that upstairs. Southport? The hell is that? Where is Southport? Okay. Oh my god, dude. Whew. All right. I just had that moment where I got a little bit of a head high. Woo. Coughed a little too hard there. But thank you for reminding me of the time there. All right. All right, here we go. Let's put this on for a second. I just realized I never took my bathroom break, so I'm going to go do that real fast, and I will be back to continue the show. Oh, yep, Stan. Stan will still be here, though. Water. Let's see. Did that one bro just eat a booger? Who ate a booger? Senator Bernie Sanders helped with a Yale study showing how many deaths would be caused by the House bill before the Senate cut more. Black and white shirt. He ate a. No. Gross. Okay. Oh God, that's. I'm glad I didn't see it. I'm just glad I didn't see it. Okay. All right. What do we got here? This is kind of boring. We're just kind of waiting. But how are you doing? I'm okay. I'll be real. I had a moment today because of yesterday's talk about my mom. The weight. It hits me occasionally, so I had a kind of a rough day. But I always feel better when I come down here, start stream, get to hang with you fine people that provide me with laughter, enjoyment, and good conversation, and just good vibes. I love the vibes here. Hope you guys do too. Are you okay? Do you want a hug? Virtual hugs, sure. Yeah, getting a good hug it's nice. It's actually kind of funny, man. Ever since my mom died, I used to be very, like, no tachi. Like, I was very much that way. But now, it was kind of funny. I went to a family event. It was another memorial for another of my family members who passed, like, right after my mom. And I was just like, I was going around and hugging my family, and they were just like, where'd this come from? So that was kind of funny. I'm sure that people have that same reaction that I had when, like, my dad had a moment where all of a sudden he was just like, you know what? I love you kids. This is how you can tell me and my sister are very healthy. We looked at each other and we're just like, are you dying? And he's just like, well, we need to have a talk. I'm like, oh no. I have lost lots of family members, so I understand how you feel. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. I lost 2 uncles right after my mom, too. Well, one cool one. Let's put it that way. The other one I feel mostly bad about, like my aunt. She's going through it. And yeah, I got a lot of sympathy for people that lose a loved one that is significant to them, so. Cherish the people in your lives, for real. I have to admit that I was a little bit bad about that. I'm trying to forgive myself, but I'm dealing with, like, the guilt from, like, ignoring phone calls, so, yeah. I lost my dad when I was 10 years old. I was the person who found him. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. That's, like, the one thing I was spared. 100% agree. Cherish your loved ones. Yeah. Yeah. Although, I also feel bad for, like, Anna. Like, you're going through it right now. I'm happy that you're fighting for your brother, though. He's got a good sister. Yeah, man, I'm sorry to, damn, that's crazy. But yeah. Feel that stuff, though, guys. I'm not even kidding, because if there was one piece of advice that I've gotten through all of this that I'm glad I got, was to allow myself to feel sad and like to go through it, because it's like my love for my mom, you know, like, and it's weird. It's almost like strangely, you know, beautiful when I kind of break down. So it's so stupid, and it's reminding me of why I have no contact with my parents, or was no contact with my parents for a while. It feels like I made a mistake coming back because my parents didn't change. That sucks. That does suck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're dealing with that, but, you know, what do they say about, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your family, or whatever. My dad used to love to say that. Plus, dementia and Alzheimer's is... Oh, really? Yeah, haven't had that one yet, so... Actually, you can pick your family. See, no, you're right. You're right. And that was the thing. Like, I think that... I'm glad that you brought that up, and I'm glad that I said that, because... my family was very big on that, and... my family wasn't exactly what I would consider the pinnacle of familial health. Specifically in, like, maintaining good relationships. Like, dude, my family was so business-oriented that it was just, everything was a deal. Excuse me. God. I actually remember that one time. We had like a big family tiff over like a car deal gone wrong. And it was just like, ugh, come on, guys. As a kid, that always sucked, where it's just like, how come I'm not seeing my cousin? It's like, oh, you know, he's mad at your dad, or blah, 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 blah. I always hate that stuff, but... Right. So here, we got some good news about the Mamdani win. This will probably be the last video that I cover about the primary specifically, but we will cover the general for sure, and I'll probably do a marathon stream that night. But here, let's check this out.
Welcome back to today's video. Today is Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. Happy July. Today marks officially 1 week since the New York Democratic primary, in which we have now seen the final round of tabulations in the city of New York, as they have counted over 1 million votes in last week's Democratic primary. A very big...
Now, here's the thing. I do actually know what the tabulations are, so I can't even just be like, whoa, but you guys can, if you have not seen this. This is pretty cool.
Big win for Zohran Mamdani, who we knew had won after the first round of voting in the New York City Democratic primary, with 44% of the vote across the city. In the final round now, with a whopping 56% in this Democratic primary, a significant uptick in terms of margin off of where Eric Adams was just 4 years ago today, with a margin of victory for Eric Adams back then of less than 1 percentage point. This 12-point deafening margin is one that comes completely out of left field from what all of the data had anticipated in the weeks and months leading into this primary. But after we saw the first round of voting, we knew that the overwhelming majority of those who were casting their ballots in the second...
Wait, I have a lot of stories about my grandpa. He had dementia, and he ran after the postman thinking he was a... Oh,
in third, fourth,
in Norway.
and fifth place position,
full
we're often
sisu.
ranking
Good
Mamdani
movie.
more than Cuomo. We knew that by the time we reached the final round, there would not be enough voters from Brad Lander and Adrian Adams and every...
Although he would have died of an infection just from like the very first, like his first injury. Done.
Other Democrat to make up that margin to give Cuomo the upper hand and win in the final round. And so Mamdani declared victory on election night. Andrew Cuomo conceded the election on election night, and it was a very massive victory. But to see it come to reality with this 12-point margin really goes to show that it wasn't just a narrow margin like what we saw with Eric Adams. Many people on the Cuomo side were hoping that the narrower the race was by the final round, the better chances Cuomo would have in the general election as an independent. If it was as close as it was in the Democratic primary, maybe there would be an outsized shot that Cuomo could split the Democratic Party vote and win there with some Republican support. Maybe Eric Adams would win in that circumstance.
Do you think that is Adams going to run as a Republican, or how's this working, or is he just going to run as an independent?
The obvious catch here for all of the candidates, though, is that with Mamdani's decisive victory against somebody who only in the best poll had a 5-point lead in the first round, that was public policy polling, and in the final round, Emerson College showing him ahead by just around 3 points, the best case scenario
That's crazy.
was still an
like, look at that turnout.
underestimation of what he actually performed by. And so seeing Mamdani with 56% of the vote.
I don't understand American politics. Well, this is about realistically, it's a mayoral race in our largest city. Now, the reason that we care so much is because, and it is true, we should care about this, because if this happens in New York, then it's kind of like the whole, well, it could happen anywhere. You can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere, kid. Or you do it, I can't even fucking remember the song. It was that Frank Sinatra song. Damn it. Do a little crooning. New York, New York. A bop a deep a doop a doop a boop a deep bop. I'm not big. I used to like Sinatra, and then somebody was just like, "Oh, you mean those old crooners?" And they made a joke about that. I was just like, "All right, you're making good points here." Yeah. So that's good news. Uh-oh. 5 no votes. They're at 215, 212. Oh. You're Norwegian. Nice. Technically, I have a little bit of lineage there. One of my cousins took one of those tests, so I was just like, oh, cool. It was kind of funny just to find out just exactly how much, like, it's like, oh, I am very hot. Like, don't go in the sun too much. What? I'm jealous of your sovereign wealth fund. Alright, let's find something fun to watch, guys, because honestly, I want to react to something. The news is kind of just meh. News is mid today, guys. There we go.
The girls are fighting again, y'all. The girls are fighting again. So Trump and Elon Musk have been trading
He's got the vacation
for
set up
quite
today.
a while now. Let's pick up the fight from this Trump tweet here. He came out and said the following. Elon Musk knew long before he so strongly endorsed me for president that I was strongly against the EV mandate, electric vehicle mandate. It is ridiculous and was always a major part of my campaign.
I'm blocking him.
Electric cars are fine, but not everyone should be forced to own one. Elon may get more subsidy than any human being in history by far, and without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop and head back home to South Africa. No more rocket launches, satellites, or electric car production, and our country would
He actually said that.
save a fortune.
No way.
Perhaps we should have Doge take a good
every once in a while, guys, I have to say.
hard look at this. Big money to be saved. So this is glorious. I love this. Basically threatening all of Elon Musk's subsidies. That is something that for the life of me, I don't understand why Democratic presidents didn't do it. They should have cut off Elon's subsidies in an instant. Because first of all, it's true that all he does is make rockets that explode. I think, what was the number? Was it 7? Was it 11? It was one or the other. I think it was 11 rocket explosions by SpaceX just recently. 11. Blowing through tech. He's taken $38 billion in subsidies. Okay. Well, Trump didn't stop there. So here he is being questioned.
It's just weird how, like, in this fight, there are moments where I'm just like, okay, yay, I guess, go Elon. And then there's times like this where I'm just like, I mean, come on. He is wasting a lot of money with them blowing up rockets.
Questioned about his feud with Elon.
There's a lot of rockets.
Listen to what he says.
I mean, NASA would be cooked if that was the case.
Nothing, you know. He's
Hello again. Hey, Corporal Fly.
that he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but you know, he can lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now.
I should tell you.
Elon can lose a lot more than that.
He can lose a lot more. A lot more.
Again, that's him threatening his subsidies. Oh, he lost his EV mandate. He can lose a lot more than that. All right. We're still not
I'm coming for you, Elon.
done. We got some
Don't test me, Elon.
more Trump. Here he is yet again, asked about deporting Elon.
We got a lot of hostages back, but we're going to talk about guys. I don't know.
Why does he always do this in front of a wailing engine? Why can't he do this in the walkway?
We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know Doge?
He really is. Guys, like, all right, as much as I laugh, make the jokes, do all this stuff, I'm going to be dead serious for a minute here. Like, he really is losing the step. And, like, for how much attention we paid to Joe Biden, even on the left, like we did I was paying attention to his age way before it was cool, man. He's getting like, and I'm not going to do the senile bullshit because I don't think that he's senile. I don't think that Joe Biden had dementia. I think that it's very unfair for that. But I do think that, again, he is starting to get there. He's definitely taking steps towards senility.
Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon.
I must have been here before because I have over 1K channel
Oh,
points.
snap, son. So he called Doge the monster that might have to go back and look at Elon. You're calling it the monster? What happened?
You're like questioning it. You're like, what was I here for?
I thought Doge was awesome. I thought Doge was amazing. I thought you were telling everybody how successful they are and how they're getting rid of all the waste, fraud, and abuse. No, now you...
Knowing this show, we probably could have had a very good fun half, and then you could have, we might have been...
You're admitting it's actually a monster. That's quite an admission there. But when he was asked if Elon should be deported, he said, I don't know, I'd have to take a look. Maybe we should sick Doge on him.
He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric.
He just bought an electric car. He just bought a
He just got an electric car from Elon.
He did a
Yeah, he literally did like this thing where it was like a commercial in front of the White House. What are you talking about?
Tesla sales show.
Look, I love the Tesla. Look.
Like a late night infomercial from the early 2000s. He did it on the White House lawn.
Although it was, I have to say that was funny because like that was hedging your bets, and that was like, you know what? Maybe they'll go buy the cars, maybe they won't. But like Trump had to know. He's just like, listen, my people, they're not gonna buy your stupid car.
Hawking Tesla. Oh my God.
Maybe a hybrid. Maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem: it blows up. So I'm gonna give that one to Peter.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter? What is up with his thing where he's just like, I don't like electric cars because that was an Obama thing? What the fuck is with this guy? Windmills. The windmills. We'll figure something out. Hydrogen's a thing. We should do blimps. You know what? Airplanes. They've been safe. They've been known to work, but we need to go back to blimps. Why the fuck not?
All right, we're still not done. So, Trump was just asked, you just saw this clip.
What?
Are you going to deport Elon Musk? But after take a look, we might have to put Doge on Elon.
Might have to...
You know what Doge
I mean,
is?
he really did just go like, maybe, we'll see.
Monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies. So Elon sees this, he replies.
It is funny.
So tempting to escalate this.
Dude, so tempting to escalate this, so tempting, but I will refrain for now. Oh my God, dude. Does somebody have like somebody like, do not tweet that?
Oh, so tempting. But I'll refrain for now.
For now.
For now?
Well, I'll refrain for now. Like, he didn't do like a ... And honestly,
okay.
He could have just been like more villainous about it.
This is interesting.
It's getting boring.
Elon came out and said the following. This is after the big, beautiful bill.
Hey, the big, beautiful bill.
Just remember, he's opposed to the big, beautiful bill. For all the wrong reasons, to be clear. For all the wrong reasons.
And beautiful.
He's mad that his goodies got left out of that bill largely. Okay.
And the bill.
Okay. A lot of the stuff he wanted was in that bill. Trump took it out. Now he's pissed. Okay, ready? Elon says, removal of funding for enforcement of federal contempt of court orders is the actual crux of this spending bill. This is nominally aimed at removal of illegal immigrants, but obviously also enables many other abuses of power by the president. Should this be allowed? In other words, Elon is saying they slipped a provision into this bill to further allow the Trump regime to ignore court orders. That's what he's saying. So is Elon correct to point out this is a problem? Absolutely. But the hypocrisy of this is astounding because all of Doge was nothing but an exercise in
How's my
ignoring
mic picking him up
lawful
more than
court
him?
orders.
Or his mic?
Every single penny that was cut from Doge was completely and utterly illegal, and every court that has looked at it has said exactly that. So, yes, Elon, I agree.
Corporal Fly, I just realized. I'm like,
The Trump regime should abide by court orders. That includes
maybe he
you.
came here from another chat.
That includes
I don't
you.
know.
You probably violated more court orders than anybody. Yes, they're violating a lot now when it comes to immigration stuff. Really, they're abductions and human traffickings. But they're violating a lot of court orders there. But I honestly think Doge violated even more court orders. So Elon, I love this. So Elon comes out and he says the following. If this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty so that people actually have a voice. Let me just say, the people who are still saying uniparty in the year of our Lord 2025, get a life.
Yeah, honestly.
That, I mean, just pretend, like,
well
bro,
said.
the parties are the same. Bro.
Well said, Kyle.
The parties are... Really? After everything that's happened in the second Trump regime, you sincerely believe the parties are exactly the same? Like, there's literally no hope for you. You are incapable
Knock my mic once, and it's just like, well, this is never going to be fixed again.
of objectively analyzing empirical evidence and understanding reality as such. Okay, so that's the first point, but...
You look like ketchup and mustard, not the condiment, but the popular Mortal Kombat twin commentators.
Well, he's saying, I'm going to start my own party. And
Thank you.
I'm going to try to get politicians to
guess.
run for that party. Look, there's logistical problems with this. Our system is totally rigged against third parties. But understand something. He is the richest man in the world. So even if he could start a party and just, all you got to do is peel away like 2% from the Republicans, 2-3%. And the Republicans are Cookington. And so he's threatening it. He's threatening it. Is he going to deliver it? Okay, more. He comes out and says 80%. So he did a poll. 80% voted for a new party. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. That's his thing, like, okay, the people will it, so now we're going to support it. We also have this. Crystal called this, man. I got to give credit to Crystal. She called this a long time ago. As soon as Trump and Elon started having beef.
Wife points. Well, all right.
She goes, he's going to try to do a face turn. He's going to try to do a face turn. He's going to try to get back in league with the Democrats, on good terms with the Democrats.
Oh, absolutely. And Hakeem Jeffries is the only one that was just like, well, maybe.
Watch. That's what she said.
What a dick.
I'll be damned. She's exactly right. I mean, this is what he's trying to do here. So,
I mean, what a person that I would totally be fair to in an interview.
Now,
right.
Elon Musk comes out and says,
professional.
Follow at this you.
Come on,
some
Pep.
real gems.
Let's do this.
This you is literally, as
Gotta
Evan
give
points
myself
out
a pep talk. Zing.
here, he's having people follow an account that exclusively makes fun of right-wing hypocrisy. So these are the ones that Elon liked. Speaker Mike Johnson, our national debt is the greatest crisis we face.
Corporal Fly, are you following the page?
Passed One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That
If you are
obviously
not, we're almost to
massively adds to the debt and
400.
the deficit.
We're at 398.
So total hypocrisy. This left-wing account called it out. Elon Musk is enjoying that. More. Senator Ted Cruz, same thing, bitching about the debt and the deficit, supporting the bill that adds a colossal amount to the debt and the deficit. Elon Musk enjoys that too. More. Charlie Kirk, same thing, whining about the debt and the deficit, boom, supporting the One Big Beautiful Bill. So all of these bills.
I still can't believe that like some of these photos of Charlie Kirk are not Photoshopped. Like the face to head ratio is just, it's impressive how like just cartoonish it is.
All these Republicans are complete and utter hypocrites. Now, it's possible Elon saw this and like literally just enjoys the hypocrisy burning on the deficit in particular, right? But if you follow that account, all you have to do is follow that account for one day and you realize, bro, they're not, like, they're not just focusing on the debt and the deficit. They're going after Republican hypocrites all over the place, including probably Elon Musk. I'd be shocked if that account didn't go after Elon Musk at one point or another. So now, here we are. Elon is threatening to go nuclear on Trump, threatening to start a third party.
Push the button.
To even peel off 2, 3, 4% and destroy the Republican Party in perpetuity. Literally, the one Republican who's raising hell within the Republican caucus, Thomas Massie, who opposed this bill and crusaded against it, Elon is like,
no, if I followed everyone, I lurked and I'd be up in my eyeballs and content.
I'll give you all the money you want. You're not going to lose. I got your back. I'll give you as much money as you want.
Well, I mean, isn't that a good thing? You want to be up to your eyeballs in content. I do about 4 to 6 hours average on my stream, so if you enjoy the content and enjoy the hang.
Possibly want, because Trump
We
is
have good conversations here. I mean, we got people from all persuasions.
now trying to have Massey primaried and lose. So Elon's like, my ass.
Except strangely enough, like just liberal. Like we don't have any just like centrist libs here.
We're gonna do that. I'll give Massey
I did
much money
notice
he
that.
needs in order to defeat your
Everybody's like a little bit more, you know, like not like extreme left, but max left.
primary opponent. So it's on, man. It's on like Donkey Kong. And remember, Elon correctly said that Trump was in the Epstein files.
Is it going to happen though? Like, is he actually going to do it? Here, let's see. Is there any update on X from this? I'll check on it.
Then
what's going on?
Trump fired back a little bit. Elon came down from his fucking ketamine binge, his ketamine high, and he said, oh, well, maybe I went a little too far. Maybe I shouldn't have said. No, Elon, you were correct. Trump is definitely in the Epstein files. There's no. We did a segment on it. You go watch that segment. I think it's titled like Proof Trump's in the Epstein files or something. Go watch that segment and you tell me he's not in the Epstein. He absolutely is in the Epstein files. It's all but validated. Secular talk approved. So, he's threatening a nuclear takedown. Is that just the idea of the third party to destroy the Republican Party? Maybe. Is Elon dumb enough to think his America Party will have a chance at ever winning an election? He is an idiot, so I think he might actually think they have a chance. They have a 0% chance of winning an election. Zero. Like the Green Party's been around for forever. The Libertarian Party's been around for forever. They got like dick to show for being around forever. Because again, the system is rigged against third parties. But it doesn't matter. Is the threat, we'll just tank the Republican Party by peeling 2, 3, 4%. Very likely. Is the threat, hey, maybe we'll revisit
Literally asking, like answering the question, how's it hanging?
that Epstein thing.
Short, shriveled over to the left.
Possible. But the fight is now on. And now it's crossed over into the real world. It's not just words anymore. Now it's actions. Now it's Trump saying we got to get rid of Massey, and Elon Musk saying, no, I'm going to give Massey however much money he needs in order to stay in here. We're starting this party. Fuck the big, beautiful bill.
It's not going to work, though.
Trump now threatening, cut off your subsidies.
I mean,
potentially deport you, have Doge look at you. So it's on, baby. And
that would... Okay, so the one thing that Elon has is that, like, especially if, you know, he does have the... If he has enough money to withstand all of the stuff that Trump could do to him, and, like, if Trump could actually tank his companies, because I'm not sure if that, like, can actually happen. I also was talking to somebody, and they brought up, like, how China would, like, they would definitely back him, and then I saw a story today where I guess, like, Chinese Twitter is just, like, 100% behind him.
all I have to say is, let them fight. It's like that one picture that floats around on social media every now and then, somebody in a game holding up a sign that says, I just hope both teams lose. That's exactly where I'm at with this.
Yep.
Hey, y'all, do me
Yeah, no, that's a good take. You love to see it. You love to see it. Oh, man. We're getting close to 4 o'clock here. All right. Wow. All right. Lisa Murkowski. Yeah. I guess we could see that. Watch that clip. Well, they look a little chummy right now on the House floor. I have to say, it kind of looks like this could be going to a final tally here soon, which will be interesting to see. I personally, I think it would be very smart of them to not pass this and just let it die. Because then they can kind of do like a revision and, I don't know, maybe not take everybody off of their health care and do all the very, very, very unpopular things. It's always a referendum on how little the American people know about their own politics and like what's going to affect them. And that is sad. the infotainment or the the Fox News, all of it. It's gotten to the point where they're just like, I just want to be infotained and told everything that I want to hear so I don't have to deal with any uncomfortable truths. Taycast, hey, first time chatter, how you doing, man? Welcome to the show. I am Pep. Nice to meet you. Glad that you found me here. You enjoy a little bit of political content, a little bit of comedy, and also a little bit of 420 friendly, then you are in the right place, sir. We are right now following the tallies on the big beautiful bill. Sorry, the big beautiful bill. It's so big, so beautiful, so big. It's very much a bill. We're trying to see what happens here, because if this passes, we in trouble. Got a TLDR of those for those outside the U.S. Yes, the TLDR on this one is this could take away a lot of health care for people, like almost immediately. But over a decade, this would increase our deficit by trillions of dollars to give billionaires tax cuts that they really don't need. So, yeah, and this is going to hurt the poorest amongst us. So, it's not just the left freaking out either. When you see Republicans kind of backing down and starting to move off this kind of stuff, that's how you know it's a bad bill. But Trump wants loyalists, and they don't the thing is, now they don't have to necessarily worry about getting primaried as much as they did before, because Trump may have the power to persuade, but he does not have the money that Elon had. If Elon now says, hey, I'm going to primary you, it's oh snap. Sounds about standard for politics then. Yeah, I mean, it is. It is. I mean, being American, we do tend to focus on our only ourselves and only our borders, because we're very much that way. We're very much American. Yeah, very clever, right? Remember when first time I typed that, I was just like, I'm so clever, and then I was like, oh my god, that was one of my most boomer moments where I was just like, it's bad when one of your aunts is just like, can I use that? It's like, here, I will just give you that one. Yeah, but we don't focus on world politics enough in America. Hell, we don't focus on our own politics enough in America. And shit like this just constantly happens. Look at my baby. Nothing wrong with putting your own people first, but every twat who wants to be a politician puts themselves first in a tiny wee bubble. Yep. Yeah, that's how it goes. But at least we do have the House of Representatives, which in a perfect world would actually function for the people. But unfortunately, the other unsaid thing that is going on with this bill specifically is they want this to pass in the first year so people forget about it. Americans have very short memories, so they just want us to, put up and just put up with this and just shut up about it, and then blame the Democrats for it once the midterms come around. They'll just be like, see, the Democrats let this happen. It's like, that's not how that works. But again, we have this really weird system, man, where there's no accountability for media anymore. And unless you're leftist media, of course. There's always accountability if you're leftist media. Gotta be very careful on that one. We'll see if Americans used to forget about it. Yeah. By the way, guys, coming up to the second hour here, so I'm just going to say real quick, if you haven't already hit the like button, please do. I know you guys are like that. That is an effing ugly carpet. Sorry, guys. If you want that to be on screen, you just gotta censor the word a little bit. I have that set up specifically so I can cut my VODs up. So, but yes, that was a very, very funny comment. And observation 2, that is uniquely ugly. Wait, how long have they had that carpet in there? Makes you wonder. They just keep buying the same one too? Or like, do they just keep making the same one? It's just like... Alright, let's find something to watch while they continue to do this. God. There was like barely any news going on today outside of the Diddy verdict, which I have to say, man, I really... Yeah, Diddy's gonna walk. Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna walk free. Like, he's gonna walk entirely. Courtroom sketches show Diddy reaction to verdict. I don't care about that. Yeah, we know he's happy. Come on. Evidence was weak. Dirty verdict. Diddy verdict comes in. It's over. Bat in the Sun. Oh yeah, if you guys don't know about the Bat in the Sun scandal, it is pretty interesting. It's one I really can't cover too much of because they were like really bad with using copywritten stuff. So yeah, can't really talk about it without showing all the stuff that they were going through as far as like, you know, Marvel, DC, like Power Rangers. And then the whole thing with Jason David Frank, which if you don't know about that is depressing. I think race played any part in him getting off across the pond. It seems very much more exploitative, trying to tread that line. No, it had nothing to do with it. No, it had nothing to do with that because honestly, in a Republican American system, you could also argue that it's like, nah, they could have wanted to go after him because he is black, but no, I don't think that race actually had anything to do with this. And it's not like people are saying where it's like a bunch of, you know, fans that were on the jury. Like that one, I think it's ridiculous when people say that. Because they were saying that with the Trump stuff too. Although that was really funny. You guys remember that there was one guy on the jury that was like, he was a Trump supporter, and even he was just like, yeah, that's pretty bad. Huh? I do. I am not talking about him, though, because the last time I even brought up that name, for some reason, my stream just started, like, shutting down, so I'm not sure if that's, like, a protected topic or whatever, but... God, that was weird. I remember somebody even saying they're just like, they're coming for him! Right.
Tesla just reported a record sales plunge. Sales of its electric vehicles fell more than 10% in the last 3 months. Its stock is down 17% for the
why
year
would that
so
be?
far. Investors are hoping that Elon Musk will refocus on his company and revive Tesla after leaving the administration. But just this week...
Guys, I feel like this is like a, hey, here, we're giving you an out.
Musk dove right back into politics, renewing his feud with President Trump over the administration's signature piece of legislation. Joining us now is reporter for the New York Times and co-author of Character Limit, How Elon Musk Destroyed Twitter, Kate Conger. Thank you so much for being with us, Kate. What do you think is contributing to this record sales plunge for Tesla?
You know, I think a lot of it has to do with Elon Musk's work in government. This has been very unpopular, and a lot of people in the country have felt like his cuts went too far and were too reckless. And so there's been a lot of backlash towards Tesla, political backlash, over the way Musk handled himself while in government.
Do you think that Musk is now trying to remake or temper some of his more extreme statements? I saw that he posted on social media some measure of regret for having walked out with that chainsaw that the Argentinian president Javier Milei gave him, saying that he understands now that it lacked empathy. Do you think he's trying to wash his image a bit now?
You know, I thought that was really interesting. I think he very rarely will second guess or question himself. And so it was notable to see.
All right, now he's sucking his dick again. 15 hours ago, credit where credit's due, my representatives had a long and productive talk with the Israelis today on Gaza. And then that's it. That's literally the last bit about this. So honestly, I think that this is a bunch of media spin until Elon actually like does something.
Regretted walking on stage with the chainsaw, and that he felt like it.
That's if the bill, like if the bill passes, then yeah, we'll see what happens. Which I do think it's going to happen. So,
but
what up, Tragic? How you doing?
That being said, I don't think he's backing away
Good to see
from
you.
a lot of the political positions that he's taken. He's still
I hope that you
opposing President Trump's legislation
had a good day
right now,
today, because
pushing back on that very strongly, and talking about
tired
starting
and
his
cranky.
own political party and running primary
Puppy sitting. Aw.
campaigns against.
Unfortunately, our poor boy here, Mr. Stan, he has to go to the vet, and he might have to get an allergy shot because he has some hives.
Some of the members of Congress who support that
Oh,
bill.
poor buddy.
How concerned should Republicans who vote for this bill be that he's going to fund primary opponents?
You know, I think they should be very concerned. He's demonstrated, you know, a willingness to spend a lot of money on
He'll feel better after, yeah.
both in the presidential campaign, recently in Wisconsin for a judicial race there. But I think members of Congress are stuck a little bit between a rock and a hard place right now. They maybe don't
because that went so well.
Don't want to lose Elon Musk's support, but they also don't want to lose President Trump's support.
If Trump follows through with his promise to pull some of the contracts that Musk has through SpaceX and some of his other ventures,
do it.
How do you think Musk might respond?
I think that this could really set off another feud between Musk and the president if those contracts were to be pulled. Right now, Trump has spoken a lot about Elon Musk being upset about losing subsidies for electric vehicles. And Musk has said that that's not something that he feels very strongly about. You know, as long as the playing field is level for other electric vehicle manufacturers, he hasn't seemed too worried about that. But where the majority of his government contracts come from is SpaceX and its internet provider Starlink. And pulling contracts there would really be detrimental to SpaceX. And, you know, it could create a lot of problems for the U.S. In terms of space programs, internet service in disaster areas and things like that.
Kate Conjure, thank you so much for joining us.
Elon Musk's foray into politics is costing his company and its shareholders a lot of money. A short time ago, Musk's electric car company Tesla reported a steep 13% drop in sales for the second quarter of the year. Wall Street was already bracing for some horrific figures, and after the report came out, Tesla's stock actually rose. But Musk has pulled off the rare feat of being unpopular with both liberals and conservatives thanks to his on-again, off-again friendship with Donald Trump. Let's bring in CNN's Hadass Gold with more on this. So Hadass, just break down the numbers for us. Global car sales for Tesla.
Is it just me, or does everybody seem to have this energy of just...
in the second quarter, but this is part of a trend
we're all so tired
of declining sales that started last year. Walk us through the numbers.
Yeah, this is actually the largest year-over-year drop in sales for Tesla in company history. So they delivered 384,122 cars from April through June. That's down about 60,000 cars from the same time before, but it is up 14% from the first quarter total. And as you noted, Wall Street expected this. In fact, some of the whispers around Wall Street and on social media was that actually it would be worse. And I think that's why you're seeing the shares up a little bit because there was an expectation this would somehow almost be worse, somehow be a bottom. And one of the reasons, there are several reasons why this is happening. First of all, is that Elon Musk and Tesla have been focusing so much of their energy and time on autonomous driving, on these sort of future projects. We saw robotaxi launched in Austin. Elon Musk has talked about how AI and robotics and robotaxi, they really feel as though that is the future of Tesla, less so on pumping out new models of these cars. We're obviously, of course, seeing increased competition from places like China. And then, of course, is the politics, which you just cannot ignore what is happening with Elon Musk in politics, as you noted, somehow managing to alienate both Democrats as soon as he
which is hilarious.
hitched on with the
He managed to do the impossible, guys.
Trump administration.
He brought us together in hating him.
And also Republicans, especially recently. We know, of course, that
You like
investors
Trump?
have wanted Elon
You
Musk
like
to
Elon?
fully
Okay.
focus on Tesla, on his companies, because they believe that is how the companies will do best. Obviously, what we've seen from Elon Musk in the last few days especially leads us to believe that is not going to be the case, especially as he says he's going to support primary challengers in the next midterm election and potentially even start an entirely new American political party that he's calling the American Party. I am sure a lot of Tesla investors are just sitting there saying, oh no,
face.
please, not this.
Please don't. Please don't. Please focus on what you do best. All right, Hadass Gold, live for us there. Thank you so much. For some more perspective on this, let's bring in Sean O'Kane. He's a senior reporter for TechCrunch who follows the technology of transportation.
Okay,
Sean, thank you
I'm
so much
bored.
for being
Let's
with us.
get
Hadass
away
was
from
saying,
this. Yep. Don't care. All right. Tesla, stock down. Not as bad. So it's technically stock up. Whatever. Do something. It's like, I just kind of like, I feel like we are that meme, just poking Elon, just do something. Come on. Come on. You know what we want. Just do it. We all want to see it. The news wants it to happen. Make it happen. All right. What else we got? Really? We have more Cenk and Anna drama from
podcast who don't know who Gavin and Zach are from the.
Oh, really? They just like did the podcast like right after Ole or before Ole. Huh. Either way, this is kind of funny. I heard Puffy Daddy save Christmas. What? Here, guys, I'm gonna put this on. We're still at 4 no votes, but I really have to pee. So here you go. Some music. Got the dog. We got the vote tally. I will be right back. Oh. Ugh. Ah, still no movement. That's fun. No. Alright. Okay, it got unreasonably cold down here again. Alright. It's still out. I was about to say, they're not even moving. I was like, what? Ugh. Riveting. Must see TV. Well. Alright, so let's do... Fuck it. We'll continue the drama. Drama's more fun than the stuff we were just talking about, because, I mean, we can sit here and wait for this bill all we want, but realistically, like, it's not going to really change much. It's more likely going to pass, and, like I said, we'll see what Elon does. If he actually, you know, goes to war with Trump, but I also don't see that happening. It's one of those days I was just like, you know, I kind of just want a glass of water. You ever feel that way? Where you're just like, instead of like using like a metal water bottle or whatever the hell. Makeup stylish DIY. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, you know what? That's right. We're coming up to okay, so in August coming up here, it's Ren Fair season, and if you guys want to see my wife, well, then this would be the way to do it, because she has offered to do braids, like, what do you call them, Viking braids, I guess, and she's like, yeah, I'll do it on stream, but she even said, she's like, yeah, you'll have to get donations for that one. I was just like, oh, okay. So, if you guys want to see me get my hair braided, I can make that, I should probably just make that the, hey, you know what? Screw it. I'll do it. We also got the impression request. That's still a thing. Just, know that. Oh, God. Here we go. And then we will go into this drama. Because drama's fun. Like I said. I should probably, no, I should wait. All right, we'll just keep it there. Bah, what's up? Yo, what up, Joe? How you doing? And how you doing, Sylvie? Good to see you. It's good to. I guess you caught me in MR. Not sure. I'm not sure if I got my my plug. I usually get a plug-in from one of the mods in chat. And I was very busy this morning, so I was not really able to see it, so. That's why I was sad, Pep, by the way. Early work day, almost done. Gonna be home in like an hour, hour and a half. Hell yeah. Congrats on that. That's awesome. I'm just chilling before I head to the park. Yeah. Ah, man. I haven't taken a walk in a long time. Just like, gotta do that too. Shoot. All right, let's do this drama because honestly, too, I need something that's more like engaging than just this frickin' news cycle, which is essentially just the damn bill. Let's be real. It's the bill and Elon. We'll keep that. Keep an eye on that. Here, we'll go full theater mode for this one. God, he looks so Why does Gavin always look so thrilled to be anywhere he, like, anytime that he's on a show, he's just... I actually kind of know the answer. It has something to do with that, but... All right. Let's take a look at this.
The Vanguard. When did you guys
Ooh,
start?
I'm gonna turn this down
And
a little
why
bit.
have you focused on, I mean, I guess maybe, yeah, when did you guys start and like, why did you
You know
guys
what?
start
I'm gonna
focusing on
headphones
kind
this
of
one.
like debates that you saw on YouTube and, you know, little crash outs and flame outs and funny things that you observed?
Well, actually, it's funny, Francesca, because we were just on Olay's show, and she was talking a little bit about how when she started her YouTube channel, one of the things she was leaning into heavily was like interviews. And it took a little while to realize that, you know, people weren't necessarily gravitating towards that. She had to find a way to kind of spice up her content and got more views overall that way. We had a very similar trajectory. Zach and I, when we started out the Vanguard back in like 2020, the first like 20 or 30 videos we put out were just interviews. We interviewed people like Cori Bush. We interviewed people like Zoran.
Yeah, oddly enough, somebody actually like tried to say that I should do more, like I should seek out more interviews, but like oddly enough, I was kind of under the impression that that was the content that didn't do well.
Dami back in 2021.
Glad that I'm kind of getting a
when he was running for state assembly,
the green light
in
on that
New
one.
York. It was one of the coolest things ever at the time. Obviously, we had no idea
Side piece Elon aborted from the White House call plan.
that he would ever run for mayor.
Plan B
Or let alone win the Democratic nomination. So cool stuff. We
Good
met a
one.
lot of cool people, but to be honest, Francesca,
I enjoyed our chat.
none of those videos got
Oh
any
yeah. No, I like, see, that's the thing. I enjoy doing those types of like, I love chatting and I love like doing calls, but I'm talking about specifically like somebody was like, you should invite X author on, and I was kind of like, I'm just
videos. I think at most we got like, you know, 300
shoot,
30
we
views
missed
on
the
one. We were like,
420.
yay.
Oh man.
Then all of a
I
sudden
missed
one
my
day there was some
420.
crazy beef going on in the timeline. I think it actually
This is-
involved Danica
this is
Sperry
more
and
than
Jimmy
just a
Dore or
Pep
something like
Talks
that.
fail. This
But
is
we
a,
realized
fail.
through talking amongst ourselves that we had
That's a
thoughts.
422
and we were like,
fail.
hell,
That's
why
a-
not share these thoughts on YouTube?
You
We
know
did
what?
that, and for one of the first times
It
ever,
might as well
the
be
view count went
428.
like that. People really responded. It got in the algorithm, and then because of that, people started checking out our interview content. They started checking out more of our substantive analysis as well, and we realized, you know, people do want the substance, but you kind of have to trick them into getting there. You know, I've always said you have to put the pill inside the piece of cake to get your dog to eat it,
Yes.
or whatever the expression is, right? And I think that goes for YouTube. So I'm not above drama. I love drama. I love reality TV trash, you know, so a lot of that comes through in the presentation of our content, I think, but we like to hope that at the center there is a real substantive left-wing message, and we hope that we, you know, understand the algorithm, understand the platform we're on to an extent, you know, so that we can sell the message of leftism, so that we can spread the message of leftism.
Yeah, man. And Zach,
Apparently, Diddy had so much baby oil he couldn't make the charges stick.
please feel free to jump in, but I do feel like, you know, covering drama for good and for a broader purpose of pointing out, you know, why, you know, a debate might be bad faith or why someone might be lying to you about their positions. That I think is good. And it's sad, you know, I'm someone who comes from like leftist organizing, anti-war, global justice organizing in the, you know, early 2000s. And so I always believe in social movements. I always believe in organizing. I don't believe that having, even though I have a show, I don't believe having a show is a substitute for like real, you know, work. But it's funny
no.
that we're reached this point where there are so many kind of
I can agree with that.
you know, and progressive shows that like they're gonna have beef with each other. There's gonna be fun things to, you know, cover. And I think the reason I say it's for good is because you guys have put your finger on a trend that has been happening on the biggest political show, arguably one, or at least one of left of center, which is TYT, and the trajectory that they've taken, over the last, I don't know,
I'm not sure if this is more of a detriment to my, like, what I do, but I try to make this more of like a hang that's like outside of like, I like discussing politics and discussing like the world events that's going on. I almost like to classify the show as like a current event show, but like, just to be completely lumped in with political content, that was one thing where I was like, oh, oops.
put in maybe 3 years, 3 to 5 years.
Kind of is what, we've been looking at, and
now I just have to own
the
it.
first beat that we really sank our teeth into because we noticed a trend. Gavin was a huge YouTube head, and he got me into YouTube in about
Comedy news show.
2018 when I was just like your run-of-the-mill Bernie, bro.
Kind of in the vein of like the Daily Show type of thing.
Gavin and I both wanted to be right.
I mean, honestly, look at how popular those shows are. Like, back in its heyday, the Daily Show was outperforming every news network.
So if you notice anything that's associated with the early Vanguard, it's the Vanguard blog. We got a WordPress website. We were writing every single day for an audience of no one. We were just sitting in Gavin's dorm room or in my house, just trying to get done, feeling like we were a part of that Bernie Sanders primary, basically living vicariously through it as college students in the middle of the map where there wasn't as much energy for Bernie Sanders as we felt, and we followed it,
That's
really,
gotta be
really
weird.
closely. We wrote about the Josh Hawley primary victory in Missouri. We've been following politics like deeply.
Now Asman outperforms them all.
Deeply since we were in high school. We were both on.
And where are you guys located?
Kansas City, Missouri. So we grew up in the middle of the map. And so we have this baseline of like Gavin and I are diehard progressives. We consider ourselves socialists. We are people who really care about the political movement. And we've kind of tried to use that as a baseline of like, okay, how can we turn that into our beat? Right. Recently, I went back and revisited one of my favorite books. It's called The Boys on the Bus. It was written by this guy, Timothy Krause or Timothy Cruz. I don't know how he pronounces it, but he follows all of the reporters on the 1972 campaign trail, one of them being Hunter S. Thompson. It was a very famous time to cover politics. And instead of covering the candidates and instead of covering the primary, he covers the other reporters. He analyzes how they work, how they live. And they call him a gossip columnist. They call him trash. They call him a rag sheet. They say that he's unserious and there's so much big picture stuff to be focusing on. Why would you waste your time covering other journalists? Why would you waste your time covering the press? And it's because the press has to be kept honest by somebody, right? And at that time, it was dominated by overarching corporate press. You were going to, get the AP wire and you were going to, send it back over. But it was all very homogenized. And he wanted to write about the people who were doing things differently, doing things uniquely wrong or doing things uniquely right. And we kind of carried that. And we first had this big beef with somebody I know you're familiar with, Jimmy Dore, who's a total asshole. He's a narcissist. He's a scumbag. We went to war with him for about a year and a half. And finally, we were like, we've kicked this, dead horse a bunch. Like he went totally anti-vax, totally Trumper. Not fun.
How did I miss all of this content, Zach? I mean, here's the thing. Like, so
because she's like, I was actively searching anti-Jimmy Dore content.
Know that like my history with Jimmy Dore is that I told him to tell my journalist to not call my journalist friend Al-Qaeda. He was reporting Shane Bauer. He was reporting in Syria at the time. And I was like, don't call him Al-Qaeda because he was like on one. And the Syrian civil war was a very big watershed moment for like some really whack job leftists. And he like freaks out at me, right? And I was really ginger because I hate Twitter. I'm like not a Twitter beef person, and especially back then. And he's apparently on a boat in Venice. He's like literally on a vacation in Venice. He's freaking out at me. He's in my DMs. You Paige Chill, like that's what he's calling me instead of Paige Chill. And he's like, come on my show. And it was like this like weird pickup artist for like YouTubers where he was like negging me like, oh, come on my show, you stupid. Yeah, we're gonna debate. And I was like, nah, man, no thanks. But Jimmy Dore was one of the people you kind of first tracked in terms of his, ostensible, like aggressive, progressive stance and left stance to right stance. And is that because you guys actually were fans of Jimmy's?
Well, I would say that the original context in which we covered Jimmy Dore was force the vote. And I was a big proponent of the force the vote strategy. I think that people who still want to relitigate that conversation endlessly and act like, whether or not you were pro or anti force the vote, whether like do people act like it matters in the current moment, I think are a little bit silly. But at the time, I very much so strongly felt that it was the right idea. And Zach and I, we went pretty hard on behalf of that strategy. That was definitely also another moment where we realized that like, you can actually have a really interesting strategic conversation about substantive politics by talking about the crazy beef and drama that's created, specifically in a moment like that, where the entire left was at each other's throats. We started using the term left on left violence during that period because it got so freaking
Everybody did.
ugly.
Oh yeah, you invented that, guys.
And I still to this day, totally stand by our commentary from the time.
It hasn't been an actual meme that,
Despite how vicious those
on.
debates got, I do think it was probably the correct move. But almost immediately after the force the vote thing fizzled out, Jimmy basically used it as excuse to turn on the left and to turn on even the most progressive Democrats like Bernie, people like AOC. Why? Because they didn't support his idea. And that's when it was like, all right, we're not going to follow you down this rabbit hole, bro. You had a good idea, but just because Bernie Sanders and AOC didn't embrace it and champion you as some strategic genius doesn't mean that we're going to abandon the progressive part of the Democratic Party. It doesn't mean we're going to abandon the idea of trying to take over and reform the Democratic Party. And then he quickly went from being, somewhat of an ally and friend to just a straight up, pinata, a punching bag. He became like the what we currently now view as the Cenk Uygur, the role that Cenk and Anna play on our show. For years, that was Jimmy.
He was before. I mean, he was openly in like 2016 saying that like Hillary Clinton has like.
Imagine contributing to left sectarianism and thinking you did a good thing.
Is like whatever, has some sort of brain damage or something like this, and she's cognitively impaired. I don't know why we always go with that line, although it's been true with our octogenarians. But like, so he had been losing and drifting for a very, very, very long time. And I remember at the time when he like harassed me, I was like, and I've never been a full-time employee, so I'm not really party to whatever HR guidelines, but Jimmy sure was. And yeah, I don't even want to know what his contract was, but I was texting Cenk. I was like, call your boy off, like tell him to stop. And I said, if he keeps on harassing me, I'm going to go public with it. And then I did. And I just like posted on Twitter. I was like, yo, this is bad. This is like, this should be no one's person. But I really want to not drill down on, but I really want to name that if you, that you guys like the force the vote strategy, but when it was clear that it was like, okay, it's over, it wasn't necessarily a rationale to throw Bernie and AOC under the bus, as you just said, Gavin. And I think that is really fascinating to me because for me, I felt like force the vote was in part very much a sort of random litmus test that was put forward by someone who I thought was already a bad faith actor. So it was sort of like here's my flag, I'm planting it, and if you don't raise my flag, you're not really on the left. And it was a litmus test put on against many, many leftists. And that litmus test, I was just on with Brianna Joy Gray the other week, and she still wanted to talk about it. And I thought we had a very healthy conversation. It was good. I appreciated her reaching out. It was whatever. But I think the fallout and having someone be like, I think similar to what we're seeing with Cenk now, I'm going to create a litmus test, which is you have to give flowers to the right when they are good on one issue. And if you don't stand up and you don't raise this flag with me, then you're not part of my crew. You were never an actual leftist, and I'm going to use this. And to me, that's op behavior. That's straight, as someone who's comes from the left organizing, that's an op. An op will do that. An op will stand up in a meeting and be like, if you're not for blankety blankety blank, you're not really part of this. You know what I mean? That's what an undercover does.
And I think that's exactly.
Although they're kind of guilty of that too.
What Jimmy did decide to do with the power that he accrued, and that's how he decided to wield it. But I think one part of the force the vote history that does get a little bit erased is there were two other really big soldiers for force the vote that were infinitely more reasonable and also genuine leftists. That was Crystal Ball and Kyle Kulinski. So they were out there basically making the case that Gavin and I felt very passionately about, which is that people were not happy, myself included, right, with the way that Bernie Sanders conducted himself on the debate stage with Joe Biden. I was very disappointed in my good friend Joe. I was very disappointed that he let him lie about his Social Security record on that last debate stage. I mean, Gavin and I are real political junkies. We've seen every bit of footage. We've watched it all. That's the world. And so we were so fired up and we were so ready and we were so pissed off. And we'd gone from being so stoked and I remember the Nevada night. I could have cried. I was so happy, man. And then I wrote an article for a blog that nobody read called Joe Biden's Pyrrhic Victory in.
All right, real quick, I'm going to check in with this. All right, we're still good.
South Carolina. And I was like, don't worry, anybody. South Carolina doesn't mean anything. Nobody's ever won the first 3 primaries. Fuck
Yeah.
Pete Buttigieg in the shadow app. He lost Iowa. But the thing is that Jimmy ran awry after that, right? And we got it up close and personal. You mentioned his like weird obsession with Syria, which I can't prove, but I would guarantee you he was paid to have that analysis.
100%.
And he got obsessed with everything.
He's
that
not
the
smart
Grey
enough
Zone
on foreign
was
policy
writing.
to
no,
have that
he's a
analysis.
fucking moron. And he can't, he just has Aaron Mate and Max Blumenthal come on and fit in his ear. Amy Goodman's an op, but this guy that is from Russia is really cool. And this guy was the arc. We had Aaron on one time and we had it out with him right around the same time. He was like, calling Amy Goodman a bunch of stupid, but he had like General McGregor on to talk about how this guy's actually really pro-peace. I'm like, he has on his website that he was the chief architect of Iraq. And, you know, whatever. We don't have to do the whole every leftist we've had beef thing, but it started to slowly chip away with us, right? Like Jimmy was in our chat one time, like screaming at us because we talked to Ryan Grimm and he was like, Ryan Grimm's a sellout. I'm like, Ryan Grimm is one of the best
It
reporters
is hard to be a leftist, but that's kind of the point. You got to keep being better.
working in America right now.
Well, speaking of the Syria thing, it was during our conversation with Ryan Grimm live on our show that he started sending in $5 super chats demanding that we switch the topic to challenge Ryan and his reporting on Syria because it conflicted with Aaron Mate, who's the only journalist that Jimmy Dore respects for whatever reason, probably because they were both taking money from the same billionaire. That's another thing we exposed on our show, and that was a huge turning point for me, at least, against Jimmy. I, at least when we started out, thought that Jimmy and Aaron Mate and all these losers on that side of the aisle, you know, or on, you know, that camp in the internet, whatever you want to call them, I thought that they really were genuinely opposed to big money and corporate media and all that stuff. And I remember I used to think it was righteous anger when Jimmy Dore would call out Cenk Uygur for taking the Katzenberg money and for getting in bed with these corporations and stuff like that, only for us to then find out that Jimmy and Aaron were both taking at minimum $5,000 a month from a billionaire, Peter Allard. And that's something that when it was exposed, they didn't even deny. They both tried to justify it by saying, oh, he's one of the good billionaires and yada, yada, yada. But I was like, are you kidding me? Are you just lying to people?
What was Allard's broader agenda? Was he upfront with what it was, or?
Well, he started out, you know, kind of as a Jimmy Dore left winger, I think, when it came to issues of war and, you know, general populist issues. He's dead now, by the way. But towards the very end of his life, from what I remember, based on our reporting, he got really into the vaccine stuff.
Way into it. And also, not to cut you off, Gavin, but we think somebody may have even tried to reach out to us and try and bribe us. And that was a big reason that we decided to become suspicious of it.
Yeah. 100%.
So, I mean, that's the other thing that, you know, we should name is like, you guys also do your due diligence and you dig when it comes to like who's taking money from where. And I'm someone who is deeply allergic to money. And even though I do have, you know, Hoxham Factor stuff, which I suggest everyone try. But like you guys also, I think because of that, say you know, you're Patreon funded, you're people powered. And I love that. I mean, same as well, but like the deals I have are very, very small, but I
Right. You think this bill is going to go through today?
also do
Or do you think that's going to stall?
have problems with taking money from billionaires, and I think some folks absolutely don't. And this is the question, I think, you know, it goes kind of deep, right? Because some people on the left who say they're on the left will say, no, it's fine that I take billionaires' money because I'm, you know, I'm doing what I want with it and like I'm independent. And yet they're not always independent. Now, I will be straight up. I was working at Al Jazeera for many years. That's the government of Qatar. But being part of AJ Plus was very much like open. Like if you're working for RT, like Russia Today, that's Russia Today. I expect you not to be able to say very much about Ukraine.
There's not much of a difference. I got to be real.
When we were working at
There really isn't, because like think of the way that you could equate that to when she was working for Al Jazeera Plus.
I mean, on AJ
So-
Plus, there was like,
that's you're being a little too charitable to yourself in that regard. Unless you're gonna apply that like all around, I wouldn't.
2 moments where there was some editorial line, but other than that, we pretty much were able to do whatever the hell we wanted. And I'm open about that, right? Granted, Al Jazeera did do a deep dive into like the workers who were working on the World Cup stadiums. They actually covered it. And then they were like, full disclosure, Al Jazeera is, you know, very much funded by the Qatari state, blah, blah, blah. But it's one thing to be upfront and work for an organization that's like a foreign entity or whatever, but it's very much another to take billionaire money and not openly state that you're doing that, especially when we know that people like, for example, Peter Thiel very much invest in certain leftists.
Here's a question: when you gamble, do you bet on the outcome that you want to happen, or the outcome that is likely to win you, or the outcome that's likely to win, thus netting you profit?
Who they think can cross over on some issues and to sort of like divide it. And I think it's important, you know, the other thing to know is like, I mean, look, Crystal Ball hasn't, I've not talked to her about this, but we know that like,
The Emir of Qatar is...
like, The Hill was in part funded by a massive Trump donor. And that's kind of why they allow leftist
Is it actually? I
forces
don't
to
know.
go on
Fucking
it,
know.
because
Is
a
it
lot of those
pronounced like that?
leftists will hit Democrats even more than they hit Republicans. That's not, I'm not
In the WWE, it is literally Qatar.
saying that's
but
what Crystal did, but like,
they could
you know,
totally be
let's just say
saying-
this. I'm
saying
glad
that
she's
wrong.
independent. I'm glad she, you know, she and Sagar went their own way. But let's leave that over there. Let's talk about this week. I think has been really illuminating for me.
There we go.
And I think it should be illuminating for anyone who's been watching and following the TYT downfall in many ways. I was on your show talking about it. Everybody knows I was banished because of things that I've said. We know that Cenk refuses to have,
I
you
hope
know,
this
an
is
open
like the
debate with
last of these conversations, because this is getting to the point where it's like, all right, you guys have really milked
me
it.
on his show. We know he refuses to debate people like, you know, Sam and Emma on the Majority Report, but he did speak with Crystal and Kyle about a week ago, and it was a devastatingly painful debate to watch. They discuss pretty much whether or
was
not
bad.
the right was actually anti-war.
He's just essentially shouting at Crystal.
And Cenk, like he did at me, lost his mind, got very upset, said they were crazy, that they were
Yeah.
wrong. They kind of brought receipts and were like, look, the majority of Republican voters agree that we should be attacking Iran. No one's flipped on the president. Charlie Kirk's fallen in line. What are you talking about? He still couldn't handle that. And this week has ended with this incredible victory of Zohran Mamdani, who has suffered nothing but Islamophobic hate from the very same allegedly anti-war people. And I said this on my show the other day, but I brought up a Matt Walsh tweet, and Matt Walsh very openly said, the reason I'm isolationist and anti-interventionist is because of places like New York City. Look at all the immigrants. Look at all the people who are there. When we invade other countries, they
Scared little country boy.
come here. They're not even American.
Come
Da, da, da,
on.
da. Now, number one, they are American. You know what I mean? Like his whole premise is like New York City is not actually America, not actually the United States. But really, the reason the right is against war is because they're massive Islamophobes. They're massive racists. It's the Tucker Carlson, you know, why would we invade Iraq? It's just like a country full of monkeys or whatever he said. Like, you know, this is what is at the root
I remember oh my
of
God.
so much of their ostensible anti-war stances, in addition to just flat out anti-Semitism. So I felt like this week, you and the Vanguard have been proven so right in all of the videos that you do. And yet, Cenk and Anna continue down this line that somehow the right has a lot to, that we must resuscitate them, we must reach out to them. You know, some of my favorite parts of your show, Zach, are when you just kind of like, you just go off. And if you could just explain, and both of you, but Zach, just explain to me like why you see
They're anti-war when it's convenient for them.
this as a dangerous path. Like what is wrong with reaching out to the so-called like right-wing populist anti-war people?
Well, it's tough, right? And like obviously when we're on it, like if you run into me on the street, I'm not gonna scream and holler if we have like a disagreement. I always like to tell people that like I am not a crazy person, but I do kind of play one on YouTube. But I think that the reality is that this is high stakes stuff, right? And so Gavin and I, we come out here and we're Silly and Billy, we're stoner bros. I've known Gavin since 5th grade, right? So we have this rapport together that will never be recreated with any other dynamic, right? We're like each other's pals. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
you mentioned it when we first came on here. It's like, how do you guys have the rapport that you have?
Got to be careful with that, man, because that could easily end a friendship.
How do you have
having a show together and then having disagreements about it?
the ability to do this show? It's because we're homies, right? We've been best friends.
I have watched that happen on too many shows.
And-
Opie and Anthony is one of the main ones.
I would never have had the confidence or any of that to come out here and scream and hoot and holler and do all this stuff if I had to do it by myself. I was never going to set up a YouTube camera and do this by myself. So for as much as I like to hoot and holler, it like Gavin was the one that kind of like was like, here's something to hoot and holler about. So it's like it's a perfect symbiotic relationship. It was like, hey bro, this is really tough. Have you heard about this? And I was like, no, I never fucking heard about this, but I want to scream forever. You know what I mean? And that's just kind of our model.
Yeah, well, I mean, I also think that
What's
you
that
guys
laugh?
are very
I shouldn't make fun of laughs because I got kind of annoying one. But
articulately. I think you guys have very articulately broken down like why it
That's
is
cool.
dangerous to do this. Like
I
that
should
you
like it.
basically say like the importance of this moment when it comes to like the people who are anti-war is that the right is actually taking leftist talking points, they're laundering it and they're selling it to their base and their listeners, and that it is our job to tell them and to like basically out organize them, right? To like get them over to our side, rather and understand that like actually these people are all paid for by billionaires. They're not actually, you know, so-called anti-war, and also to get Democrats to wake up about how the right is eating their lunch when it comes to taking this, you know, so-called isolationist lane. So I don't know. Please tell me more about that, because I do feel like we see Cenk and Anna specifically doing this kind of thing and laundering a Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Greene was on with an interview with Cenk, and it was incredibly softball.
Yeah, so Marjorie Taylor Greene went on the Young Turks for a crazy, embarrassing softball interview where she tee-heed with him, and they kind of mocked John Iadarola, something that he then later had to come out and be like, I don't approve of this, and you know, it was embarrassing for him, clearly. So that happened, but in the same month, they didn't mention Zoran Mondami once.
The problem is when you lose your claims on the talking points because you failed to produce solutions, they can only claim those points because the left failed to secure
until
them.
he won, of course. Then they wanted to take credit for it and be like, oh, see.
Sorry, I missed the first one. I think almost always people are against war, but some reason the leadership always finds a way to justify themselves just enough. Problem is when you lose your claims on the talking points because you failed to produce solutions, and yeah, okay.
This is proof of everything we've been saying, when in reality it was the opposite. Zoran called Donald Trump a fascist and called MAGA
You know, someone's laugh was genuine when you go, what the fuck is that?
fascist movement, despite the fact that Cenk has been out here, you know, scolding every leftist on the block for doing exactly that and saying, what, you think that's a good way to win
I have a little bit of my mom's laugh.
voters? You think that's a good way to win voters? You call Donald Trump a fascist? Well,
Yes.
Zoran just, you know, completely disobeyed you. He completely, you know, followed his own path, which was that of a true leftist, instead of a
Stupid desk.
mealy-mouthed,
It's
you know,
happening again.
panderer to a fascist right-wing movement. And he succeeded.
Don't fall.
He succeeded. And I think that, you know, that just says everything. Cenk talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene, Cenk hyping up right-wingers in the same month that he doesn't even mention the guy who's doing everything him and Anna said not to do, but succeeding anyway, only to then turn around and try to take credit for it. I mean, that's exactly everything you need to know about the Young Turks at this point in time. And yeah, I think that, you know, channels like ours, part of the reason why we do what we do is because we understand YouTube as a platform. And, you know, like after Anna Kasparian started to make her right-wing turn specifically, I started to see a lot of videos popping up, right, of these kind of right-wing drama farming YouTube channels. And they were all giving her credit, and they were all trying to hype her up and say, look at this, it's so awesome. She's standing up against all these SJWs and all these idiots on the
They weren't like that. No, they were doing like, look, even this shit lib even knows that this is stupid. Like
Anna's our queen.
No, they used her. They weaponized her, but they didn't go like, they're not going, Anna's our queen. Welcome to the right.
And all this. And there's like,
that's disingenuous, and I don't like that framing.
30 of those videos made every week or something, at least when she was really starting out. A lot of lefties, you know, they feel above that kind of content. They feel like, oh, we're too serious. We have to talk about facts, and, you know, we have to talk about war.
Yeah, that's why people don't watch a lot of those shows, is because they're kind of not engaging. There's not, like, that's why some of the most popular leftists are channels like Hassan and Vosh, where it's personality based, where you're watching for the streamer essentially. Like, yes, you kind of want political content, but you're going there for the person.
And like, we can't get in
the performer
gutter. We can't get into this crazy realm of drama. I think that's part of the reason why Donald Trump beat us. You know,
I think that sometimes, like, I struggle with this. Again, I brought this up earlier about how, like, I sometimes struggle with where I want all the, like, I want some comedy and I want some news. Like, I think that, like, what he's talking about is a lot of these guys, they just want to be news. But guys like that do what Jesse Dollemore, whoa, gross, what Jesse Dollemore did. Excuse me.
I think that's part of the reason why MAGA won. The right wing is not afraid.
And I hate to say David Pakman, like those types of shows.
To meet people where they're at and to get them involved in politics by any way necessary, which might
Kolinsky
include that.
But Kolinsky, you could argue, personality based. Like, they kind of go there for his, like, funny takes, but the fact that he is just so authentic in it, where it's just like he tells it like it is.
Hook of drama,
little
which might
drama.
include that tabloid kind of, sheen to it all. So, I've said
But you do the same. This is what I don't like. Oh my God, you're so involved in that.
a lot there, but I think that kind of answers your question, hopefully.
Yeah, the spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
Like, and you, dude, I will remember. For some reason, this one's gonna go down like in history for me, because I was on my way back from Tennessee from my mom's estate thing, and it was one of those situations where I was so amped up about them doing what they were doing and, like, talking about what they were talking about. That's when it was the TYT thing, and using their content, and then they got called on it. I was just like, wait a minute, like, you guys keep saying this, but, like, based on just fair use and all, it's like you're in the wrong. And
Yeah, well, I mean, and
I'm not trying to just, like, that's a dead horse at this point.
especially when
I would bring this up to them, like, to their face, though. I would definitely call them on the carpet,
we can point out
but I wouldn't do it in a way where it's just like, hey, man,
how ridiculous things like
answer for this. It's just like, hey, man, do you not see, like, how this is kind of like,
this are.
a
So here's
little
Charlie
hypocritical?
Kirk. On the Zoran win, 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2,753 people on 9/11. Now, a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. Clear Islamophobic, like, insanity. And Cenk is one of the first people to respond and saying, okay, other than being a dick thing to say, do you get that this
You come here for the manosphere.
makes no sense? First, the socialist thing is not connected to the Muslim thing. Second, there are a couple billion Muslims. Please tell me you understand that some of them are plumbers, accountants, and dentists. Please tell me you understand there's a range of humanity within each religion. A range of humanity? Please, some people
Yeah,
are
what the fuck,
angels and others do terrible things. It's in each religion, in each nation.
He is kind of being like, Charlie.
The idea that all Muslims would be like the terrorists of 9/11 is such an
All right.
unimaginable thought. And if you knew any,
Come on,
because
Jake.
then you would know that they're grandmothers who give milk and cookies to their grandkids. I mean, it's just like on
It's
and
so
on
sad.
and on.
It's so
Charlie, I
pathetic.
can call you a bigot. That's easy. But I'm not sure it solves anything. Instead, I'm sure the cost of, I'm sure at the cost.
Well, no, then say what you're saying is bigoted and kind of call them out on it. No, stop giving these free passes where it's like, I could call you a bigot, but I'm not going to because I'm a bit nicer than those other lefties.
Cost of great derision
really,
from my own
like,
side. I'm going to
That's
ask
the
you.
fairest criticism about what he's doing, and that's why it is like, dude, you have to understand that you're being way too fair.
To think it's-
And then on top of it, you don't see that you're like, you overextend yourself as far as like talking shit about the left, like the Vanguard, Lance, Franny,
through
like
and see if this still makes sense. Your call. At the cost of my, and then I just wrote, bark, 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 please bark, bark. Cenk once again at the wrong tree. Like, he's just,
That's actually pretty
again,
good.
he's barking up this wrong tree to try and break bread with these fools. And it's very pathetic because these are open Islamophobes. And you know what? Where they get paid when they do the Islamophobia. They
Same.
get paid when they call him a jihadist. They get paid.
No,
when
I get just as comfortable, or like I get so uncomfortable when somebody is just like Mike Huckabee, where he's just like, I'm an evangelical. It's like, oh boy,
hammer down on the fact that he's a socialist. So
I vote
tell
with
me
my
what
Bible.
you think is paying Cenk. Like you've talked about your theories about why they're doing some of the sort of, and they are not the same. And I really bristle at the Anna and Cenk being the same because they are not, but they even call themselves we. They speak in we all the time, especially Cenk. But is there a profit motive here?
Well, I think that it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? So what they've done is they've kind of set them up on the wrong path, and they're kind of continuing to punch it at a brick wall. So you mentioned the financial woes. I'll give everybody the TLDR. I bring it up all the time just because I think it's really important, right? They are not an independent company. They're in no way independent media. They have not been independent media in over a decade, right? When somebody comes out and they say, I'm not independent, or I'm independent media, I'm not corporate backed, that means they've never done venture capital funding. That means that they could be doing selective ad reads that are, something that they screen. And, Francesca, you do a great job of that. The Majority Report does a great job of that, right? There's a way to do it ethically and responsibly. You don't just take whoever's money wants to invest in your corporation. So they took a bunch of money from this guy, Buddy Roemer. He's a Republican. You can Google him. He'll come up. They took money from 3L Capital, which has a bunch of cryptocurrency connections with this guy, Naval Ravikant, which I think people should Google because he's a shady figure as well. All of the companies, or I guess firms rather, venture capital, that invested in the Young Turks, they're just regular ass firms that are going to invest in anything innocuous. Like one of them sells a bunch of dick pills on this platform called Row. Another one is invested in Bird, the scooter that terrorized everybody. Like Gavin and I both got damn near hospitalized riding those things around when we were intoxicated. Go Puff. These are the kind of people that they're taking their money from, right? Which is fine if we were talking about, I'm going to do a show on MSNBC, which is owned by Peacock. That's just kind of what you expect. There's going to be big money behind it. There's going to be a media apparatus. That is the whole.
You can't do that though, because this is what I don't like about the disingenuous framing with this shit, is that if TYT was doing the Peacock deal, they would have a problem with it. It's just because it's the Majority Report that they're like, well, they're a little bit more responsible. It's like, no, dude, come on. Be consistent and just at least being like, well, also, what are we doing here? Are we really expecting that this is all going to be just small dollar donos? And that's how we're going to have a bunch of these, the networks grow?
The Young Turks offered an alternative to that, right? And I think Kyle
I'm a little
Flint's,
confused about that one.
he always brings that.
And then we're a bitch about how we're not funded.
Very well. Like Kyle's never done an ad. He'd never taken a phone call with an advertiser. He was like, I've never needed to. Before Adpocalypse, it was way easier to make a living on YouTube. After Adpocalypse, I was already big enough. I had an audience of people that were ready to sign a check for my Patreon, right? So he never went through it, but it's an alternative to that. You're offering somebody something that's different than corporate media, right? And he's lied about that constantly. He then went on and has renamed the People's Studio, right, which they financed with $400,000 in small dollar donations in 2013 to 2014. It was over 3,600.
He's not really a political streamer, though. No, actually, he's not, because the thing is, he built an audience on gaming, right? And just because his audience kind of came with him, you could argue that it's no, he didn't make his money in building political content.
Cousins, nephews, people who listened to the Young Turks wrote $36 checks and sent it in on a dream that maybe I would have.
If you're going based off just the concept that he's entirely funded by his audience, then okay, sure. But then you can also say that about Hassan.
A news network that looked,
although wait. Hassan recently took some. Hold on.
I could send to my uncle, that I could send to my next door neighbor and be like, hey, you're being lied to. MSNBC and Fox News don't look legit, or aren't informing you. I can't send you this guy in his garage that doesn't look legit. I can send you the Young Turks network. So this was their entire model, and they've just pissed all over that. Right now, they've just become any other YouTubers. They're just like any. Basically, it's a problem with all across legacy media on YouTube, where these people are used to making money hand over fist.
Hassan was born rich like me.
Don't understand.
I know that his family actually had
and that when you're writing political YouTube, there's going to be highs and lows, and when it's a low time for you, it's going to be a high time for Republicans, and vice versa, right? Well, Cenk couldn't wait out the lull. He had to keep growing. He has capitalist brain. If it's a setback from last year, that means the business is falling apart. Infinite growth mentality. They all have it. Right. And so it's just set him up for this nauseatingly bad behavior over and over and over again. And I think Anna Kasparian. Oh, go ahead.
Well, no. And just to say that also the Polymarket Studio rename, which lasted for maybe about a year or so.
Yeah, I think he named it for the election season, but then he couldn't get them to re-up because it was such a bad business deal.
Who's my favorite streamer?
For them, they probably didn't generate any profit off of it.
What's the connection with Peter Thiel and Polymarket?
He gave them $70 million in one of their initial seed investment rounds. He's also considered the kingmaker. So
Xander Hall's based.
Fun fact about me, I spent some years in my life trying to break into venture capital, right? I worked at this corporation called Casey Rise Fund, which invested exclusively in Kansas City firms. And then I got picked up by this company called Zigo, which got by Vista Equity. So in the first 4 years of my life.
Oh, it's Smoke a Tide Pod. I like his.
life. I was surrounded
His content is really it's fun.
by a lot of these kinds of assholes all the time, and Peter Thiel is God to them. Okay.
Angry Ginger, the Angry Ginger is also really cool.
Okay, you don't even
These are people
really
I
need
know,
to say
so,
that he's like one of 5 guys that are kingmakers. Okay.
Of the bigger ones, I'd say like Xander Hall.
Okay, and do you know who else is another kingmaker in Silicon Valley? That guy Naval Ravikant I was mentioning. So these are the guys that Cenk is just showing his ass to. He's desperate for them to give the money, and he's just auditioning based off of what he would like to see. And I think his plan, and I don't have any
Pep Talks is number 1
for this, but I think he kind of wants to go the Glenn Greenwald route or the Matt Taibbi route a little bit. And, Glenn is very principled and very firm on some things, and I admire his Palestine coverage. We've had deep disagreements on other issues. He's come on the show. He was always nice to us. I think it's worth noting. But the reality is that he has gone the Peter Thiel direction, right? Like he's a big rumble, and Matt Taibbi is another guy, and I think
and Taibbi's definitely another, and I think this is sort of when you
watching the downfall of Taibbi has been wild.
First mentioned the covering
kind of made me scared. I remember I hadn't seen Jeremy Scahill in a while, so he came on to Bill Maher to talk about Palestine, but I didn't know that's what he was talking about, and I was just like, oh, please don't do the Taibbi, don't go full Taibbi, and he definitely did not.
Covering the journalists, I mean, you guys had Eon Higgins on your show, who basically wrote a whole book about, the Taibbi Greenwald slide. And I think that it was very relevant, especially to me as someone who read them up to in the run up to the 2016 election. And then they completely fell on their faces and revealed that actually being anti-establishment, which is something that Cenk also harps on, doesn't mean that you actually have progressive values, that you believe in civil rights, that you believe in workplace democracy. Obviously, wink to Cenk on that, because we know his history with union busting in the initial phases of the TYT union formation. And so it doesn't really, being anti-establishment
He's not going to escape
anything.
that.
And I've tried to ask
I can't believe he did that.
What that means, or being populist. These are empty
way to prove that you really do not live by your own morals,
platitudes and words without actual moral principles grounding it. What are you for? What do you stand for? Look at Zoran speaking so brilliantly and nimbly about Israel Palestine, about I'm going to look at this in a little bit, about being able to defend even things like global intifada, which there's nothing wrong with that phrase, and he can do this so well, and making talk about anti-Semitism, but in a response say, I'm working around all
his presidential run was a sham. It was to sell books
and all hate speech.
Justice is coming,
and making doing more education on this. So anyway, the last I guess I want to let you guys go because it is Friday afternoon. It has been a long ass week, although a good week. I wanted to maybe focus a little bit more on. I wanted to give my theory on the Anna stuff really quickly, because there's different shades here. Cenk's not really sure he's unaligned, as Anna's very clear she's unaligned. She's not on the left. She's not on the right. She wants to have conversations with anyone except for me, and anybody to the left of her, actual left of her. She's good on Palestine, and so that's why she gets rebooked on Piers Morgan a lot, and it's the one issue. Abortion rights, maybe she's kind of like a at this point going the Tommy Lahren plus Candace Owens type way. But it is also this week really important to point out that not only did TYT not cover Zoran's rise before, let alone when you guys covered him in 2021, but that Zoran's ideas for the city of public safety units instead of cops in subways, of again, harm reduction. Who knows what his thoughts are about,
so security guards,
safe injection sites, needed
non-lethal security guards,
exchanges, things for resources for unhoused.
We can start saying some of this because the thing is, we can't just constantly do the thing where we're ignoring that they're I don't like when people talk about Chicago this way, where they're just get a bunch of the social workers to handle the problem. And I'm not talking about cops either. Cops should not be handling the homeless, but there definitely needs to be a kind of in between, because these guys, they get bad sometimes. And I'm talking
protecting immigrants.
There's one time where this guy was, he was peeing like on the side of a building once. We're walking by, and then he just jumps out while still just like, full on. And at that point, I was just like, let's go. And we did like the little like walk run where I was just like, just let's go. I'm not dealing with that at all.
Anna has treated progressive mayors like trash before, and specifically, she's done solo pieces that get terrible
realistically,
views.
I don't want to see. That's the thing. I shouldn't do I should tell the other stories, the other 100,000 stories of me just walking by, seeing actually some of like these people that I'm starting to like know, and give them a buck. Buck or two, especially the ones like, I hate to say this, but if they got a dog, they're getting money.
But because she cares about it, against Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson, mayor of Chicago, also progressive, also someone who has moved money out of the police, also someone who supports.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's not doing well. Like, the optics of Brandon Johnson are not good. He's not popular in our city.
Teachers union.
Hell, DSA doesn't even want to like really stand up for him anymore because of like his he just totally dropped the ball with the ICE raids.
In Chicago, she's done entire exposés about how terrible Brandon Johnson is, what a failure, and so mark my words that if Mamdani is elected, I give her 6 months to do an utter takedown. And it's so ironic because here's someone who stands for Palestinian human rights. Here's someone who is Muslim American who's facing down all this right-wing hate. But push comes to shove, Anna's bread and butter, things that she gets, all up in a knot about, have to do with so-called safety, policing, and all that. And it's just like, here we go again.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I feel like Anna's one of those people that like, she does talk a lot about the things that she hates, and she spends a lot of times criticizing the public officials when they do something wrong. But like, who would she point to as a good mayor? Like, who's a mayor that she would approve of, or a governor that she really likes? You know what I'm saying? Like, we talk about it all the time. Like, the reason why I got so excited
Pritzker's good
about voting for Kamala Harris was because Tim Walz. I think Tim Walz
is good.
The best governor in the country. We talked about it a million times, all these policies that he got passed and why he's an example of a progressive in office who was actually able to improve his state, and how, people don't spend enough time giving governors and mayors credit when they actually can get done from the left, And Anna spends all this time tearing people down, whether it's Karen Bass or Brandon Johnson. And to be fair, I don't live in LA. I don't live in Chicago. I can't speak to the way that those,
and they're very different. Like, first of all, in California, Karen Bass sucks, man. But by no stretch of the imagination should Rick Caruso, billionaire mall developer, like be elevated.
Exactly.
And Anna, Cenk endorsed him. I don't know if Anna did openly, but like, that's who we're talking about here. It is terrible. And Anna also approved of a recall of Gavin Newsom. And it's like, okay, like you want
Larry Elder.
Yeah, you're going to support Larry Elder. And sad to say, this is the problem. There isn't a big enough left, insurgency against the Gavin Newsoms, the Kamala Harrises of California. California sucks. That's why the New York win is so big, because New York Democrats sucked also. And so Zoran coming in there, whereas like, Minnesota Dems are way more over, on top of shit and getting things done.
Or what about Boston, right? She did an entire episode where she came after Michelle Wu, who is arguably one of the most effective mayors in all of America. We were fortunate enough to have Boston City Council President Ruthie Louis-Jean on a day after Anna was just totally botching her coverage of Michelle Wu. And we debunked line by line the way that Michelle Wu was actually implementing a true sanctuary city, which was what Anna was pissed off about. She was upset that Boston PD was told unsummarily, do not work with ICE, do not collaborate with them, do not cooperate with them at all. If we have somebody that is in a Boston jail, they will stay in a Boston jail. They are not going fucking anywhere. We're not sending them back to another country. If they have committed a crime in Boston, they will serve their time in Boston, and then we will let them out the front door. Like, that was their policy. And Anna was melting down, saying that they were refusing to, do anything about criminals, and we debunked it all. Michelle Wu is, I'm sorry, the gold standard for what you could expect from a Democratic mayor. She is a really nice woman. I met her one time. Obviously, that's a small sample size, but her work speaks for itself.
Yes.
Okay. And so just if that's who you're going to antagonize,
Republicans hauled her and Brandon Johnson, you remember?
that was what Anna was defending.
Right, exactly. And she, Anna's also defended like JD Vance when JD Vance was like, she's also bought into this line about that JD Vance also has echoed, which is that immigrants are straining the housing, market, and they're the reason that people can't afford places. And it's like, oh my God, if you are laundering this, and these are people who love to go after big money, love to go after corporations, love to talk about, Anna loves to get into the like internecine about private equity, and you're going to
Yeah, she especially lately.
agree
Yeah.
that immigrants often who live like 6 people to a studio apartment are the ones who are driving up the cost of housing. And this is where I really get really upset, because being in LA, after the LA fires, she was spinning lies about unhoused people who were like.
They said drugs started the fires on an episode.
Yeah, she did say that.
TYT. That
yeah,
blew
she said
my
that.
fucking mind.
And then they like played the footage.
Yes. They said drugs
Yeah.
started the fires. They also, after, in the wake
turned out to be
of these
fake.
massive raids, LA is still under siege. Anna was basically like took Tom Homan's list of most wanted and was like, some of them are actually doing terrible things, and it's like, yeah, okay, we're gonna take the word of Tom Homan and DHS that lied about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, to say nothing of Anders, the makeup artist who's still currently in Sicat in El Salvador. You're gonna take their line. Cool. That's all we need to know about, folks. And the reality is, she used to be someone who was so good at facts, right? And this is so funny because the other day, and I'll play a clip really quickly before I let you guys go. The other day, they claimed that, those of us leftists who don't want to work with the right or give them their flowers for being against the war, we're in our echo chamber. We've lost sight of the facts, and they're just there to spit the facts. Meanwhile,
we should be very aware of where our echo chamber is actually an echo chamber, though. That's something that you shouldn't just blatant ignore.
Any unhoused person somewhere lights up a crack pipe, and Anna's like
Pretending that we're not in one. Come on.
she sees red. She's gone local news reporter on us. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I think she's genuinely afraid of Los Angeles. We get into arguments with people from the coast all the time because they're like, you guys don't understand what crime is like. You're from the middle of America. And it's like, bro, St. Louis is the murder capital of America.
I was about to say, yeah, no, they actually, they got it a little bit worse.
Sorry, Kansas City's always in the top 10, okay?
Yeah.
There's a zip code we call the Murder Factory, and it's really sad, but nobody goes there. Like, it is, if that was happening in Los Angeles, they would be melting down.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we've seen that. All right, quickly, and then I'll let you guys go. I know you got an evening planned. This is the moment that I think a lot of people are talking about, because Anna and Cenk did finally put out a video where they're responding to leftist critiques of their interview with Kyle and Crystal. And this was sort of this revelatory little moment, where Anna sort of offhand is like, well, you're not a leftist, because Cenk kind of has labored under this assumption in all of his critiques about, the left, that he is one of us, that this is coming from a good place. This is coming from the inside. This is, and he's mad at other people for saying they're the real leftists because he's trying to be the real, and all that.
Shut up.
And she
all of you. Who cares?
doesn't, and then she says this.
It's framing it as,
we're the real leftists. We're the real home of progressives.
we're tougher and meaner on Trump voters. We got them, right? Oh, Cenk, look at him being soft on Trump voters. That's not a real leftist. And as Kyle said, look, man, I don't catch.
Well, I mean, you're not a leftist, number one.
Yeah, well, right. But I'm on the left. I'm massively on the left.
Bro, that's like when your mom comes in, you're on the phone with this you're on the phone with this chick, and you're like, yeah, I'm driving a Maserati, but it's in the shop, and your mom over there, honey, you don't have a Maserati, you're driving the
That's actually a good equivalent. Yeah, good equivalent.
Where's the Maserati? You never took me for a ride.
What do you mean? You borrow my Honda Civic?
Yeah. Well, if you can afford a Maserati, you can surely afford your own place, huh, hotshot?
Honey, I don't know what kind of money you think we have, but we don't.
Mhm.
Anyway, he's a nice boy. You're totally right. That's hilarious. And he says, no, I'm massively on the left. I'm just not a leftist. It's the tist it's the suffix that I have a problem with. I'm on the, but he's not. He's he's like,
Because he did the thing where he's like, but I am on the left. I mean.
So I'm super populist, but I'm centrist when it comes to politics. I'm like, oh, you're
His
a
political
gentrist. We've talked about
compass spins. Let's call it there.
this. He's a gentrist. You're straight up in the middle. You're a centrist. And lastly, I feel like
Max left.
And I've said lastly for the millionth time, but Gavin, lastly, I'll kick it to you because you've pointed
That's
out
how
as
we have
someone
to
who
say that.
used to be a fan
Max
of TYT
left.
that actually up until recently, even when he was, remember guys, running for president, Cenk very much called Donald Trump a fascist and was open about this authoritarianism.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things that makes this so crazy, Francesca, is that Cenk himself not that long ago was calling Donald Trump a Nazi. He proudly posted a clip of himself on KKF, the show that he just imploded on. Like when he was on that show running for president, he said Trump is a fascist, Trump is a Nazi. And now he wants to go on there and scold Crystal and Kyle for basically saying just that.
Well, I mean, that's where that apology tour came from, though, where he was just like, you know what? I think that I might have gone a little hard on you guys.
And again, if the dude leading the movement is a Nazi, if the dude leading the movement is Hitler, then his followers are also Nazis. You know what I'm saying? If the dude leading the movement is a Nazi, then it's a Nazi movement. There's not really any other way to slice it. And that doesn't mean that those people can't change their mind. That doesn't mean they can't snap out of it and say, oh, I just got led astray. You know, and some people did that were huge Bush supporters, and then they turned around and said, you know what? I'm going to vote for Barack Obama. And I'm not saying that those people are going to go to hell and that they're never going to be forgiven. Obviously not. There's a way out of the cult, but at the moment, to get out of the situation, we have to properly diagnose the situation we're in. And this country is in a pretty fascist situation.
Absolutely. And I also want to say, like, there's not a lot of daylight to the kind of glazing that Cenk is doing of the right and the kind of glazing that the New York Times does of the right. These exposés on J.D. Vance, Curtis Yarvin, giving them all kinds of play and prestige when they don't deserve it. I mean, J.D. Vance is the vice president, but you know what I'm saying? Like, Megyn Kelly gets these splashy little, like interviews.
Well, and part of the reason why J.D. Vance became vice president is because of outlets like the New York Times hyping up his stupid book, The Hillbilly Elegy, and acting like, oh, this guy is the redneck whisperer and he's so smart. And like all these liberals were jerking him off for years and gave him the legitimacy that he then went on to use against them and to prop up this fascist, idiotic regime that we're all now living under.
And you hear Cenk, he's now has a new slogan.
yeah.
He's saying
Good take.
Trump voters. Because before he would just say MAGA, and everyone was like, okay, well, who's MAGA? Now he's saying Trump voters. But none of us have ever said that Trump voters are like beyond repair or whatnot. But I think you're absolutely right. If you are still on board, especially at this late date, with this techno-fascist, authoritarian, skirt every constitutional, amendment regime, you might be a white supremacist. You might be in it for the love of the game, baby. Stephen Miller is in it for the love of the game. He wants to sweep immigrants because he's a Nazi.
Clearly, people that voted for Trump based on inflation or whatever, you don't have that excuse anymore. Inflation has not been fixed. Prices are only going up. So you can't use that excuse anymore. If you're still donning the MAGA hat, then yeah, you're doing it because you want to see
prices going
people
up.
that aren't white,
We lost
deported en
jobs,
masse, and not
35K.
even to a place that's safe, but to some concentration camp in El Salvador. You know what I'm saying? It's genuinely crazy. So call it what it is.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that, like none of us are saying, like, you can absolutely talk about where the mass base of voters are. That is where they are. Let's bring them on board, but not by, again, coddling the right in the way that he's been doing. It's so dangerous. It's so enraging. It pains me because, again,
Did the job numbers just come out? Yeah, we lost. They were expecting a gain of 100,000. We lost net 33,000.
Receive money from them. I mean, some of the people that you're saying funded them probably funded me.
First job loss that we have reported since COVID.
Not a
It's
lot.
all good. I worked for some shady ass places before I got this job. Don't worry.
And all just to say, everybody, please go support the Vanguard. Go give them
Mainly manufacturing jobs too.
You will not be disappointed, my friends, if you thought this was at all interesting. If the tea was hot and exciting for you, exciting. I don't know, spicy. Go youtube.com/ what is the /
I hate to say
the Vanguard channel, I believe.
I think it's Vanguard Pod.
Oh, Vanguard Pod.
excuse.
Yeah, but I just type in the Vanguard. Either way, we really
No,
appreciate
there's
you
like
having
a
this on.
few. There's like a
Francesca.
few before, because I'm like,
what?
I don't know.
First.
I mean,
Anyway,
I've seen it.
go support them, become a member on YouTube or their Patreon. And thank you guys so much for all the digging through. It's like you guys dig through the trash.
Oh, bro,
But
we do.
It's good though. It's good. I mean, Gavin, hearing you say, like, I was watching TYT the other day. I'm like, oh, you poor man. But this is again this is kind of like when people hate watch Fox because they're looking for them gems to drop, and it's fun.
What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already,
Gotta love the old bumpers. I actually gotta record a new one, even though I'm wearing like pretty much the same thing that like if you guys do not know the lore behind this sweater, this is the last gift my mom ever gave me. So okay, here we go. Back to the house meeting. Still don't have enough. Man, it looks like that. Yeah, it looks like 4 of the House members are just being a royal pain in the ass. Well, to the Republicans. All right, let's smoke. Let's smoke them if you got them. I would. You're in a lift right now? Oh. I don't know. I've been in a lift once or twice where they're pretty cool. Oh boy. Screen key. What? I am being respectful. No, I'm proud of you. Good job. Good job. Yeah, don't do that. All right, guys. Well, if you have not already, hit that like button over on YouTube. You know what to do. If you're enjoying the content over on Twitch, hit that follow. You want to debate? I mean, those guys would probably do that, but the thing is, like, leftists debating leftists, I don't know. It's not as entertaining. I will admit that. Even the right wing is like pretty aware of that. They're just like, yeah, we don't do too well when that's going on. What is happening? Judge denies bail for Sean Combs citing violence and illegal conduct.
We are back with our breaking news. The judge in the Sean Diddy Combs trial has just rather shocked letting him out. We are back with our breaking news. The judge in the Sean Diddy Combs trial has just rather shockingly denied him bail. This, of course, coming after the news that the jury convicted him of 2 of the lesser charges in the government's case against him, finding him not guilty of the 3 biggest and most consequential charges. Do we have Elizabeth Wagmeister yet? Okay, so let's get straight to CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister, who's outside the court, along with Laura Coates. Laura, this is a surprising development. What are we learning? What are the judge's reasons for not letting him out?
Well, we are still learning all the reasons why the judge has denied bail to Sean Diddy Combs pending his sentencing. That can be an indication of a number of things. Remember, the prosecution is intending to ask for jail time in this matter. Each of those charges could provide 10 years in prison. The sentencing guidelines will obviously dictate to what extent that will be followed. Those are the maximum. It is the ceiling, not the floor. But given the number of offenses he has failed to have in the past and the corresponding ways in which you judge someone's category that they're in for the ultimate decision of sentencing, it could be far less than that. I will say, of course, that the judge, by making this statement, essentially is giving a bit of a heads up that perhaps jail time is in fact what he will actually hand down to Sean Diddy Combs when the sentencing does in fact occur. I will also say that this indicates that the judge believes that there were no conditions of release that could have been met that would have satisfied the court in terms of whatever pending threat there may have been to society or the witnesses or victims in this case that as alleged, and that the conditions of release, including a passport being removed, no access to a flight, living in places other than New York, all these things could have been a part of it. You have additional information as well in terms of the why.
You know, we don't have the why quite yet. We are waiting from our team inside the courtroom, but when you said that part of the reason why could be
so
that
she
the
doesn't
judge
have the why.
believes that Combs could be a threat to society or the other witnesses.
I didn't know what that dog was looking at. Yeah, now I am definitely like,
Cassie Ventura's attorney
what up,
submitted
Matt?
just
How you
hours
doing, man?
ago, opposing him being released on bail. Jake, I want to read you a quote from his letter. It says, quote, Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as to the community. Now, before this trial began...
Taking the day off from streaming? Yeah, I need to get better about doing
We
that.
remember that there were 3 attempts at bail from Combs.
I'm even toying on streaming on Friday, doing like an early stream. Really depends on, like, if I can catch up on my sleep in the next 2 days, which we'll see.
All of which were denied by 3 different judges, one of them being the judge who is overseeing this case. Now, part of the reasons why the
Yeah, 4 hours of sleep last night.
prosecution had alleged that he was
You can't not with this news cycle. It's very hard. And then on top of it, I am really trying to hit a certain point in streaming where it's like, okay, like I'm so close. Like I'm so close. I just got to keep going.
trying to manipulate witnesses from behind bars. The prosecution had said at one point that Sean Combs was paying inmates at the MDC to use their phones in jail. So that was one of the reasons why the judge denied bail before the trial, as he was awaiting this trial. But again, we don't know the reasons yet.
A perfect segue here, Jake, as well, because we're learning that the judge says this on the bench, essentially that he had denied bail when it wasn't mandatory before the trial, and, quote, sees no reason to reach the opposite conclusion now. He's also quoting the defense at different instances when Combs' own lawyers acknowledged his violence towards his former girlfriends during
He shouldn't get
the
bail.
trial, saying
Well, I mean, no.
trial, the
And
defense
hey, that's the
conceded
thing. The judge actually was like, yep.
defendant's violence in personal relationships, saying it happened in relation to Cassie Ventura and Jane. This is very important because, remember, one of the things that was
Dog's back.
said in the opening statement by Tenny Garagos is that they own the violence, that they admitted to what was seen in that now infamous exclusive video obtained by CNN for the Intercontinental Hotel, where there was a savage assault against Cassie Ventura. And of course, the defense, the prosecution during trial said, well, domestic violence is not a defense of sex trafficking. Well, he wasn't convicted on that, but you can better believe that the notice...
He's happy. Big news.
From Cassie's attorney
You saw that tail wag.
and others probably
Guys. Breaking news. The dog is happy.
weighed very heavily on this judge's mind.
And Elizabeth, you spoke with Cassie's attorney. We're going to bring some of that interview later in the show. But it has to be pretty difficult for someone like Cassie, who came forward to tell her story, to tell it in such a graphic and revealing and vulnerable way, and then have a jury of her peers basically say, we don't believe you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, Jake, so I know that we are going to get more of this interview a bit later in the show, but I will tell you that her attorney, Douglas Lindor, did tell
Well,
me
look at him. He's a good boy.
that he believes
Hey, he also got a head
that the
rub.
jury actually did believe Cassie and did believe her core allegations, just that the burden is very high
Did he just get a treat, too?
for these federal crimes, and that he believes
Look at him. Stop it, too.
that the jury ultimately did not see a way to meet this charge because, again, that the jury did not believe that the prosecutors met their burden of proof, but that he does believe that Cassie was believed. He also said that Cassie is very proud of herself. This was traumatic for her to testify, but it was also cathartic. She can now move on. We know that she is a mother of 3, a newborn at home. She was 8 months pregnant, testifying in this trial, had her 3rd child shortly after she got off the stand. So she's really focused on family. Her attorney told me that she has a great support system, not just her family, but also she is in therapy. She has great resources now, and he said, you never heal from this. It'll take a lifetime to heal, but she's well into that process. So it sounds like she is doing okay. Her attorney actually told me, don't worry about Cassie.
Stacey, in denying bail, the judge quoted the defense at different instances in the trial when Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers acknowledged his acts of violence towards former girlfriends during the trial. And to be clear, this was not a domestic violence case. So their acknowledgement of that, especially when there was video of him beating up Cassie Ventura, was an attempt to get ahead of that judgment. What do you make of the judge's reasoning? Essentially, he's been violent to these women before. I see no reason why he wouldn't do it again.
Well, I think the judge can't unhear the testimony that he heard in the trial. And also, the judge pointed out that the defense attorneys during the trial admitted that their client was violent and had issues and problems and flaws, and that these were terrible situations. But again, the defense was saying it was domestic violence. I think the judge could have gone the other way here because the jury did acquit him of the racketeering and the sex trafficking counts, which would involve alleged acts of violence. And the jury found that he wasn't guilty of any of that. He was just found guilty of transporting individuals across state lines to engage in prostitution. So what is his risk to the community on that? The problem is, I think Cassie Ventura's letter might have had an effect on the judge. The judge feels that he needs to protect the community from Sean Combs. But in the end, Sean Combs might not get that steep of a sentence out of this conviction. And
Camera guy.
eventually
This camera guy. Gee, what's he focusing on here, guys?
be released from jail with credit for the 10 months he's already done in, and he'll be back out in the community after the case. I can't imagine a defendant
Oh, wow. They were all free. They were free for free Diddy?
who's just gone through a trial like Sean Combs went through, where everything that happened behind
He'll keep your the stream up.
closed doors was now exposed
What up, Kirk?
to the nation, and it was a heinous exposure.
It's almost over.
That he wouldn't be on best behavior, not even to get a traffic infraction if he was released on bail. So I'm a little bit surprised that the judge didn't give him some leeway. So now he'll remain at the Metropolitan Detention Center, where Luigi Mangione is also housed.
And Joey, the judge also said there was violence and illegal conduct after the searches on Sean Diddy.
That was one of the funnier things to come out when Luigi got housed there, was that Diddy was mad that like the chants weren't for him. That was kind of funny. All right, I'm done with this. All right, let's move on to something else entirely. No Diddy. No more Diddy. Nep, I'm 100% in favor of protesting it. I am not sure why people are protesting his trial. He ain't going to be free, to be honest. Well, again, the fact that they're just, yeah, well, it's also kind of the other implied thing there, too, where just, yeah, Diddy didn't do that. I didn't even read that right. Kirk, how you doing, man? I'm a little tired today. Only had like 4 hours of sleep, if that. So, I am running on fumes. Did that situation get worked out? You all good? Oh boy. I said in a stream, in my stream, the healthcare system's broken. Yeah. Yeah. I got my candle. But I can't say what it is. Got hammered with service calls. Been in Vermont all day. Yeah. Nep, while I might be in agreement there, I cannot let that go. Actually, I had a little issue today where something burnt out, and I was just like, it was entirely from the heat. Man, you guys must be going through, like, you must be busy. Busy. Yeah. All the HVAC technicians, once it gets hot. You know, people do not wait to fix that either, which is good. So these 4 holdouts are still going. Look. Again, the most riveting television of our time. Oh, Kirk, you weren't here for the, excuse me, the announcement. Damn it. You know what? Hold on. Come on. The next donation goal that I'm going to be setting is going to be for having Viking braids put in for Ren Fair. It's going to be about a month off because I'm not going to have those in my hair for over a month. But Unimoogle has agreed to actually do them live on stream. So it would also be a essentially meet and greet with a guest. So what's the goal date? It was like August 9th. So I'm gonna have to figure out the amount on that one too. But yeah, it's gonna be that'll be cool. Man. This one really, for some reason, the Senate wasn't like nearly as bad. This is just like, yeah, you guys want paint? That I'd rather watch paint dry. Holy shit, dude! Wait, has somebody done that? Just a paint drying stream, and has it gone viral? Best dams can get is a draw. Well, it's not the Dems that. It's the Freedom Caucus that wants this held up. I do know that. Like, they're not happy with the bill at all. Because they know for a fact that if they vote for that, they're done. So, why are they not voting? It's their entire job. You can stream anything if you have a smartphone. Yeah, it's connection, though. When I was at a protest, I had my my stream drop, and then yeah, you gotta start again. It sucks. Oh, geez, we are well into the 3rd hour. Okay, so I have to take a quick break. If you guys do not mind, just waiting for 1 minute, that'd be nice. Let's leave this up. Screw it. I'll be right back. Oh. Whew. All right, let's have some fun. Supposed to say my music stopped? No, it didn't. Okay, cool. No movement. Yay. So entertaining. Okay, let's get out of this. Let's find something that's actually entertaining. Like, holy shit, that's especially bad. Like, holy crap. What is it about the house? It's just, no, we got 4 people sitting here. Not doing anything. As long as it doesn't pass. Yeah. So much drama. Wait, I'm too old for drama? Okay, that actually might be a funny video to watch. You know what? Screw it. It's fun.
I'm Hassan Piker in this Dawson. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Wednesday. That's right. It's hump day. I cannot believe it. I'm going to turn 34 soon. That's crazy. White hairs are coming in. I'm an old man. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about all my personal news, which over the course of the past couple of years has basically turned into me complaining about different kind of issues that I have. Hip issues, ass issues, leg issues.
This is actually, again, why basketball and like certain high impact sports like that, like, again, man, I said it to Zach yesterday, that, yeah, it catches up to you. And once it does, it ain't fun.
Lower back, upper back,
Right in his face.
shoulder pain. You know how it is. And that's precisely what we're going to be talking about. Old man, you know? Old plus fell off. This is true. One day I will fall on, I hope. But for the time being, for the duration, I have fallen off. Streamer talking about his knees, more about his knees than gaming. Speaking of gaming, I keep seeing Death Stranding 2 clips on the timeline, and it looks so amazing. And the Hasanabe gaming team sent me a actual copy, like not the copy, sorry, but like the actual code for the game. Like, I have it, okay, and I have yet to download it. And the reason why I have yet to download it is because I have the dumbest reason for not downloading it. Are you ready for it? I don't know how to turn the PlayStation on. I feel like I haven't turned it on in so long. What the f you just do to your hair? What? Nothing. It's wet still. I just got out of the shower. This is what I do every day. I let it sit. Hold the controller PS button. I tried. It didn't work. In any case, it's incredible. Please play a dog. Just plug the controller and press the
Oh my god, he just needs to plug his PS5 controller into the actual PS5.
But anyway, even if I play it, I probably won't play it on. I probably won't be playing it on stream regardless. But this is not a Labubu. This is a OG Labubu. This is a, what is it called? Like a
Gudetama.
right? I got to Japan a long ass.
That's
time
Gudetama.
ago, and I was like, why don't I put some cute shit on the microphone? You know, what are Hasanabe heads up to? What is?
I swear to God, guys. I swear to God. I try not to do this because it's something that Xander Hall does a lot, but what the? It's just there's trends that, like, all of a sudden these bigger guys start doing it. I'm like, I was doing this.
Educating the world about Hassan one deer at a time. This is beautiful and the correct thing to do, I think. Thank you for doing this. I think the deer is responsive. Also, like, have you noticed?
The fuck is this? I thought they were talking about political drama.
Is responsive. Like, the deer feels more in Jackson edit. Yeah, okay, guy, I'm 33, okay, and I don't even know which hand it's.
Oh, so
Can
it's
you
here.
grab the camera for a Lamar Jackson edit? Yeah, okay, guy, I'm 33, okay, and I don't even know which hand it's supposed to be. Is it the right hand? Is it the left hand? I'm on TikTok. I know what these memes are, okay? I know. You go like that. Other hand? I mean, it's my right hand. There. It's not the wrong hand. Unironic, ironic, boomer, camera grab. Shut up.
All right, this is stupid. God damn it. Well, it can't all be wins, guys. I was looking for something just kind of to vibe to and veg to. That was not it. And honestly, this bill ain't it either. Man. Because, yeah, I just want to say, like, I got a little cup of soup here that I just really want to get to before... Oh, wait, Dave Portnoy snaps on the Legion of Skanks? Oh, I can't watch that, though. Damn it. Well... we are under... Is it 80-20? Nope. Jubilee. Can't watch that. Well, that sucks. Destiny versus the future of MAGA. Yeah, screw it.
Realest news source out there, Infowars. Realest news source out there, Infowars and Nick Fuentes.
Okay. Wait, how old are you? Just curious.
I'm 18. I'm turning
Okay.
19.
All right. Okay. Try to speak right into the mic. All right. What do you got?
Yeah, I voted. This was my first election. All right. Yeah, this was my first election I ever voted in. Not gonna lie, I feel like I should have a big "I fell for it" ribbon. But although I still want Donald Trump to put America first, and why I came to debate you is because I believe that the tariffs do put America first.
Okay, so I guess the first question would be, if you believe the tariffs put America first, what do you think is the goal of the tariff plan?
I think the goal is to incentivize manufacturing to come back.
Okay,
We
if the
just lost manufacturing jobs.
goal is to incentivize manufacturing to come back, why is Trump trying to cut deals with other countries?
Because he wants to get more investment for the country. Basically, under Biden, no one was investing. But as you saw when Donald Trump first came in his first week, he got investment from the Middle East.
Sure, so the investment has nothing to do with deals with other countries, though. What I'm asking is...
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this guy...
why is Donald...
what is it, the incel?
Trump, he says he uses tariffs as a negotiating tactic. And I think the negotiation is to negotiate a trade deal.
Trying
But
to
why
be
would we
mean,
negotiate trade
but-
deals if we're just trying to manufacture everything at home?
Well, it depends on what countries. Like, for example, you saw with Mexico, their reason was because of the cartels. But you saw with El Salvador and that part of Central America, it was because of immigration. So it really depends on what country.
For all of them. What I'm saying is if you want to manufacture more stuff at home...
No, yeah, he wants manufacturing
But
to
then
come
why
back.
would you be using tariffs to make trade deals? Wouldn't you just not want any trade deals? Wouldn't you just want to make it all here?
Well, he's sort of have a protectionist policy.
Yeah, but then if you're having a protectionist policy, what is the incentive for other countries to negotiate with you?
It's so they could roll back whatever they're doing that's wrong. Like, for example, Mexico, their cartels.
Again, this kid's so lost in the sauce that he's just like, they need to be punished, and once they're punished, they will come around.
The reason why we had a trade deal with Mexico and why we rolled back the tariffs, which I disagree with, was because Mexico agreed that they would put more restraint on the cartels and on the border.
But Trump negotiated the big trade deal that we had with Mexico, and none of that happened, no? Like the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement.
Huh?
His renegotiation of NAFTA was the U.S.-Mexico-Canada free trade agreement.
Yeah.
So was that all just worthless, or was that really bad? Because he's blown that up now, right?
Yeah. Honestly, Donald Trump has not been living to what he promised during his campaign, which is why I began with this "I fell for it" ribbon. But the whole point of MAGA is to put America first. And
Sure, but I'm just fixating on the tariffs, right? So it seems like his first trade deal with Canada and Mexico, which was an actual trade deal, is blown up.
I don't have much faith for the future generations, guys.
No. And then we are how many days
Well,
into
what do you mean it's blown
I
up?
really
Like, how's it
don't.
blown up?
Well, he started arbitrarily tariffing them in contrary to what...
Well, it wasn't arbitrary.
Well, it wasn't agreed upon in the trade deal. So, for instance, one of the things we bullied Canada a lot for was their tariffs on products once they reached a certain...
Jammo jokester. Populism is taking over establishment mediocrity in the
threshold
West.
of import in Canada. That was part
Well,
of
you
Trump's...
do realize that the reason why we had that with Canada is because Canada has a big fentanyl problem coming into America, right?
Well, no, I'm just talking about the trade deal. Trump pointed out Canadian tariffs that he didn't like for U.S. products. That was part of Trump's trade deal.
Yeah.
So if Trump isn't even happy with his own trade deals, and that was with just 2 countries. How is he supposed to negotiate 90 new trade deals? I think he's got what, like a couple of weeks left, and we've got 0.
What do you mean he's got a couple of weeks left? What do
He
you
said,
mean?
didn't he say? Am I making this? Did he say 90 deals in 90 days? Or
90 deals in 90 days.
am I making
Oh
that up?
yeah.
Gotta go to a meeting. Bye-bye.
Yeah, but honestly speaking,
Have a good meeting.
they always roll that back, don't they? Like they always say 90 days, and then it's the next 90 days.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we've got tariffs that are kicking everybody's ass, and like nobody likes us anymore. Like the whole world thinks we're.
Well, it doesn't matter if anyone likes us. The whole point is to put
I
America
thought the whole point
first.
was America is supposed to be respected. Doesn't it matter if people like us if they want to
No,
do business with us?
but it's to put America first. That's why that's what the whole tariffs were. And like basically, when I said manufacturing to come back, he basically wants jobs to come back because a lot of jobs have been offshored. And what that incentivizes is so companies don't pay the tariff, is so companies can come back to America, and so they can employ more Americans.
Okay, let's assume. I'm assuming a lot, but let's assume that.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're giving a lot of benefit to this kid.
Foster.
Why is he debating this kid? I don't know.
Well, that's the theory.
But the title was, This is the Future of MAGA. The thing is, it is. This is the future of MAGA. This kid has no idea what he's saying. Yeah, one thing that I've been learning about watching like Dean Withers and some of those TikTok debaters, which I guess that's like the new genre. It's becoming popular. I will say that I'm not kidding. Like that wasn't necessarily a joke about me not having faith about with the upcoming generation. I really don't. At least like with these guys, because like at some point they're going to like realize how stupid they sound.
Well, no, it's not even correct in theory because, for instance, if we maintain tariffs with everybody, okay, as a way to bring manufacturing back, why would you
support expanding socialist programs? And if you guys want your stupid capitalism, fine.
You want to manufacture in America at all?
Very closest Marxist communists.
So that you can give more jobs to Americans.
No. Why would other people want to manufacture in America?
So they don't have to pay the high
my closet? No.
Tariffs. That's why they didn't want.
No, I'm like, the thing is, I'm all for it, but I'm not like as active in that kind of outcome or arguing for that kind of outcome at this moment, because I'm more like, let's see what DSA and so again, expanding the socialist programs can offer first and getting people on board instead of like constantly doing this thing where they already win just because of like they're good at the messaging part and going like, oh, communism scary.
That's why the tariffs were so
high. But the tariffs are only with America.
Will it work somewhere one day?
Why wouldn't they just manufacture?
You could
here?
argue that it's working in Vietnam.
They're with America.
If America tariffs everybody and they all tariff us back,
you could also argue that because of like the economy and all that kind of stuff, it's technically working in China.
That means if you come to manufacture in America, you're now subjected to everybody else's tariffs on America.
That was the point of the reciprocal tariffs.
What?
That was the point of the reciprocal tariffs.
Sure. Well, one, the tariffs weren't reciprocal, and 2, it doesn't change.
I'm for Switzerland.
What?
I am for the Switzerland. We are superior to you.
Well, yes, they were.
The number
Copy us.
was made up based on our trade deficit, which has nothing to do with it.
Are talking about the equation that they used to.
You're a versatile people.
Sure, we can if you want. Yeah, yeah. That has nothing to do with tariffs. It just has to do with the trade deficit.
Well, yeah, but also the whole thing. Another point about the tariffs I didn't break up was the trade deficit. America is currently under a $1.6 trillion trade deficit.
Sure.
And it's going to increase with this next bill.
Without getting into, hold on. Without getting into that, here,
I think my brain is slowly starting to die when I listen to the people Dean and Parker talk to sometimes. Like, wow, this is the pinnacle of human thought and creation. Yep.
This is just my basic question. Like, I don't understand why Trump keeps saying people want access to the
It's also kind of the danger of like
U.S. market because it's an amazing market.
You know, taking this a little too seriously sometimes, where it's like, man,
That's true, but a big reason why that's true is because the U.S. market has access to all of the other markets internationally.
Well, no, I think the U.S. market has been so interconnected to the point where we rely on the rest of the world. So the point of these tariffs is so that things can be made in
Yes, Destiny is debating a child.
America again is so we don't have to rely on the rest of the world for product.
And this kid is certifiably retarded. I don't use that word often, but wow.
Which country has a tariff regime like this that you're jealous of?
Wow.
Like what country around the world are you like?
What do you mean? I don't think that matters.
Because the United States is like I don't know if there are any Europeans here, but we're like kicking everybody's ass for decades when it comes to like ever since the end of World War II. The United States has been the leader of the free world in so many different ways, whether we're talking technology, military, diplomacy, whether we're talking economy. We still have the biggest
Really?
GDP. Like,
Are you saying that America is number one in everything?
What?
Are you saying America is number one in everything? Because a lot of leftists say that. I mean, America ranks like almost last in like healthcare and stuff like
that's
that.
the accent. This is a different, fundamentally different type of question. I'm just saying that the United States was on the top of all of these charts. I'm curious, like, what country is Trump looking at that he's like, we need to be more like that country with our trade policy?
I don't think it. Well, for one, probably China, most likely, because
Capitalism transformed into what? Fascist capitalism?
we're under. That's why.
Do you think that the average American or the average Chinese person has a better life?
You mean like falling off? Yes, he's fallen off pretty hard.
What's the point in that question?
It is actually kind of odd. Like, I had no idea that this was even a thing. I just this came across my feed. I was like, what?
Would we be envious of China's trade policy if the United States is...
Well, because we rely on...
Actually, this is how you beat Destiny in debating all along. Was you just have to, like, go to the dumbest you possibly can, and there it is.
China for all our product, and we rely on not only China but the rest of the world for all our stuff. Though that's why
not for all of our stuff.
Most of our stuff, we rely on the rest of the world
for like base level stuff, right? But we make it
into
still,
but don't you think that if you were to bring that stuff back here to America, it would be cheaper in the long term?
No, it won't, because you want to get rid of the immigrants who, like, you don't want to pay the people what, like, a living wage. That's the bottom line. And when that happens, guess what? The products get more fucking expensive, dipshit.
Would you rather...
Honestly, this is why I can't debate these, like, especially a guy like this, is because I would get mean.
Mine stuff out of the ground, or would you rather have the car manufacturing plants that are putting together Teslas at the...
Plus, it's like, I don't see him chasing these jobs. Why is he not looking to go and get a minimum wage job, working at one of these factories, doing what China does to try and bring it back to America? Come on, dude, stick it to those libs.
Or don't you think that if we started mining stuff off the ground, that would make jobs for Americans?
These guys never want to actually do the work, but they're sitting there just like, we need to bring it back to America because we need to have people that want to. But then you're literally like, okay, do you want to do that job? No.
I think it would make mining jobs for Americans.
Would be mining?
I like Tommy and Jaden on my
jobs for Americans.
My dude.
Do you want to import more Indians, or do you want to get like what?
What up, Angela?
Wait,
just
what?
Sneaking in here. What's up?
You want to have like more Indians here, or like?
We got to get you a membership there, Angela. We gotta get you a blue name.
Do you think that it would be an improvement
or a green name
in our current situation if we went back to mining resources out of the ground with pickaxes?
I think that would make I think that would make more jobs for Americans, though, wouldn't it?
I mean, you could make more jobs with Americans if you gave people scissors and told them to cut lawns. I mean, that doesn't mean they're good jobs.
That's such a bad heuristic, bro.
Bad heuristic. If you're watching a movie or playing a video game, mining coal with a pickaxe is like level 1. That's like the first thing you do. There is no video game where you watch it and you got a character with a pickaxe and coal, and your mom or dad or your girlfriend comes like, wow, you must be really far in your game. You're like, no, I'm in the shitty level 1 development phase. I'm trying to get out of here as soon as possible.
You're using Minecraft to discuss about policy?
I'm being what?
You're using Minecraft to discuss about policy and using it as an example.
Hold on, it's the echoes because you're covering it. I'm being what for policy?
I said, are you really using Minecraft to like?
I'm using literally anything in the world when you talk about the stages of developments of economies.
Hey, big words from small boy.
It's not like we were doing AI in the 1800s. And then Henry Ford walked us back to making cars, and then now in the 2000s we're celebrating to go into the coal mines again, right? Our economy is developed. It's better to be a service-based and a final stage of manufacturing.
Employment is historically below 5%. What industry are they willing to sacrifice to fill those jobs? Exactly.
Manufacturing economy than it is to be a natural resource extraction economy.
But if you were to be a natural resource, wouldn't that make more jobs overall?
No, we don't have enough. We don't have an unlimited amount of people to work.
If I was Blue, I'd put Panic Studio in timeout all the time.
Jobs.
We do have enough. What do you mean? We have 300 million.
Well, you hang out here long enough, then you'll get that blue name.
People in America, and also the unemployment rate is so high.
The blue names you currently see have pretty much been here since day one.
The unemployment rate is like 4.5%. Where the unemployment rate is low. Yes. We do not have high unemployment in the United States.
Unemployment rate after college.
What?
Unemployment rate after college.
Why would I look at a single like 2 or 3 years in a person's life. I would look at the overall unemployment rate of the economy, and I would see how the economy is doing. Also, why would I want to send kids who just graduated college to go work in the coal field?
I'm not sending. I'm not saying to send them back to the coal mines. What I'm saying
No, you are though. The thing is, then who's filling the fucking jobs, asshole?
is that if you were to have coal mines,
You? No! That's the point here. These entitled little pricks. Seriously. And then on top of it, they're so short-sighted that literally the class of people that they would want to fill these jobs, they won't be there.
that would overall make more jobs in America.
Yeah, but we
which
don't
is
want
my
any
point.
job. We want the most productive jobs, right?
Okay, yeah, sure. And like what? Like so you want America to rely on the rest of the world for all their stuff?
The world relies on us for final stage of manufacturing.
What do you
services.
mean? Our largest trading partners are Canada, Mexico, and China.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Question.
We
What is-
rely
wait,
on the
what
rest
is
of the
Donald
world for
Trump's-
stuff.
What is
I don't know why
Donald
everyone's
Trump-
saying okay.
What is Donald Trump's number one complaint about China?
That
They came here with the Kung Flu, and
it's a lot.
they made me say something really stupid about bleach.
That they
It was totally their fault, not my fault.
Steal our intellectual property. That's what we make, right? And Donald Trump's biggest complaint about China is that we do so much of what you guys seem to call useless work here, right? The
Not
creating
useless
of
work.
patents, of intellectual property, of software, all this technology that
By the way, guys, if you're just joining us and you obviously are one of the regs, I am a little slower today just because I got 4 hours of sleep and I am dead.
like half the old Trump coalition. I say old
I
because now
am
that
dead
Elon's, I don't know
tired.
those people are there anymore. All the crypto guys and all the AI guys are like, this is the future, right? We're not doing like when they say Bitcoin mining, that's not an actual mine. You know that,
I know,
right?
like,
That's
I
not
don't know,
actually
like,
what that
yeah.
means, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's just it wasn't until Donald Trump that people thought like, God damn, I'm so jealous of all the people that are over here. I guess like picking
Is this because he's like super medicated now that Destiny really like I don't want to use the term neutered but it really seems like he's like neutered Destiny here.
culture and doing like I don't know. That's just this thought is just bizarre to me. The numbers and the data don't support it. I hate to appeal to common sense, like doesn't support it, right? Like you've got a dad who's looking at his children and they're looking across the street and there are these horrible Mexicans roofing and he's like, I can't believe I got to send you to college, Jake. Like back in my day, you would have been up on those roofs in the heat. It would have been way better. Like it's just such a bizarre world to me
okay, this is
that we're
actual, like,
trashing things like AI and it's like,
By the way, guys, we got 19 minutes until
don't
when
you
did I
want to
trash
be
AI?
China jumping off the factories
When did I
into the
trash
nets? Like, doesn't
AI?
it look like fun? Like, it's
Okay,
just-
now you're just using like pointless like logical fallacies against me. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
You're just using like pointless like you're not even arguments. Like you're just saying something about like a Mexican and Jake.
He just realized he's using like buzzwords that he hears in like his content that he consumes.
No, if you want to use actual arguments, the actual arguments,
Like,
okay,
actually, like,
the
a
actual
talk about
arguments is that the
policy.
United States is outperforming every single other
okay.
economy in the world. The actual arguments, if you're looking at export economies, you're looking at economies like Iran and North Korea.
Well, what is wrong
and the
with
United
putting
Kingdom.
America first?
What about
Why don't you want to put America first?
America first doesn't mean that you are screwing every other country in the world. You're hurting yourself. That's not an America. An America first policy.
We should have a protectionist, isolationist trade policy.
No,
yes.
that's not.
This kid is the embodiment of just a shithead. You know? Take it in, guys. Like, look at him. And I'm going to do... And here, we have a wild shithead. Look at the red hat, the stupid smile, the cross eyes, the InfoWars.
Okay, here's a question. Do you want to be an entrepreneur when you grow up?
I want to be a politician when I grow up.
Okay, you want to be a politician.
You ain't going to be a very good one.
Okay.
We have to change it from within, everyone.
If you wanted to be an
Good luck with that.
entrepreneur and you were being a small businessman and you were growing in a small business,
Hey.
the biggest leap that you have to make as a small business owner is going
What's
from
up?
doing everything yourself to hiring other people to do the work for you because you don't have the time.
Obviously,
You don't have
so
the-
let's hire Americans.
What?
Let's hire Americans.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that small business owner is not made worse because he's outsourcing jobs that other people can do better so that he can focus on being the business owner.
Like, the hire American thing, again, would also have a little more merit if the unemployment rates were, like, at a devastating, like, fucking high. That's not the case. Jeez.
Owner, right? Because anybody can work the jobs, but he's the
literally
only one that
hurts
can
my
run
head.
the business. So in the United States, there are plenty of just curious, do you think
This
that there are
is-
more countries around the world that could do resource extraction or that could create
Bro,
Facebook
you are so
or
close to my
SpaceX?
Well, those are two different things. Those
They
are
are
two
different things,
sectors.
yes. I agree they're different things.
They're two different sectors.
What?
They're two
I
different
agree they're different sectors, but I'm asking you, do you think that right now, if you were to look at the capability, the productive capacity of every country of the world, do you think there are more countries that could create the next cutting edge piece of software technology or that could mine resources out of the ground?
I think there are more countries that can mine resources out the ground, and here in America, we could most likely make more technologically advanced things.
Who is raising these fucking kids?
Yeah.
What? Wait, repeat the last thing? Sorry.
Here in America, we can make more AI things, or technologically advanced.
Yeah, but we
things.
can't. If we're sending our kids into the minefields instead of into school, we're not going to make the AI things.
But we have so many we have so much liquid gold under us in Texas and Oklahoma. We have so many minerals here in America that we don't have to depend on the rest of the world for all of this. We can do all.
Does this kid legit have a mental illness? I feel kind of bad. Like, seriously, like, what the fuck?
Of this in America,
What the fuck?
and also with doing that all in America, that also creates jobs for Americans.
Oh my God.
That puts America first.
This is
You know
this
that
is
like historically,
painful.
no other country has successfully
Screens raised him most likely. Yeah.
pursued like an autarkist
As I said, like this is real life cable guy.
regime.
That's what Donald Trump wants to try to pursue.
He's going to be
I'm gonna be a politician, Stephen.
the first one to do it.
Wait. What did you say?
Where you manufacture and make all of your own stuff. Nobody else in the world is.
This reminds me of that one episode of InfoWars where Alex Jones confronted Kanye West.
Well, Japan tried doing it, and
Japan, the country
Yeah.
that's been in stagflation for like 30 or 40
Yeah, and-
years, and all of their young men are
The missing link.
fucking anime dolls instead of making children. That's the country that we're going to model ourselves after.
And here we see de-evolution in progress.
yeah. That's all right. I mean, my whole point's gonna make argue. It's kind of, all right. My next point, besides the tariffs, is that the deportation.
Hold on, I just want also just that you're comparing us to Japan, right?
He just got booted and he thinks he's winning. Like, dude, he's getting pulled by the staff where they're like, "All right, man. Big L. Time to go."
In World War II, our ability to do
No, that's just how they are.
technology, to integrate people from all over the
Well,
world.
no, like I'm in Japan in like the 80s.
Sure. But yeah, how do you get there, right? Like
someone in the audience, they can't take it anymore. They're like, "Get this kid off the stage."
Why did we win World War II? We won that war, right? The United States did, and a lot of it had to do with things like technology.
This kid could
or things like nuclear
raid.
weapons, and we only did that. Like nuclear weapons are not raw resource extraction or like who can mine stuff the fastest. Like it came from technological breakthroughs and innovations.
Yeah, but through help through America. Don't you think Japan had help through from America after World War II?
Magath always thinks they're right.
I mean, we literally reconstructed their constitution.
Yeah, but that's been beneficial to us, right?
Yeah, but America did it. They couldn't do it without America.
Yeah, but would America have made Dragon Ball Z? Or I'm sorry, what would it be
What?
for you? Naruto?
I'm not
I don't know
into
what young
anime.
kids watch.
Bro,
we wouldn't have had that if it would have
I'm
been from
not into
Japan. We get
anime.
things from Japan that we couldn't make ourselves, right?
Yeah, but like, what's the whole point of this goy slop? I'm not talking about the goy slop.
What is the Dragon Ball Z is Goy Slop? How old am I now?
No. I don't want to call Dragon Ball Z goy slop, but I mean that in the sense of like entertainment. I don't care about that. What I care about is having Americans have like a proper living.
Americans have what?
I want Americans to have a proper living in America.
Yeah, but everything will get more
Oh, he's too cool for anime.
expensive if you make it.
Dude, this kid would get beat up by anime nerds, like in full cosplay, and it would be justified.
Here, no. So when the living
For the
standards,
short term, in the long term, it'll get cheaper.
how would it get cheaper in the long term?
Because right now we depend on the rest of the world for the rest of our stuff. So right now,
Because it's cheaper.
Oh,
you think that we could make
God, if they were all in JoJo's outfits, oh, that would chef's kiss.
You
Let's
think
go.
that Americans could make every single thing from the supply chain from bottom to top better than every single other country on the planet?
I think if we start really trying to, yeah, we really can, and we can put America first.
Okay, I mean, no one else in history has done that. No one else in the world
But
does
that's
that.
what Donald Trump wanted to do, and also he told me to bring up my second point. Yeah, it's not gonna be quick, but like my whole second point is essentially that to put America first,
He doesn't really have one.
we also have to stop, doing
Like he's just trying to like get his time. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for the guy that's like trying to get him off stage because this kid is doing like a troll thing here.
Immigration that we're doing right now.
This is like every time that I argue with a right-wing troll, these are them. This is it.
Oh, both.
Honestly, that kind of this type of perspective actually made me feel better about that.
And
where it's just like, oh.
So you want to bring? So just to be clear, you want to bring?
You want
to bring all of the jobs back here. You want to do all the resource extraction. You want to do all the manufacturing, and then you want to deport 20 million people at the same time.
And also stop the visas because the visas also exploit Americas economically.
I mean, like, I'm just curious. Wait, well, okay, yeah. All right, thanks for chatting. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we have to.
And people thought that was a W. I'm speechless. I'm literally speechless. Isolationists say what? Like I just. The kids are not all right. The kids are not all right. Just when I think the kids are all right. The kids are not all right. That was insane. That was what is happening? Oh God. Isolationists are very short-sighted. Yeah, they are. Because again, this he wants to talk about America first, but then he wants to just be like, well, I want to be the big influence of the world. It's like, okay, so does that mean, you know, funding projects in other countries and like helping their people? No! What's it mean? It means just being badass! And they want to be like us because we're Big Brother, bro! Like, that's all they want. Like, and that's how that, oh my God, that's really, I wish I was kind of being mean about that, but it's true. Racist meltdown over Mamdani. All right. What share do we do now? Because I want to smoke here in a moment, but who's David Roth? Let's check this out.
Hey there, welcome to Factually. I'm Adam Conover. Thank you so much for joining me on the show again. You know, American politics and media have been especially fucked up over the last couple weeks. I feel like I start a lot of shows by saying that, but let's just do a quick list to break down exactly how bad things have been.
It must be exhausting to be this Hollywood.
The Democratic establishment in New York City chose a sex-abusing, corrupt former governor named Andrew Cuomo to be their choice to run as mayor of New York City. Trump recently bombed Iran, barely setting back their nuclear program while risking a catastrophic wider war, all while his administration continues to illegally kidnap immigrants and demolish the federal government. And of course, Democrats aren't doing shit to stop him. In fact, they can't even decide if they should one day say that they are interested in stopping him. And of course, the media that used to report on all the bad shit happening around the world in towns and cities across America has been obliterated. Instead, we now get our information about these horrifying events from algorithm influencers like me and maybe from the odd newsletter writer or two if you're lucky. It's enough to make you want to tune out of the news entirely and just spend the rest of your life watching baseball, right? But you know, there are some green shoots starting to spring up. The Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani just won the Democratic primary in New York City, running on, you know, having a government that actually makes life more affordable for the people who live there. What a fucking concept. And we're starting to see some success stories in media again. One of my favorite media outlets right now is Defector. It's an incredible blog that was started by a bunch of staffers who escaped from Deadspin, the beloved sports and pop culture website that was run to the ground by some private equity vulture capitalists.
Really?
These journalists started Defector as a worker-run cooperative to
I didn't know
escape
that.
the bullshit of corporate media. They cover sports, politics, the internet, pop culture incisively and compellingly, and 5 years in, they have had incredible success doing it. Now, one of my favorite writers at Defector is Dave Roth. He's an incredible writer, an incredible journalist. He doesn't just write about the cursed baseball team, the Mets, which I also follow, but he also writes about politics both nationally and locally with incredible insight. I wanted to talk to him about what just happened in New York and what is happening across the country right now.
This guest has good comic timing. Really?
Both in sports, culture, and politics. I know you're going to love this conversation. Before we get into it, I want to remind you that if you want to support this show and all the conversations we bring you every single week, head to patreon.com/Adam Conover. $5 a month gets you every episode of the show ad-free. And if you want to come see me do stand-up comedy on the road, I just announced a new batch of fall tour dates. The Big Divorce.
Oh, that's how I...
Energy tour.
Yeah, actually, if you guys... I didn't think about that, but I could do more ad-free shows if you guys get memberships.
Or that is what...
Mine's cheaper.
That is the name that I'm going with. This fall, we're headed
No, you guys should definitely go check out Adam Conover. His channel is blowing up. He's about to hit a mill, man. Like, gotta say, it's kind of crazy.
Indianapolis, St. Louis, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Brea, California, Tacoma and Spokane, Washington, Des Moines, Iowa, Atlanta, Georgia, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Head to adamconover.net for all those tickets and tour
5-minute
dates.
mark.
And
There you
now
go.
let's get to this conversation with the very funny and insightful Dave Roth. Okay, Dave, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having me. We've been talking for 40 minutes.
We've already been talking for 40 minutes about stuff that we're like, that the podcast can't begin that way. It could be the kind of podcast where, oh my God, we've started in the middle of the conversation, except that we were already down like a rabbit hole that people aren't going to follow.
Right. I was going to make... It's probably better if we leave it and we're just being like, that was too hot for the pod. Because it was really me being like, do you remember what? Did you ever get off at the Lorimer stop on the L and there was a deli? It's still there. Like, it's just not very...
This is what happens when I come back to New York. I haven't lived here for 10 years, but every time I do, it's just like New York talk all the time. What subway stop, where I used to get a bacon, egg, and cheese. I had the best morning because, first of all, everyone here is always running 15 minutes late, which I love.
Very much me included, literally 15 minutes.
And I got the fastest egg and cheese sandwich I've never had food served this quickly in my life. And the man made an egg and cheese from scratch for me while I was about to get on the Bedford L so I could get here. And I was like, I'm back. I'm so happy.
That's what it's all about.
Bizarre city. The vibe in New York is like really different than anything I've experienced before, because I came here to sort of clear my head and like do some stand up and do some writing and stuff like that. And I've been talking about politics too much on like my channel and shit. And I want to just do some comedy. And I come here and people are like more engaged in, I lived in New York for 10 years. I never saw people give a shit about a city election before in my life.
Yeah, this is new to me. I've lived here for 24 years, and this is I mean, there have been times when people cared about politics, but for national races, which are the ones that most people care about, it's a foregone conclusion. Like, New York is going to be, one color.
Man, he's competing for spots at the store or at the Comedy Cellar now?
There'd be no reason to canvass or do any of that shit.
Yep.
And then all the mayoral elections have this kind of...
Interesting.
I like what I imagine it's like to find out you've been nominated for a Razzie award is like what I think like being like in the mayoral conversation is. Where it's kind of like, well, it's nice that you thought of me, but like, why did you think of me like this? Like, it's every few years in an off-year election that is designed exclusively to be voted in by perverts. Like, it's 2025. No elections happen in 2025.
Right.
5 is not a number that has elections associated with it. So it's this weird machine run thing to elect the like sin eater clown that the city is going to scream at for like the next 4 years.
Yeah.
And most of there have been more and less effective mayors, but there's never anybody where, maybe this is true, but I don't remember anyone like knocking on my door and being like, have you heard the good news about Michael Bloomberg?
Yeah.
Like, this is not
I
how it
lived
goes.
here during the Bloomberg years, and the vibe was, you know, Bloomberg is a billionaire, so he's not going to have to eat shit like everybody else. He can sort of do what he wants. And like, he mostly did. And like, some of it was good. There was stop and frisk and some other bad shit. But he, you know, he was sort of like he was almost like a regular city executive. And then after that, when it went back to sort of normal mayors, it was like, oh, like, you know, de Blasio gets out there and the police just start shooting him with their guns. And just like shoot him to death and he's dead. And
very
then they
sad.
get a different maniac
Tragic
in there.
that we lost. We lost a lot of good mayors that way. But yes, it was de Blasio was the one that was the closest to people caring because he
happy West Coast. We're about to celebrate the show 420 in just 1 minute.
he was the most progressive
because I was a minute
he
behind.
ran a great campaign. Like this is the thing with Blasio is like to the extent that anybody outside of New York City knows or cares who he is, it's because he ran this insanely clownish presidential campaign.
Right.
And,
I forgot about
which was basically
Dude,
it was him taking a
embarrassing.
break from like I live in this big city where I have like a 22%
Only his
approval
paper was reporting on good shit too.
rating.
That was really
the
funny.
only thing left for me to do. Like I've conquered. That's everything that I ever wanted. It's time to go to Iowa and eat a cutlet on a stick.
Maybe it almost qualifies him. He's like, I was elected in the biggest city in the country and they hate me there. So I should be able to take that hatred and power it to the entire rest of the.
We've run the numbers and we think it can scale.
And my understanding is like the rich
There we go.
conservatives and the Post like destroyed de Blasio, like they will want to do to Mamdani. But also, I knew like progressives in city government who were just like, de Blasio is just like a lazy idiot. Like they like by 6 months in, people were just like, oh, he's just fuck.
He got a few good things done. And then he bailed, which is like a pretty common move for a mayor. Like the reason Bloomberg didn't was that like he could just take a helicopter anywhere he wanted to go. Like if he was stressed out, he's like, I'll be in Barbuda for the next 72 hours and just would do it.
What I liked about Bloomberg was it felt like he was a guy who reads, he's like a technocrat, right? And so he would like read like a scientific paper about like, oh, if a cup is really big, you'll drink more of it and then you'll drink more sugar. And then he'll like I remember trying to explain this to people being like, no, if the container is big, you'll drink more than you mean to. And then you could like gain weight or get diabetes. So like, we're going to make the cup smaller. And I was like, yeah, man. Like,
it wasn't wrong. The difference is that every time that Bloomberg had to address the public, he had this look on his face where he's like, can you believe that I am talking to you assholes? Like, this is amazing, right? Like, and it wasn't the sort of thing where it wasn't like condescending. It was kind of like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm talking to a Puerto Rican guy.
And
that's never happened to me before. And like somebody was like, he didn't seem to love it, but he seemed to like kind of be like bemused by being mayor.
He had that thing where he was trying to learn Spanish and he was bad at it, but it was cute. You know, he was like, hola, me llamo.
Miguel Bloombito. Yeah, like it was.
Bloombito.
So he was sort of trying, but he was always. I think that honestly, like this was sort of relatable to me as someone who has like not. I don't have $1 billion. I don't have like a helicopter or whatever. The times that I've tried to learn new things as an adult, I have failed. And then also the whole time it's hard to like sort of get out of your own way because you can like see or hear yourself in your head and being like, that is not like, you are not conjugating that verb correctly, man. Like this is not Italian. And the Italian person you're speaking it to is a little offended by how bad it is. And like Bloomberg seemed to have some of that whenever he was trying to do retail stuff. I remember my sister, who's a doctor, by the way, when she graduated from medical school, Bloomberg gave the speech at their graduation, and fully half of it was like, well, I don't really know what you guys graduated from. I was handed a sheet of paper on my way up here. Like, but it was almost like one of those like Bob Uecker routines where it was like just him talking about how bad he was at baseball for most of a speech. Like, and it was, my dad loved Bloomberg, and even I did not, but even I had to be like, this is kind of endearing because it's better than getting up there and being like, doctors are the heart of New York City or like whatever fake shit. Like he was just kind of like, I don't know, man, I got to go do more of these before dinner.
I got to go do a thing.
In retrospect, he had, it was a refreshing like separation from the things a mayor normally has to do to like make the political machine work. You know, like he did have a certain unbound quality where he could just sort of be a weirdo and do some stuff.
So does Eric Adams.
I was like, we have to get to Eric Adams for a second before we talk about the news of the day. Like that was when Eric Adams started happening and I was not living in New York. That's really made me sad. I was like, I'm not eating pizza. I'm not eating bacon, egg, and cheeses. I'm not talking about this fucking guy.
Yeah. Like my mayor doesn't wear any Live Strong bracelets. Eric's got all of them. He's got like 9 on at any moment, every moment he's awake. There's a great picture of him during one of his many visits to Israel, a country that he has passionate affinity for. He just loves travel. He loves international travel. This is something that's known about him. Federal court made it a matter of public record. But he, in Israel, there's a picture of him solemnly putting a note into the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. And on his wrist, as he is slipping this note in, is a little lanyard that says grind on it. He was so locked in as a type of guy that like, and it's not like a type of guy that you would ever encounter. He's like an influencer cop.
Yeah.
Like this is just not a personality type. He is ordering off menu. Like this is, but it's, you know, I cannot wait until he fucking
That's an intense laugh.
leaves and I don't have him as mayor anymore, but I hope he doesn't go away. Like I hope he stays posting.
I think he needs like a George Santos post a moment where it's like he gets to go on the podcast, he gets to hang out with some drag queens. People just get to enjoy him as camp. You know, and because he was a Zaphod Beeblebrox mayor. You know, he was like, he's the party guy. He's not actually getting anything done. And I'm like, he seems like a fun guy to hang out with.
That was basically what he ran as, was like, I'm going to like inspire New York to new heights by demonstrating the power of swag every day by like going out and being like, you know, a physically fit, probably polyamorous man who goes to nightclubs at the age of 60. And it's like, if he was doing that, if there was like a job that was just that, where if it was just like, you got to act like if like horny Mark Jackson, like that's your thing. Just go out there, be in public, like go to a lot of like ribbon cuttings and openings and give weird speeches. But like under no circumstances are you to do any governing. Like I would keep him in that job.
This guy really is
more or less for as long as he wanted.
And that's a good job. Half of that is New York, right? Is like going out when you shouldn't be going out, doing Molly, even though you're in your 60s.
Yes.
You know,
he had a couple of moments that were like, people were mad at him. One of the, I guess it was like after some flooding. We have a lot of like kind of preventable natural disaster type experiences here because the infrastructure isn't that good, or it's just very old. But there was one that was like, there was bad flooding. He had a birthday party and then just mayor's office was silent until noon the next day. And he did like a live stream. And he looked like, you know, the image of like drunk Don Draper that people use where he kind of looks a little drowned and he's like making a presentation. Like Adam showed up like that, looking like he had like been awakened at 11:40 to be like, sir, there's flooding, low-lying areas of Brooklyn and Queens. And he was like, ah! And then like instantly was online explaining it and being like, you know, this is why you got to stay prayed up or whatever the fuck he said at that moment. And
that's relatable to me as a comic. There are some times where I'm like, I got to go on stage. I had a corporate gig a couple weeks ago at like 9 a.m. and I was not, you know, I was
how
like,
do you do comedy at 9 in the
9 a.m.? You did a show at 9 a.m.? 9 a.m.?
Morning.
You know,
yuck.
Someone contractually
eating
is how you do it.
I was gonna say like eating a Danish in the front row. Doing some crowd work.
Corporate gigs.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, and the great thing is, if it doesn't go that well, it's fine.
Yeah, and you're done in time for a regular breakfast. Apparently, I was gonna say like walking off stage at 9:30 to be like, good bagels near me. Like, where are we doing this?
Eric Adams, like in the last 6 months, just a comical level of overt corrupt. He and Trump just did corruption.
Yeah, brunch, am I right? Yeah.
In the news.
Yeah.
They were just like, I'm gonna go to jail, but what if I do what
dude. Wow.
What if I like
I couldn't imagine doing that. That's insane.
Fulfill your priorities and jail some immigrants.
I mean, I guess some comedians do that when they do like morning radio, which
and or whatever, help let ICE come in and you'll let me off. And Trump was just like in the newspaper. Yes, sounds great.
This all happened like on TV too, which is amazing. Like it's not the sort of thing where a lot of things, you know, in our reality are like this, but there was a moment in that where he was Tom Homan dragged Eric Adams on TV. They went on Fox News together. Adams barely talked. And Homan is like, this guy knows I'm going to be up his butt if he doesn't do exactly what I say. And Adams had to sit there being like, delightful. Like just hitting the Philip Seymour Hoffman Brandt in Big Lebowski nostril flare fake laugh thing. And it was like, it was humiliating, but it was also one of those things where it's like, this seems like it should be from like a training video. Like if you had to like watch something at work that was like a mandated video that was like, here's how not to do quid pro quo. It was like that level of subtlety, and yet it was happening in the same reality that all of us inhabit.
And that's like our entire political situation is just like the standards.
It was happening in the reality that we all inhabit.
That anybody used to have for behavior or ethics or anything are completely out the window. Like anything is possible at this point. But at the very least, this made Eric Adams completely reviled. He was already reviled among New Yorkers, but it's like his political career is basically dead and led us to this election.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, he's still running. He has a lot. This is another New York City politics thing that I'm sure will be fascinating to people that don't live here. So I'll do it quickly. You can basically get your own, if you get enough signatures, you can get your own party line outside of, so Eric Adams was not going to get the Democratic nomination. They refused to let him campaign. He didn't debate anybody. He governed as a Democrat, but he deregistered as a Democrat and then started his own line. So if you vote for Eric Adams in the election in November in New York City, you will be voting on a line that is called Stop Anti-Semitism. It's one word because there's a limit to how many characters you can get in your fake party line that you make up. And it was important to him that he send that message. But it was also like, there's not a shorter way to say it. You could say no anti-Semitism, I guess, and you got the space, and then you got a whole extra character to play with. Maybe there's an exclamation point, but I don't work for him. So I can't.
But I don't work for him, so
anti-Semitism.
I just thought about that. I was like, no anti-Semitism
is a very real issue. But when it is being deployed in that way, even if you're someone who cares more than anybody else about genuine anti-Semitism,
like Eric Adams does,
you have to look at that and go, something has The way anti-Semitism is being deployed in our political culture is a little bit off now.
A little bit off. The other great of the fake lines, Andrew Cuomo got one that is designed to look. This was in previous years. He had run on. He created one that was designed to look like the Working Families Party line, which is the sort of the progressive.
Yeah, we've had the head of the Working Families Party on the show.
So Cuomo, the last time he ran for governor, also ran a line that was called like. Like the Working Federated Party or something that was like designed to just basically confuse people.
There was a guy in LA who was running for judge and he changed his name to Judge so that people would think he was a judge already. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, this is basically people like the way that this is going to date me, but the way that like in the Yellow Pages at the beginning of it, like this is, I don't know if you're even old enough to know this. Where
I remember the Yellow Pages.
Where there'd be like 7 A's in a row, Electronics Corporation. And then there'd be like, that would be right above one that was 6 A's in a row. And like, it's just trying to be first. Yeah, that's how we govern our city now.
Damn. You know, I love to cook and I love to eat, but you know what I don't love? Shopping. And sometimes that can make it pretty hard to do the whole cooking and eating thing. Lucky for me, today's sponsor, Hungry Root, takes care of the annoying part so I can focus on what I love. Think of Factually. That's hungryroot.com/factually, code factually to get 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for life. hungryroot.com/factually, code factually. So
damn, you live like this?
You live
I do, Adam. I live exactly like this.
I thought LA politics was fucked up.
Yeah.
But
I've enjoyed watching LA politics from afar, or I did until recently. It got really depressing. I just find it interesting that how like it's just another cast of like New York style janky ward healers and creeps. Like the guy who is it Caruso, the mall developer?
Yeah.
We don't really have mall developers in New York City.
He's going to come back and run again also against, he's like laying the groundwork to run against Karen Bass a second time as the sort of, you know, I hate Trump and I'm a Democrat, but also all the Republicans are voting for me.
So that's Eric's lane now too. And it's going to be hard. I mean, I think he and Cuomo, who is probably going to stay in the election, are going to be splitting the like weird asshole vote. And there's a lot of them here, But like, I don't think a Republican would vote for either of those guys. Like, they don't like them.
Yeah.
So yeah, good luck, obviously, to Rick Caruso. I've been to the mall. What's the
Grove, the Americana.
I've been to both.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Americana. I watched Blade Runner 2049 or whatever the year was in that title. I watched that at the Americana Mall at 10:30 in the morning with my friend who had a young baby. So it was the crybaby screening of it.
It was. Let me just say, Rick Caruso's whole thing is that he has built these outdoor malls where you go and then you park and then you walk around a little outdoor mall area, which when you look around, what does this look like? Oh, it's Soho. It's the West Village.
It's a town or a neighborhood. Yeah.
And the entire appeal is that you got to park and walk around. and literally one of the reasons people were voting for him was they were like, oh, I like going to the mall. It's pleasant to go to the mall. Maybe he'll make LA like the mall.
What if he made all of the city the Grove?
Then it would be fucking New York City or another walkable city, which is the opposite of what he was going to do because he's, you know, an anti-urbanism guy.
Yeah, his thing was mostly like, I'm going to do that. Like,
How does he do both? Wait.
Simpsons gag where a vagrant turns into a mailbox. Like, he was just going to do that with the entirety of downtown Los Angeles. That was basically the gambit, right?
Yeah. No, he's like, we're going to put the homeless people, we're going to get one big bulldozer and we're going to push them all into the ocean. Yeah. That was
super. Glad that idea has been discredited and no one is continuing to fucking say it at the highest levels of our government.
You know, we've got a little bit of progress in LA on that front, what they're starting to. But let's come back here because we have missed another disgusting clown in this story who is Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's very good.
Yeah. Who I grew up on Long Island and it was just like my whole life you would just hear Cuomo, Cuomo, because Mario Cuomo is his father, who was the governor in the 80s,
yes,
right?
And like a guy that everybody, I don't know if your parents, I don't know what their politics were. My parents are Democrats. Like, they basically acted like Mario Cuomo was their real dad.
Yeah.
Like, they loved him.
Yeah.
And he was very eloquent and he was like kind of like handsome in a like saddish hangdog, like 70s Pacino kind of way. Like as close to a beloved legislator as you get.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andrew.
Like our Mayor Daley
is his awful son.
Who somehow, I'm like, if Mario was the dad, and like, how is Cuomo almost 70 already? How is Andrew Cuomo almost 70?
Yeah.
So governor for 8 years, left or governor for almost 8 years,
Yes.
right? Because he left because he was serially sexually harassing everyone around him.
Yeah.
Completely unsurprisingly.
Happened to be timed during that brief, I guess it was like maybe 18 months where people could be held accountable for stuff like that in the culture. Just bad timing on Andrew's part. Should have waited, I guess. But yeah, he was basically forced to
that little neck, like, yeah, this did kind of disappear, didn't it?
Resign. And had apparently, like, his whole campaign when he came back to run for mayor of New York City was basically like, fuck all that, forget it. I didn't learn a thing from it.
Yeah.
It wasn't me. It was another guy that kept touching all those butts and like leering at people.
My favorite was when he was just like, I'm too Italian. What do you want from me? I've got whatever. You know, I'm a little grab handsy. Oh.
You could see, given the broader moment, how that might have seemed like the right play for him. Where he's just like, nothing is real anymore.
Yeah.
Like, and people like evil guys now.
Yeah.
But that's part of why it's so heartening that it didn't work.
And he's probably like, it's a demotion. It's a less good job.
Yeah.
So it's fitting. You kicked me down a rung.
Yeah, smaller. Like, that was basically how he ran. Like, he didn't really bother to campaign very much. He never did. He didn't when he was governor either. Like, for someone that works, you know, as an elected official, he cannot stand voters. Like, he just is not comfortable around them. And so he does very, very little in the way of like appearing in public. If you thought that like Bloomberg was stilted at talking to people, like Cuomo is a guy that just like kind of can't make eye contact, like a weird dude.
Yeah.
And so him running for mayor, I mean, also he's one of those guys that like, he grew up in Queens, like sort of like the outer, you know, Caucasian Queens. So like probably much closer to where you grew up on Long Island than where he would have to live as mayor of New York City.
Yeah. And also all the people, he grew up in Queens, all those people moved out to Long Island.
Yes.
Like the white New York accent that people have in their heads has like left the city. They all moved to the suburbs. It was white flight, you know? And so it's like this bygone connection to the city.
Yeah. And he I mean, he doesn't like it. He has sort of like what you were talking about, though, the idea of like that out-migration, that community of people that left New York in the 70s and 80s when not because it was getting too expensive, but because it sucked. Like things just kind of weren't working very well.
Yeah.
And there's this whole
We had the same thing happen in Chicago.
of New York that you can, any copy of the New York Post will give it to you. That's the Murdoch-owned tabloid that we've got, which somehow even like normal liberal people in New York City wind up believing that whatever is on the cover of the New York Post is really happening. I don't know how that works. Just good graphic design, I guess.
Dude, there were people that thought Bat Boy was real. Don't be that surprised.
The impact font.
Especially because, like, I lived in New York long enough ago that I would literally just pay 50 cents for a newspaper before I got on the subway to have something to do.
Yeah.
And we don't do that anymore. And no one's going to NewYorkPost.com. So how is
right
their
back.
power growing?
So they,
hold on, I'm going to pause this real quick. Sorry about that. I forgot I had to sign for a package today. Whew. I was just like, what the hell? Someone's knocking on my door. Oh. All right, we're good.
I've sort of like hacked. They're like the the way that like Daily Mail works, like their online thing, where they're just aggregating news. If like a black teen and a white teen get in a fight anywhere in the United States, NewYorkPost.com covers it because they know that their audience is like seething racists who are on their phone all the time to be like, disgusting, they live like animals. Like but like that is, they're locked in on that.
Yeah.
It's a growth sector, sadly. But
I mean, it's so in the air, you know. I one of the first days I was here a couple weeks ago was when the ICE raids and the protests were first happening in LA. And I was like, next to the place I was staying, I went into a pizza place. There's this awesome New York Italian guy in the back. Hey, what you want? You know, hey, I'm Anthony. Nice to meet you. I'm like, the pizza's really good. He's like, yeah, we do it here this way. Like, no one does it this way anymore. Like, here's how we make the pizza. And then he's looking at the news like, you see what's happening in Los Angeles?
You believe that shit?
They're fucking destroying the city. They're setting cars on fire. You see what they're doing? They're like, and he just like had that in him. And I was like, I see the media. I can't even be mad at this guy, because this is the media ecosystem he lives in of reactionary, seeing those headlines like, oh, these people are crazy, don't go there.
That's why Fox News is so like effective, because most of these people just see it like not even with the volume up. They'll see it at like an automotive shop, or they'll like go to some fucking diner, and you'll see that.
And so that's like basically.
I've had a moment. Actually, just had this happen where I went to a convenience store. This guy was watching Fox News. I just walked out. I was just like, you know what? That's egregious, because he was watching. Like they have like 6 like TVs just like lining the store, which is a little much because it's like a smaller store. But all of them had Fox News. I was like, I'm out.
Cuomo was sort of like
oddly enough owned by an Indian dude.
The extent that he bothered to run it was like, with that angle and more or less in that tone, if not quite with that rhetoric, like we're just being like, you guys got a lot of problems. You need somebody tough to clean it up. That's me.
Yeah.
Like I'm a difficult person. I'm not a nice guy. I don't get along well with others, but like, I promise you, Lynn, I will kick ass. But he wasn't like, I'm going to kick ass.
I know it could be a little much, my friends, my friend.
Like, I'm going to kick ass because like, fuck you. I'm Andrew Cuomo. Deal with it. Like, this is
and
it.
I'm mad I had to resign.
Yes. And so that, unsurprisingly, did not really resonate with the public. But it also, like, until the moment that he lost, I thought he was going to win. And it was, some of it was...
Well, everybody did because of the name recognition alone.
It's just that
I mean, realistically, that's why everybody was not surprised when Bush 2 won. And then when Hillary, like, that's why everybody expected her just to win.
He had this name recognition, and as with, I think, a lot of things in the culture, like what he did in 2020 and 2021, which was basically like some really, really shameful and, like cost many lives, tens of thousands of lives, mismanagement of COVID. This was happening while he was going on TV and basically functioning as like sort of Trump's opposite number. Everybody was doing daily briefings then, and Trump would get up there and be like, we're gonna, if you drink the bleach, it doesn't hurt. And then and Cuomo would go up there and be like comparatively less insane.
And he had a brief,
Yeah, my mother-in-law was a pretty big fan of him at that time.
like liberal boomer pop nationally of
Yes.
people
Yeah.
going, oh, Andrew Cuomo, he's
Yeah.
the anti-Trump, which Gavin Newsom has also been
Yeah,
chasing
totally.
after.
100%.
The sort of cheap, this is an adult Democrat in the room who's anti-Trump, who like, oh, we can really trust him.
Yes. And Cuomo too is like presentationally, in terms of his accent, in terms of like where he's from, is like,
right,
like the Wario to like Trump. Like there's like
Then Trump is Mario.
Trump is Wario. Sorry, Trump is actually
But then
like
Cuomo is Mario.
There's two, but that's at least he's
Are
Italian.
they Wario and Waluigi?
Yes, I don't know. It's hard to say. Wow, I really. Well, we should.
Mario is from Brooklyn. I mean, so this works.
So I don't think we should drop this. I think we need to figure this out.
Who's Birdo? Eric Adams is Birdo.
He's Kirby. Okay, I know that's where.
This is Kirby. Hey, that's
break
not
this down. We
fair.
got to do every Mario Kart character in the new game. I want to know who's Shy Guy. I want to know who's Cow.
Police Commissioner Tish. That's Princess Peach. Let's move on. Pretty easy. There's no reason to argue about any of this. Anyway, but they were like similar. You're right. That it was a close enough that you could more or less like talk yourself into it if you needed to, which people did then, because it was like all you could do was fucking watch TV and try not to get sick.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
like,
that was
but the reckoning that
or play Witcher 3
came from how
I like
Cuomo
I pretty much
mishandled,
100% of that game.
willingly concealed
Had the
evidence
time.
of some very devastating decisions that he made involving putting people with COVID into senior living facilities where they sickened a bunch of people and killed something like 17,000 of them. This report came out and he spiked it. He commissioned a report on state corruption. He spiked that. Like there's a lot of stuff. And, all of it was kind of like reckless. And yet until the moment that he was forced to step down, it just kind of seemed like, in the way that a lot of things do, we're just kind of like, well, this sucks. Like, I don't love knowing this about this guy, but at least it doesn't matter. At least he'll never face any consequences for any of the shit that he did. And, so that experience of him being held to account, that somehow got like memory hold seemingly along with all the other stuff. And I think that part of why he lost was basically that, like, it wasn't that they successfully hung any of this stuff around his head. I mean, I think they did. All the other candidates basically were running against Cuomo by the end. But he came in and he had this, because people knew his name and because he had been on TV, to some effect in 2020. And that was most of what people seem to remember about it. But he came in and had like
well, the nursing home really did it. That had a huge impact on him, though.
30 or 40 point lead over the field. I mean, it was like everybody else was like topping out around 10%. And he.
What up, Ryan? How you doing, dude?
Was just.
How you been?
Yeah.
You're going to bed? Oh, well, hello. Goodbye.
Well, I mean, my feeling was there's enough 85-year-olds who vote
I hope
in
you're
Deep
well.
Queens who are like, I remember his father Mario.
So, hi.
And of course they're gonna, like, I was like, that's you're done, right?
And it would
seem like it would be.
And I think that's most of what he, like, he did get 38% of the vote in the first round before conceding. It's like
don't be a stranger there.
A ranked choice voting thing, but he would have lost. Mamdani beat him in the first round, and those voters, like, to the extent that you can see the maps, it's basically like white parts of the city, very, very.
God, that was like the most Midwestern thing I've said on this stream.
Rich parts of the
don't be a stranger.
City, and then like parts of it that are kind of just like machine bound, like older voters, white and black and Latino.
All right, you take care now. Bye bye.
Tended to go for Cuomo, and then people whose apartments look over Central Park voted for him, which is like it more or less could have worked as a constituency if other people hadn't gotten into the idea of there being this like young, vigorous, charismatic guy who kind of felt like a young New York sort of thing. And I think a lot of people like just were riding the vibe of that. Like Mamdani's got some ideas that I think are all right. I don't know if they'll work or not. Being mayor is a really hard job. Like, you not only do you get screamed at all the time, there's all these like institutions and all this infighting. But this is the first time, I think, to what you were saying about people being like engaged and caring about the shit. Never has electing a mayor felt, in my time here, which again is like going on 25 years, never has it felt like you were actually going to like change anything or even like feel like you were doing anything other than kind of like taking out the garbage by casting a vote.
Right.
Like de Blasio was the most progressive guy in that race, but like I knew he wasn't going to really do very much, and he didn't seem, he was kind of a feckless guy.
He had been the public advocate,
Yeah.
right, which was a constitutionally useless position that is just designed to be, I think, a complainer in
Yeah,
chief.
it's sort of a mascot thing. The guy that does it for New York Now is like, just, he's like a cool version of Eric Adams, like a younger Jumaane Williams. And his thing is basically like just showing up places and being like, how we doing? You know, and he's good at it. Like, but that is what that job is.
Well, let's talk about Mamdani because, I mean, we've been talking for 30 minutes and we've barely mentioned him. And the campaign
is that good?
Well, I think so, because we had to get through all of the comical Mario characters before we got
Thank
to
goodness we did that. I think the listeners are really going to appreciate it.
It was really fun. But like I landed here. I'd heard about the campaign. I had seen a little bit on social media. Some of my New York friends have been posting about it. I landed in New York a couple of weeks ago. Literally every conversation I have with anyone under the age of 50, Zoran comes up.
Yep.
They're all wearing pins. They're like literally 4 different people I know. I'm like, you want to hang out? They're like, I'm too busy canvassing.
Yep.
It's incredible to see, like, first of all, any political activity in New York at all, but for people to feel that hopeful. What about like Zoran? Do you think captured people's attention? Because I haven't been here. I haven't like been in the soup.
Yeah. So, I mean, some of it is that like the stuff that people are going to give him credit for, and they should give him credit for it. Lots of really good videos, lots of good online presence. Like and so I think that he like engaged younger voters in a way that like most of your other candidates would not or could not. Like there are other good, Brad Lander's campaign, he was sort of like the third place guy and a co-endorsed Mamdani in a way that was like, I think really important for him. Lander is like a solid South Brooklyn liberal Jewish guy. He's the city's comptroller, which is basically the accountant, and is like just a good dude. And him like vouching for Mamdani, I think everybody, like it certainly calmed a lot of Democrats down. Not all of them, but a lot of them. But, you know, he did some good video work too. It wasn't just a matter of like having guys that know how to put good shit on Instagram. Mamdani was fucking everywhere. It was like the teams, the canvassers.
Dude, I think it ended up being like 1.5 million houses ended up getting canvassed by his team. That's insane.
They were in every neighborhood, you know, spreading the good word. But it wasn't the sort of thing where they were like, they talked about the policies that he had, which were basically like about making the city more affordable, about like making it so that you are not going to, you know, like freezing the rent on rent controlled apartments, about this idea of like publicly owned grocery stores in neighborhoods that don't.
The rent one's a really good one because that one can like, that could happen.
Have them
like
immediately. All this stuff is like, it's not crazy, you know, it's certainly not like the idea of like full communism, whatever. It's just like basic good government shit that has been like tried and has worked in other places.
It's the stuff that he's proposing specifically, like, you know, government run grocery stores. I haven't read a white paper on how, you know, efficient that is. If that's a great use of whatever, it very well could be. But that type of thing is part of New York's DNA. Like the progressive era in, you know, whatever the 20s was all about, we're going to build parks. We're going to do sanitation. The city will provide services that make the city more livable. What's interesting is that to get those kinds of policies now, you have to have a guy who's saying, I am running as a democratic socialist. And people go, whoa, 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 what is that?
What did you just say?
And it turns out it just means public transit and like
that's
government.
What I mean. Honestly, when people like find out what I'm about, they're kind of like, oh, you're not as commie as I thought. I'm like,
for things that only the government can provide.
But then I do have that little secret. I guess that one chatter was right. I am a little bit of a secret one.
Basic shit.
Yes, which is the sort of thing that it's, again, I think it sort of speaks
I
to
would not mind
the ways
I
in
don't know
which
what that
like,
accent
the
was.
Democrat
Sorry.
elite in New York City, but I think just in general has kind of like fucked up here, where it's like Cuomo ran a more or less normal statewide Democratic campaign in a city where he was basically spending a lot of time kind of like lavishing over the horrors of life in the cities and then being like, unbelievable, disgusting. At night, you know, like just like Travis Bickle shit. And but that was it.
But campaigning to the people who live in the city.
Yes.
Your city is a cesspool. It's by the way, kind of the same way Caruso ran in LA. It was the city is so dangerous, the city is so disgusting. Caruso had this line. I'm sorry. This is a tangent, but I need to say this.
No. We've already established that I'm here for whatever Rick Caruso anecdotes you've got.
Something that he said repeatedly was he was like, crime is out of control. People are taking off their jewelry before they go to dinner. And that was so telling that is his constituency is, you know, rich people in Santa Monica who are like, before I go to the extremely nice restaurant I'm going to sit at next to the, like, you know, heat lamp and I'm going to drink wine, I have to take my jewelry off because I'm worried a man will run by and snatch my necklace.
Tuck my link before getting an Uber outside of Bar Ama.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
That's fake. It's fake. And it also only appeals to rich people who hate the city they live in. That's the only constituency. And that seems like Cuomo was doing the same thing.
But this is where I think...
Darling, we are about to walk out of this 7-course meal. You might want to tuck your pearls.
The Mamdani, the difference sort of was like, I like the policies. I look forward to seeing how they work. I hope they do.
Yeah.
The other thing that he was doing, and this is like the vibe that I think people caught underneath all of that and that sort of buoyed it, was that, and I think this is how I feel about living in New York. I think a lot of New Yorkers feel this way. He likes New York. Like he was out doing New York shit. And so a lot of the, like, not even just for the videos, but like the sort of like places that people would encounter him. Like in the videos, he made a point of like being on the subway, eating like a halal cart chicken thing, like all like things that are like, it's not even like stuff that you love about living in New York. It's just the stuff of living in New York.
I saw that the day after the election was the first time I saw that halal chicken cart video because people were sharing it again. And I felt this is the best political communication I've maybe ever seen.
Should we talk about it in some detail? Because it's like, it's a policy hidden inside a memetic video that is deeply New York.
Well, that's why Trump went to McDonald's, honestly. It's the same principle.
Yes, you're right. Let's explain the video first. He goes to different, so there's halal cart street vendors who do lamb on rice, chicken on rice on like almost every street corner in New York. He goes up to them, he says, how much does it cost here? It's $10 for chicken on rice, for lamb on rice. And then he asked like, how much does it cost you guys to have a permit to work here? And he explains in like 90 seconds, he gets these guys to explain, in order to get a street vendor permit, they have to pay a middleman 20 grand because that person has some line to the city and is able to get a permit that should be $500, should just be an application process. That person is like holding the permit and they have to do a payoff to this guy who makes 20 grand for doing nothing. And that is why your chicken on rice is expensive.
And he's basically like, if we got rid of that, if we get rid of this like rentier class that serves no purpose, then your chicken on rice is $8 again, like it used to be. Again, fucking perfect, right?
Brilliant.
Because it's sort of, even if that's not something that you eat, it is something that I think every New Yorker sort of understands. And there's more and less
totally get
effective ways to sort of run against it. But
it's the same way that like pizza, like the pizza by the slice thing. Like once it goes back to being $5, I swear to God,
there's a lot of
that's what people
like,
understand.
A lot of the city's elite, like,
and that's what they want. They want their $5 pizza. Everybody wants their $5 slice.
Finance capital, like, and we can talk more about whether they qualify as like sort of purpose-free rentier collector guys too, but there's also a lot of guys where it's just like, this guy bought a parking garage in 1977 and now he has $1 billion. Like, or it's just like, this guy runs John Katsimatidis, who's a city personality, he ran for mayor as a Republican, owns what is like universally considered, and it's a very rare point of consensus among New Yorkers, Gristedes grocery stores, the worst grocery stores in New York City. Everybody knows it. They suck. They smell like a diaper. They look like did you ever see the movie Blue Steel?
No.
All right. Well, it's a good movie. It's early Catherine Bigelow. But there's a scene at the beginning of it where Jamie Lee Curtis shoots a guy that's holding up a grocery store. Every Gristedes looks like that. Blue Steel came out in 1989. Like, it's just not like the way that you want a shopping experience to go. And so that guy coming out and being like, I'm going to fucking move out of the city. I'm going to close all my grocery stores. Like, I got no reason to be here because he's going to raise taxes. And all of these guys sort of revealing themselves as being like,
for $5 a slice, it better come with a soda too. Yep.
I think every New Yorker knows to a certain extent that gumming up the works in every process is not just like some city agency with a bunch of people who take long lunches, but is like some rich guy squeezing that process and making it so that things don't flow the way that they're supposed to go.
Yeah.
And so to communicate that message through this medium of like a short video about a thing that New Yorkers know about, that like puts a finger on an issue that I think like is broadly understood in a way that like sort of is considered to be outside of politics. Like no one talks about fixing shit like that.
Yeah.
Certainly like Cuomo did not. And like to the extent that there's, I think for a lot of people that have run for mayor, de Blasio was like this too, that it is, the job is not a stepping stone. It is a terminal position. You are like going to be hectored by the public into an early grave. That's the job.
The entire city will try to kill you as soon as you have the job.
At all times.
And by the end of 8 years, if you get that far, you will be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're done.
Which is why the job is why only freaks sort of run for it. Mamdani does not seem like he is using this. It may well be the sort of thing that leads to make it a stepping stone for national, you know, political ambitions. But it hasn't worked for any mayor in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And it's just generally not. So,
It's
but
never,
the idea of
it's
like
never worked for any. I can't think of even like LaGuardia, extremely successful progressive mayor. You know, remembered by the city. Never went on. Did he? Yeah, he never.
I don't
went
think
on
he was
anything.
the governor or anything.
I don't
like
think
that.
so
Yeah.
either.
But again, was a guy that like that is. I think as a mayor, like that's the standard that I feel like everybody could be going toward. He was just passionately about doing New York shit and doing things that people could see. But every park that we have, basically, except for Central Park, is like a Fiorello LaGuardia win.
Yes.
And the city could have gone any number of ways at that time. Like there were this, you know, years after this sort of like machine that like generally it functioned, but it was very corrupt. The idea of like making it so that you feel as if you're getting something from the place that you're living, like not getting it for free, but getting more or less what you should by rights feel entitled to, you know, expect from a place, I think is a really powerful, you know, like for as a voter, it's the sort of thing where like seeing him talking about it, same extent, you know, like Lander is also a guy that was more of a technocrat, but was sort of like, here's how we're going to make this shit work better. Like that's speaking my language. It's just also like, it doesn't ordinarily resonate with.
Does this go in like, I'm thinking this goes for every big city nationally.
Non-weird.
What politician, like what president has ever like started off as a mayor?
Goes in the way that it did in this case.
Watching Mamdani, it really seems like he did the basic thing that politicians are supposed to do yet almost never do, which is he established like a link with the place that felt genuine, and then he told people how he was going to make their lives better. This is what like every Democratic consultant would tell you to do, and yet the people they consult with never actually do it.
Yeah.
What was brilliant to me about the chicken over rice thing was what I miss most about New York is the group mind of New Yorkers, you know, is that you feel like you are a part of a community of 8 million people. I remember when I first moved here and I had a commute from Brooklyn into Manhattan, and I really felt like I'm a part of, like I'm on the L train. We're all packed in. We all get out. We all get a coffee from the cart. It's 20 degrees out. You go into your, it's raining, whatever it is. You're all
We're all in line for lunch at, you know, Mr. Beef.
It's in the same thing. You're part of this giant thing that's breathing in and out. But you're also your own little ant walking along. And so like, why talk about chicken over rice? Like he didn't even do pizza. He didn't even do bacon, egg, and cheese, right? Which are like the famous New York staples. He did chicken over rice. That's not a famous New York staple. It's just what people fucking eat. And so when he said that, I was like, it brought me back to living here, to being just a little ant scurrying around a subway tunnel, and said, oh, this guy he's part of the same world that I live in.
And I think he spoke to that, like that sort of like broad portion of New Yorkers where it's basically, if this is oversimplifying, but I think not.
I mean, this is a long way to say like, man, we really like authentic people.
Totally oversimplifying. That if Cuomo was basically like running to be elected mayor by Long Island.
Do you think Cuomo even knows that chicken over rice exists?
He's not a guy that walks on the sidewalk. He made a point of not taking the subway. Like everywhere he went, he has this black Dodge Charger that he drives, like the fucking guy from Burn Notice. That's how he gets from one place to the next. And he
Burn
drove
Notice.
it all through like
What a pull.
Midtown Manhattan. There were videos of him just like parking it in a bike lane so he could go in and like do an interview. fucking like not a guy not doing New York shit. But I think the thing that Mamdani, like the message that came through all of that is basically like, New York is great. I like living here. It should be better. It should be easier. You shouldn't have to leave because you don't have enough money. Whereas like, if you put that is a positive message. It is promising a thing that he will or won't be able to deliver. But when you put that up against like a rich Westchester guy just doing Travis Bickle monologues, like it's not, it just feels different. Like, and if you live here, if you like are willing to deal with the indignities of being a part of this living thing, because like, part of, like, I agree with what you're saying. And I'm in the tank for New York. I don't want to leave. Like, I've been here. I grew up outside of it, and living here was like something that like legitimately felt like what you do when you grow up. Like it felt like a dream. And then to actually be able to do it, like it's still, I can be romantic about it, but also part of being like on those days that you're describing where it's 20 degrees and like somehow it's slushy, but not snowy. You are not so much being breathed out by the subway as like crapped into the streets. Like, bleh. Like, and it sucks, but also like, it's a type of suck that everybody shares more or less. Like not everybody is just like driving their Dodge Charger up and parking on the fucking sidewalk outside their, like, that's cop behavior. That's like out of town shit. It's different.
Well, so now that Zoran has won, a lot of American political culture is freaking out. The front page of the New York Times was so schizophrenic. Where it was, you could tell that, to the extent that the New York Times is the house organ of like A, the Democratic Party, and B, sort of high end, educated Harvard elite America. They both had to recognize, oh God, here's a new generational political talent who should be celebrated to some degree, but also there's some level of terror that we have.
So the Times they decided that they weren't going to endorse in elections anymore, which was like, I guess after you've endorsed like Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren at the same time, and then both of them instantly drop out, you're sort of like, oh, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't do this. But
well, it looks like Trump is panicking. Because it doesn't look like they have the votes right now.
They wrote a sort of qualified, unsigned editorial where they were like, do not rank Zoran Mamdani. He does not deserve to be on your ballot. And then he fucking won. It wasn't just the sort of like, they should be taking a look at themselves. And I just don't think that they're going to do that.
It's part of the New York Times no longer being a local paper at all, right? They've cut all the local coverage. They clearly have no connection with the city. They're only doing national reporting. And I mean, honestly, people criticize the New York Times all day long. I'm like, given the state of media in general, I'm like, thank God that there's one place that still employs that many journalists.
Right.
Does plenty of good in the world.
It's a complicated thing because they've done a lot of stuff that I think is like authentically evil and has hurt a lot of people and will hurt a lot of people. They also are indispensable. Like, and those two things have to exist in your mind at the same time. Like they do important work. Also, though, like they should go to The Hague for the way they've written about trans issues. Like, full stop. There's no apologizing for that.
And also, they employ like two or three of my favorite columnists. Like M. Gesson wrote an incredible piece after the Scrimetti decision.
One of the and also a great one about the sort of use and abuse of anti-Semitism in the mayoral campaign. Like I think that employing M. Gesson and Jamel Bowie and all this, like that is it's an important thing. Somebody should be, I mean, obviously.
Except someone is at the top of the New York Times going like, I employ people you do like, but it's also my job to employ the worst people in media for you.
Right. Like the idea is you got to hear both sides. Like these guys that actually know what they're talking about. And then like Brett Stevens flat on his back dictating a column to himself from a beach chair somewhere. Like
that happened.
That's both of them, both sides of the argument.
Oh, the left is getting a little bit too upset about climate change.
It's the amount of work that is required. Like right,
just taking a sip of his marg.
in the Harkonnen bath, being like, I'm a little concerned about the idea of government-run supermarkets. That's a bit too far. Oh, I'm levitating. Hold on. Like, fuck off.
Not levitating.
It's terrible.
Disgusting. So they have this freak out where they're like, oh wow, he stuns Cuomo. A new star rise in the Democratic Party. Is Mamdani going to bomb Israel?
That's the bit of it that it's been, and I don't know.
Here's the paper that he works for.
It's possible to sustain this for the next few months, but I feel like if anyone could do it, it would be like the New York Times and Jake Tapper. All of the discourse around Mamdani has been like do you reject and denounce Hamas?
Mhm.
And it's, I mean, he was a Palestinian activist, like he is a Muslim man. There's no reason why this should be an issue here, especially because like he has said, like all of the stuff that he's been called to account for, he's given like very like articulate answers that are just not being accepted. Like what they need to hear is like Israel has.
You seem like you're really enjoying this one. This is
the right to defend itself.
I am.
Like all of that shit is like, and why is that an issue here to me?
I think part of it is that still in
this is I hate to say it, kind of an ice break.
In the Democratic Party, there is a refusal to accept that
it's nice not to just like sit here and be like, I disagree and this is how we could, like, oh my God, this is just a breath of fresh air. Also, like the way they're talking about New York, I kind of like I get it.
Palestinian people or concern about the actions of the government of Israel on any level is a legitimate political position, when in fact it is a mainstream part of American politics. I'm not going to sit here and read a poll number about how many people are, you know, concerned about, you know, the Palestinians and what Israel is doing in Gaza, but it's a large part of the American people.
A large and growing percentage of the American people.
Even if it's fucking 30% or something like that, right? I don't, again, I think it's more, but like, it's not insane that you could have a political star rise who comes from that part of American political culture.
And that's the bit of it that I think really like is jarring.
Why was that so surprising
to me? Outside of, I mean,
dare I say a little racist to just be like constantly do this, like, oh wow,
my own
look how far they got.
Politics on this are pretty well aligned with what Mom
They did that with AOC too.
has said.
Yeah,
but also there's something about this feeling of being like policed by the Times or by Jake Tapper or by whatever. Just this idea of trying to like make everybody get in line with this, you know, honestly pretty dead consensus that, you know, it's still the sort of the prevailing ideology in the Democratic Party. Not only do I think that it's futile, I think it's like, it feels insulting. Like there's a part of me where, especially, and this is maybe more of a New Jersey opinion than a New York opinion. I did grow up in New Jersey. Like I get offended by being lectured about shit or being talked down to about stuff by people that don't have any skin in the game the way that I do. And that like, and some of this is like with New Jersey, it's always people being like, yeah, your beaches are covered in syringes. And when I was a kid, I had to be like, well, you know, yeah, but like, we like it that way. Fuck you, whatever. Like, I don't know. There's like a different...
That's got. Have I not had that same attitude? Did I not say that about like the one homeless?
Science kind of built into it, and to hear this attempt at like.
But there's something about it where like somebody else say you got a real bad homeless problem. It's like, watch your fucking mouth.
Like, this election has real stakes for me. Outside of like what it means to elect a Democratic Socialist in a, you know, citywide election or whatever, like, I mean, that has stakes for me too, ideologically. In a more practical sense, the city being governed by somebody who is not a cat's paw of literally Donald Trump or somebody that hates New York and doesn't live here, that means a lot. I want the city to work better because I don't want to live anywhere else. This is, you know, like this is my home. And the idea that all of that is somehow secondary to the like offense against the like some sort of like imagined politesse that like the Times editorial board or a couple of guys on TV have, like you're gonna have to like stow that. We've got to fix our problems first, and then if you got like if you want to talk to him about it, you can do it. But like this conversation is about a different thing.
I think if anything, I hope that I don't think they're going to take this lesson, but like the establishment of the Democratic Party and like this part of the media, I think needs to take the lesson that like this extremely narrow position that they insist people take on the actions of the government of Israel doesn't matter as much as they think it does in American politics. It's part of American politics. There can be disagreements about it. It will affect people's chances. But like, I've been here for 3 weeks now. It seems like literally the only thing they were running on was, you know, Mamdani supports Hamas.
Yeah.
And people in New York were just like, who gives a shit?
Yeah. Also, like, I don't think so, man.
What is the relevance?
Doesn't seem like it. Yeah.
A, doesn't seem like it. B, I know a lot of people with a lot of different positions, and this guy does not seem beyond the pale. And C, we're talking about where I live.
Yeah.
We're not. Why is that?
Exactly.
That's foreign policy. This is the mayor of New York.
Yes, and there is like, and so that like the attempt at sort of like nationalizing the race. I mean, Adams is going to do it. Cuomo did it. it is a
Thank you for the $10 subscription, Mr. Kirk.
very like it's very the Democrats in 2025 to me to like try to fight this on national issues that you're also underwater on and confusing about. That like that I just don't see the percentage in it. Like this is the thing that's been like hardest for me to deal with. I mean, I understand that like a lot of these issues are important to donors and that the Democratic Party at the highest levels relies on big, only tenuously liberal people to fund it. And so I don't know that that makes me like sympathetic to what like Kirsten Gillibrand and Chuck Schumer are going through, but it like I understand how they got where they are.
Yeah, it's not sympathetic, but you can say like, that's how the system works. I see
Right.
the way it happened.
The other thing though that is weird to me is that like so this is a charismatic 33-year-old progressive guy who just came out of nowhere, did a bunch of innovative stuff, beat this like heavyweight of the party, and I think is going to be elected mayor.
Yeah.
Any party that was interested in actually winning would be trying to take lessons from that and to see how determined they are to not just like not be like, all right, well, what worked here? What can we use? What kind of candidates like this can we find? They're just like, no, not like this. And that is loser shit, first and foremost.
Yeah.
But also it's just fucking confounding.
It's unbelievable. Mamdani literally, you could look at his campaign as taking the lessons of why Democrats lost in 2024. And right after the 2024 election, Democrats were like,
The way Republicans talk about Mamdani, though, I am kind of worried for his safety.
oh, it was inflation.
Well, dude, they're like Trump is already just like, I might have to arrest him.
The cost of living. Trump won by saying groceries, groceries, groceries.
Can't have a communist.
Here's Mamdani winning on saying, I'll make your halal cart meat $2 less expensive.
Yeah.
His entire campaign was about affordability, which is inflation, which is the thing the Democrats said they should be running on. And you know, engagement with the local people of the place that he lived. Blah, blah. He ran a textbook campaign. He just like, comes from a slightly more left wing of the party and has a, you know, an opinion on, you know, the Israeli genocide of the people of Gaza that you don't agree with. But fucking look at what he did, what you fucking want people to do.
Do you want to win or not? Like, and that to me, like, this is like deepish Mamdani lore. First time I remember seeing a video of him. So this is in 2024. He went out, he was in the Bronx and he was in Queens, in neighborhoods that, so nationally, New York City moved to the right in the presidential election more dramatically than any other metroplex. And so he basically was like doing almost that kind of like obnoxious YouTuber thing where you like walk up to someone in the park and being like, you eat ass, you know, like that, where you're just kind of like running up on someone that maybe doesn't want to talk to you and ask them a question. But Mamdani,
I should start doing that.
You should. It's a good way to find out whether people eat ass or not. But it's also, in this case though, it was, he would go up to people and be like, who'd you vote for and why? And it was just like regular people on the street that would be like, you know, look like New Yorkers, but just be like, yeah, I voted for Trump because like it's like really expensive to go to the grocery store now.
Yeah.
Like, or like I drive a car and gas is really expensive. And like, again, a lot of that is like, you can only do so much with it, but that's where it started. That was like sort of, if you wanted to like take the genesis of this campaign back to, you know, in a way that only like real hardcores would even know about, that was basically it. Like he was like, what do you want? And then he ran a campaign being like, I heard what you said you wanted. I'm going to try to do it.
Yeah.
There is a lesson there. Not at a national level, you can't do what he did where he's just like every 10th person in New York City has shaken his hand in the last 3 months.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe you could. Like, I think you could definitely do more than what a lot of candidates do.
Yeah.
There's one last bit. I don't want to talk too much about him because I also know, I don't know how long these podcasts are allowed to be.
We're cooking.
So one thing that it was a very clear contrast that they managed to not underline in an offensive way. But Andrew Cuomo's 67 and Zohran Mamdani's 33.
Yeah.
And in a lot of his videos, he is out doing, not just like doing New York stuff, but like walking, talking, doing stuff like pretty quickly.
He's actually doing things like, you know, with some pizzazz.
This is another one of the weird skills he has as a politician, is that he's able to speak very fast and articulate very well. Like he could have been a great podcast. Honestly, he had all the tools, but he like a lot of that stuff is like broadcasting a vitality that if you underline it, if you're doing the thing where it's like Andrew Cuomo 67 could never go up down these stairs the way that I'm doing it. That's rude. That's ageism.
Yeah.
But if you are just out there being like someone that is displaying energy and vigor in the way that he's doing it, I think that kind of resonates. And it's not the only reason to oppose like democratic gerontocracy, but so many of the videos that have come out of like Congress members going to confront some fucking thumbhead ICE guy who's refusing to let them into the temporary prison that they've started.
All right, let's celebrate and then
somewhere. That those videos, I appreciate that Democrats are doing it, but there's also an aspect of it that's like the tone of it is kind of heartbreaking because it's like these like two kind of visibly frail 18-term members of Congress showing up and talking to some bouncer looking guy and being like, well, we want to get in. And he's like, no. And like poor Gerald Nadler is not in any kind of physical condition to push past anybody. He shouldn't be getting handcuffed. He's 80 years old, you know, like, and that, I think that like to see a party that looks like it can get up and down and compete in like just the most basic physical sense, I think is important.
Yeah.
And, you know, the fact that he seemed like he had good ideas that people could rock with is also cool. But I think that there's, you know, if we're talking about the energetic stuff underneath it, there's another lesson there to take. But I don't know how you get, you know, multi-term members of Congress or senators to retire. I think you have to retire them. Yeah. And this is proof that, like, you know, even someone like Andrew Cuomo, who doesn't really have a constituency left, who everybody hated. I mean, he was just like a nasty man.
Yeah.
Even then, I think that you can see that like a lot of people, a lot of elected officials, a lot of people with money.
Look at the way
just got
Trump
behind him 'cause
is
they're
like
well, this is what you
received.
do.
Come
He's the
on.
guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I mean, one donor I read in the Times today was like donated $250,000.
I love this quote. Yes.
And he said something like, you know, a lot of people mistook my donation for enthusiasm.
My $250,000 donation.
We were just like, well, it's Andrew Cuomo. Might as well get on his good side in case he wins.
Yep.
Right. Like, Cuomo. Yeah, he'll probably win. Okay. You know, this is what you do. This is status quo. Let's just do it as usual.
Yep.
I assume probably Bill Clinton thought the same thing when he endorsed him. It's like Bill Clinton's not excited for Andrew Cuomo. He's just like, oh, Mario's son is asking.
That's nice. Mario was a nice man. Yeah.
It's like blurbing your friend's book.
Yes. It's 100%. Yeah. Except for I mean that every time
Us Epstein listers got to protect each other.
Done it. It's different. People mistake my very
We're Eskimo brothers.
vague blurb for a lack of enthusiasm. That's just how you got to play ball. But yes, that Cuomo related quote is classic to me. Like, because that's a nice reminder of like what it's actually like here to a certain extent. Like guys that have a spare $250,000 going around being like, whatever, give it to the fucking sociopath. I don't want to get yelled at.
Yeah.
And then when the next bit of that quote is the guy being like, I'll probably support Mom Donnie, whatever. I don't know. Like, sure. Like all I'm trying to do is build footlockers all across this great city. And that's my passion. I just don't want anyone to get in the way of it.
What's so frustrating is that, like, again, the way Mamdani won was by doing basic politics. Like I've learned, I really enjoy politics. You know, I'm an elected official in my union, right? And one of the things I like about that was it was like made me think about electoral politics. Like, oh, the whole thing is like, how do you get actual people to care about this and to show up and actually vote? Like that is the thing you have to do.
That's the crux of it.
At the end of the day is people need to leave their house, go to the polling place and pull the little lever, right? And how do you get them to do it? And like, it's kind of always the same job, whether you're in a union or whether you're in, I don't know, a fucking school board or whatever it is, or for mayor. And Mamdani went after it in this clear way. I'm gonna like show my affinity with people. I'm gonna be a part of the city. I'm gonna like listen to them. And when he talks about it, he says this. I'm going like, you can't tell them what to believe in. You listen to what they want, and then you say that that's what you'll do. It was basic politics. And that can win. I've also seen it win in LA. Like we've had a big progressive resurgence in LA, and it's been because we've had people run for city council who say, I know you've never even heard of your city councilman before because they're just like some suit who's trying to avoid attention so they can cut corrupt business deals with developers. But guess what? If you elect someone who actually gives a shit,
Yeah.
then
This is a real office. I
the
can do
city might
stuff
get
for you.
better. Yeah. And they like literally go, hello, it's me, Nithya, you know, and he says like, Ugo, I'm a person, I live here, and I could be.
That is, and it's working. Like somebody called in a majority report and had mentioned that, where they're like, I just walked into my city council. They gave me a senior position because they want to retire.
A person to you and I could help.
These are unelected
that's
positions.
Like the most basic. That's the back to basics of politics, right? If you do that and the other person doesn't do it, you can win. And so when the Democrats are out of power, you would think that, hey, why don't we go back to basics generally?
Yeah.
Why don't we figure out what people want and then tell them we're going to do the thing? And yet when you have this the most prominent example of someone fucking doing it, the National Party is like, who is this guy? What's he doing? We got to stop this.
Yeah.
And we refuse to learn a lesson. It's incredibly frustrating.
It's frustrating, and I think it also reflects a sort of like a tentativeness that is on the part of the Democrats that I think like scans really easily, and that like people respond to in a negative way. Where it's like there's a great Internet Hippo, I believe, is the account that did the tweet.
No, I know Internet Hippo, the famous sage.
Beautiful Internet Hippo.
We all love the Internet Hippo. This is why Trump won.
Yeah, it's hard to not do that. He doesn't even talk like that
But
anymore.
we love the Internet Hippo. We love him.
The Internet Hippo tweet that I'm thinking about is that voting for the Democrats is like going to a rock concert where the band spends the whole time telling the crowd to calm down. That there is like a sense of like, they want to win, but they don't want to like win by so much that they then have to do stuff. The difference with this, like what you're describing in terms of like those city council races, I'll say that like, so formative political experience of my life, like outside of, you know, I vote in every election. I'm a good boy. Like it's just how, you know, I was raised. When I worked at Vice, this would have been like 2014.
I recognize them from.
Vice still exists, but it was famously a lousy place to work. I was talking to Chris about this before, like off mic, that like just a lot of disrespect from ownership towards the people that work there. It was you know, people probably don't remember this. There's no reason why normal people should care about Vice, but it was like a venture-backed youth media company that was trying to get real big and sell to somebody so that the founders could cash out. It was also a fun place to work. I worked with a lot of really awesome people there.
A lot of people did great work there. I have a lot of friends who worked there too.
And it was, you know, they more or less left you alone because the people that were in charge didn't read and didn't care what you were doing. So you could kind of, you know, do whatever you wanted to do, like within reason, as long as you didn't get them sued. But you weren't getting paid well. And there were people that worked there for a long time that were getting paid astonishingly poorly. And so we unionized that newsroom when I was there. And
with the Writers Guild East, right?
Yep. And I was a, you know, smallish part of it, but I was on the bargaining committee and I had some transparency on the process. But the experience I'm talking about was before we got anybody to sign cards. We got people to agree to go to a meeting, just like writers and you know, people that had like jobs that weren't like management level jobs. So the whole newsroom, more or less. It's like 100 of us. A big group of it went to a conference room at the Writers Guild of America East office building on Greenwich Street in Lower Manhattan. And we, you know, heard the union spiel sort of about why it would be a good idea. But then everybody sort of like talked about the experience of working at Vice, like what it was like for them. And, you know, how the shit that they'd been asked to do for free, the raises that they had been denied for years, you know, the fact that they had like $60 in their bank account, even though they were like, you know, a junior editor at some website just because of like how shitty the health insurance was. All of this stuff was like, I've never been in a space that felt like that. Like it was, I think not just because of the fact that you could see that the things that were making your life hard were also making other people's lives hard. Although that is like the fundamental of like getting somebody engaged in politics and making, you know, learning to demand what you deserve. But it was also, you could see that everybody else was kind of waking up to the idea that like all of this suffering as individuals was not the only way that it could be. That like there was that like everybody was getting shit on, like all of us in different ways, seemingly at random, just because management didn't care about it. And that like if you got together and basically like asked for what you thought you deserved, this was the bit that, you know, the organizers had to do some convincing on, and that some of the people that were important to getting that movement off the ground. Brian Merchant, the tech journalist, was a big part of it.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
we had to kind of like rally everybody and make them believe that it could be another way.
Yeah.
But once people started to believe it, it was,
Man, it's like the old, it's the old Vice
you know,
crew.
it was different. Like we did get a really good contract, and you know, we had to wait till the last fucking minute, and we had to do a million meetings, and they were, you know, really insulting, and like, you know, we had to threaten to do a walkout and almost do a walkout, and all the shit that is just part of the kabuki of getting a contract. But we did it, and the experience of like starting with feeling atomized and powerless and kind of like shit on, and getting from there to where we wound up is like, I mean, not just has it made me like somebody who believes in unions in a way that is not abstract, I mean, that it is like really deeply felt, but it is also like, that is a lesson that projects, that scales, and that like you, once you see that it's possible, you can bring to every aspect of life.
Yeah.
And it changes you. Like, and I think that maybe, I don't, you know, it's not like Democrats are trying to make more 47-year-old progressive New York Jewish guys. Like they've got a lot of us already, but I do think it's the sort of thing where there's a lesson there that like, if you can get people to start understanding that they can get what they want if they ask for it insistently enough, and if you keep fucking pushing and ask for it, that's like the only way that you get out of the moment that we're in right now, is enough people saying no to it.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, it's nice to be reminded that you have
Man,
the option of saying no. Like, otherwise, it's really easy to sort of forget and recede into yourself.
Wow. All right. There are about 10 minutes left in this. I'm going to link the original. I actually hate to do this to y'all, but I do got a dip. Actually, I went a little overtime today. But you can watch the original here if you want to watch the last 10 minutes. Also, tomorrow, I should be on around 6 o'clock Central Standard Time, I think. Let me check real quick. What's my email? Shit. All right, hold on. This is just easier. Yeah, 6. Okay, cool. So look out for that. Keep your notifications on, and definitely look out for the Friday show, because it could happen because it's the 4th. So, but we're gonna have some fun tomorrow. It's gonna be kind of treated like a Friday show. Gonna be very, very chill. Good old time. So I will catch you guys tomorrow. Let's load up the outro, shall we? And also, actually, hold on. Over on... I'll raid the Angry Ginger. There we go. Enjoy his content. He's an awesome streamer. If you guys don't know who he is, check him out. Shout me out. He is
over 16 million people off of the health insurance they have by slashing Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion.
Oh,
So,
Bernie just released a video.
$1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%, $1
Nice.
trillion in cuts in Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, and it's literally, they're not hiding that, right? Once again, what they're doing is they're just convincing you.
Yep. All right, guys. But I will catch you all later. Good night. Oh, that's a stand cam. All right. Good night, guys.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.